already being reported, but that number will likely increase throughout the day. A full damage assessment is expected to take days, but a preliminary estimate puts the island's economic loss at $22 billion. Jamaica's prime minister says the challenge now is the speed of recovery. For more, let's bring in Weather Nation meteorologist Adrian Hernandez. Adrian, typically this time we give folks their local forecast. We'll do that shortly, but put just how massive and how historic this hurricane is into perspective for us first.
Well, regardless of the impacts you're seeing on this screen, this has officially, or is likely to be officially, one of the strongest hurricanes ever recorded in recent history. Not only that, this storm made landfall at its peak intensity with winds of 185 miles per hour and a central pressure of 892 millibars, but that's far from what it is now. It's officially downgraded to a Category 2 storm, winds of 105 miles per hour with a central pressure increasing up to 968 millibars. It's moving north-northeast at 14 miles per hour, so it is almost well out of the picture and moving very quickly. Right now, it's just really peaking over northern or the eastern portions of northern Cuba, and now it's slowly but surely making its way further off to the north. Its sights set on the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos as we go through later on tonight to early morning tomorrow, likely to make impacts as a Category 2 hurricane before it heads off to sea. Now in the lower 48, we're dealing with the center of low pressure with this frontal boundary that'll push itself off towards the east. We got loads of moisture expected around this region, and all that moisture is going to end up off in the northeast well into the next few days. We do have some higher chances for flash flooding across the northeast as well as we go throughout today and tomorrow, but most of this rainfall should be out of the realm by the time we get to Halloween. Looking at some of the precipitation forecasts, we can see most of the rainfall is staying out east, places like New York City down to Washington, D.C., even over to Boston, but most of the rainfall is staying in northern New York and the state of Pennsylvania as this low pressure center continues to move off towards the east. Temperature-wise, things are going to be staying on the moderate side of things unless you're out in Los Angeles catching the Dodgers game. You're going to be heating up quite a bit with a daytime high of about 97 degrees, Terrence. So we're expecting loads of heat in that region.
Take out your number 2 pencil and write this down. This show has never been more powerful. The voices behind it have never been more powerful. The audience has never been more powerful. And we're going to deliver a knockout blow to your progressive insanity on 5 November. And then we're going to secure the deal after that. And number 2, the 4 months in federal prison not only didn't break me, it empowered me. I am more energized and more focused than I've ever been in my entire life. And I can see clearly, just like in 2016 and in 2020, exactly what's going on here and what we have to do to defeat it.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Wednesday, 29 October in the year of our Lord 2025, so at 3 a.m. I've got that on top of my Getter account. I've had it there ever since the photo was taken. That's Mo Bannon greeting me at Danbury, where I come through the wire on my first day out. Welcome to the war. Boy, that was pretty prescient, wasn't it? You guys did a pretty good job. Of course, on the 29th of September, the only thing I put out the entire time I was at Danbury, because people would interview me, all that. I'm not going to do that. Don't have time for that crap. You got to be focused in, and I got to thank Sagal Chatta and Grace and Mo and Boris and everybody that I was able to communicate with every day through our own coded language on the computer there. And you only get so much time on the computer, and then you got to other people, because only a couple of computers for every cell block to get the word out. I sent. On the 29th of September, I think it was. So it was a month before this. I think it was 29th of September. And Raheem was nice enough to put it up at the National Pulse, and it went viral after that. And I said, look, this race is over. If we execute the strategy set, you can tell the players are in place. Early voting started. And the motivation of the grassroots is the highest I've ever seen. And we're going to win a sweeping victory across the board if we execute. But it's over for Kamala Harris. Remember how she pivoted from the politics of joy to the darkness falls on America? That was the beginning of their Trump's a fascist, Trump's an authoritarian, because I called it. I said, in losing, they're going to try to create a narrative that President Trump's a fascist. And because of your hard work, because that's what populism is. Populism is where you put it back on the shoulders of the people and they respond. They use their agency. Their agency. And if you take that from a year ago, and that was both the press conference I had at the Regency Hotel, and then followed on where we did a show, right? You could say that today. It's a pretty good called shot. Was a pretty good called shot because I know this audience, and I know what working class and middle class people wanted to stop the illegitimate regime. Now, yesterday we had the Oversight Committee tell us that the pardons and the executive orders, and look, the pardons are huge or inoperative. But the executive orders are actually bigger. It's a bigger part of the story, and the mainstream media is not covering that because they understand, as I said, when they stole the election in 2020, the liabilities alone and having government action on a government that was not legitimate is mind-blowing. But here we know as executive orders were inoperative. And I said right there in that, it's an illegitimate regime. And remember, Nancy Pelosi and that entire crowd that put me in prison, Put Peter Navarro in prison. Put the J6, all the heroes, the men and women of J6, put them in prison, and some for, 10 and 15 years. They all ran up and begged, crawled on their bellies and begged, including the staffs and the chief of staff that perjured herself, the chief counsel that perjured herself in my case. We didn't make a big deal at the time because we knew the whole thing was rigged. We're not going to sit there and whine, oh my gosh, it's so terrible, they're lying. Of course they're going to lie. They hate America. You want to know how much they hate America? Look what's happening in New York right now. And they're all getting on board. That's their new politics is the phony politics of joy of dancing, skipping through a store with a TikTok on the Chinese Communist Party and the PLA's PSYOP platform. Look where they've come. They can't stop Trump. They can't stop the MAGA movement. Is everything happening right now perfect? No, it's not perfect. It's got some imperfections to it. We always have to continue to say, hey, maybe it's America first. Because the pressures around the White House are monumental. But Next Man Up was pretty good. All the hosts that did it, everybody, everybody to thank, to keep this show going and continue to have it as a powerhouse. Because why? It's the platform for your human agency. We put a lot on you. Because you're what stands between the nation and the abyss. You've got President Trump's back in good times and bad. This is part of the Trump 28, Phase 1, unmask the never-Trumpers, and they're out there. It's so great. They're running to the mic. Tel Aviv Levin. Oh, they love Trump. until he puts Qatar and Turkey in charge. They ain't loving on him now. Oh, the Constitution says. That's BS. There's 4 or 5 different alternatives. All in due time. In the fullness of time, folks. Short break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve America.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Artificial intelligence. Oh, and Chris Lender's going to join us in a moment, the great author of Lords of Easy Money, a seminal work, which we talk about a lot here. Artificial intelligence. Okay, let's just get some programming right here, folks. Tonight, so we're going to do the two shows, right? We are going to then come back at 10 p.m. tonight on Real America's Voice, the War Room, and we're going to go until whenever the Xi and Trump meeting, how long it takes. Let's say it's midnight, 1 in the morning. I don't know, but there's a lot of coming out about this. Now, there are many, many big issues. Obviously, trade, soybeans, Taiwan, the defense of Taiwan. The two should jump off the page. They have a knife to our throat. As much as we want to spin it, and as Australia and the New Deal with them, and playing footsie with Lula for the heavy rare earths in Brazil, all of that's all great. That's sometime in the distance because the globalists allowed the processing, the heavy processing facility, I think it was in Ohio and other places throughout the country, to be bought by the Chinese Communist Party basically during Obama's administration, with Joe Biden, who we know now is in business or getting in business with the Chinese Communist Party. This is why, to me, it's treasonous activity. And with the drug-addicted, sex-addict son, that is all displayed in the laptop from hell, of which we brought, with Rudy Giuliani, brought to the public's attention, I don't know, 3 weeks before the 2020 election, with Miranda Devine and Emma Jo Morris and all these heroes at the New York Post. And, of course, the intelligence apparatus, who we have still not indicted, came out and lied and said it's all Russian disinformation. So Mike Morell and those guys are still not perp-walked yet. Brennan's in process. But we got to get everybody to sign that letter. Should be perp-walked. Perp-walked. So, so the rare earths are massive, right? The Chinese Communist Party has a knife to our throat. Industrial production will stop in 4 to 6 weeks. This is the facts. They'll stop in 4 to 6 weeks unless we get the magnets and other things associated with heavy rare earths, not just the dirt that is rare earths. As importantly, artificial intelligence. The chips called the Blackwell chip. And, of course, what is it? Jensen Huang is an agent of influence for the Chinese Communist Party, full stop. When he comes on and says, China hawks, I just found out what that term meant. Lie. I didn't know. It's a badge of honor. It's really a badge of shame. Lie. He's the one in President Trump's ear, and he's trying to ship these Blackwell chips, the advanced chips, to China. What did I say when I signed this proclamation last week about artificial intelligence? And we've warned everybody here, don't let corporate America lie to you. We don't have capitalism in this country. We're not a capitalist country. We are this is corporatism. This is state capitalism. This is just another version of what the Chinese Communist Party has. They're lying to you. These layoffs are coming from artificial intelligence. They're not looking to get more productive. They're looking to get more efficient and get rid of the humans. And it's not a blue-collar thing right now. It's going to be a white-collar thing, administrative, managerial, tech at lower levels. So, like, we haven't screwed this youngest generation enough. Let's screw them again and take that decade of their 20s away from them when they actually get into the workforce. They start learning their craft. They have these tremendous experiences. As I said when I signed the proclamation that we have to have scientific and technical concurrence or agreement, and the nation's population has to understand what's going on. We have to put some guardrails up because you have these maniacs in Silicon Valley and people like Jensen Huang that are driving this. And what did I say? We have everything in our hands to cripple the Chinese Communist Party when it comes to artificial intelligence, from money and expertise and training and education and, wait for it, the chips. So we can't hand our mortal enemy a gun. They got a knife to our throat. We can't give them a bullet to put in the chamber to put the gun to our head. We've got a knife to our throat and a gun pressed up against our temple. It's time to play Smash Mouth. And yes, I realize, you can't decouple, Steve. It's not practical. You're right, it's not practical. You know what is also not practical? Telling the British go screw themselves and go into war with them. Back in 1775, you think the odds were long then? Yeah, the odds were quite long. Did they sit there and go, well, gosh, I don't know. We can't decouple from the aristocracy. We can't decouple from the British East India Company. We can't decouple from commons. We're Englishmen. We can't do that. 1/3 of our nation agreed with that. The Tories here, 1/3, the shapeshifters, the fence-sitters, hey, I'm going to see who wins this. There's a hard-bitten patriot said, screw yourself, throw down, how about this? Get on the receiving action of a little buckshot coming from Lexington Commons, or standing at the bridge at Concord. It has to happen here now. They're the mortal enemy of the Chinese people, Lao Beijing. This is the Chinese Communist Party, most murderous dictatorship in mankind's history. It's time Wall Street stopped kowtowing to them. The corporatists in this nation stopped kowtowing to them. The oligarchs in Silicon Valley stopped kowtowing, because that's the pressure on Trump. It's coming from the oligarchs, David Sachs and those guys. Oh gosh, we got to, we're partners. We're going to do this together. We're going to bring the world to peace and prosperity. They got a knife to our throat now, and you give them the chips, put a bullet in the chamber. These are not our allies. These are not our friends. They're not friends of the Chinese, the people in China, Lao Beijing. They've killed what, 250 million, and they brag about it. They're not going to hide it. They brag about it. The Cultural Revolution, the Great Leap Forward, the collectivization of the Chinese peasants. They brag about it, and that ain't counting, folks. 450 million forced abortions, 80% about little Chinese girls, female babies. Is that the feminists outrage about that? Are they outside the Chinese embassy? No. Because half of the undertaking of Antifa and this revolution going on in the United States is underwritten by them. Subversion's their thing. Well, they ain't going to subvert here. Let's play. I tell you, we got Vander Hay. Let's play a couple of minutes of it. It's about 7 minutes long. Let's go and play a couple of minutes of the AI jobs apocalypse. You ever heard of that before? You ever heard of that? Let's go and play it.
Target announcing cuts, slashing thousands of corporate roles. In their statements, companies cited in part growing pressure to operate more efficiently and to embrace the use of artificial intelligence. So, Jim Vandehei, that brings us around to your piece with Mike Allen, looking at how an AI job apocalypse unfolds in front of us, and it does seem to be accelerating, especially yesterday with that news from Amazon of 14,000 jobs cut, and then explicitly writing in their statement about the role of AI in the cuts.
Yeah, I think it's hard for viewers and readers to realize, to sort through all the news and really seize on what matters. I cannot stress to parents, to students, to anyone who's in a job that could be imminently affected by AI, what a big deal this is. You have all of these companies basically saying they're either laying off employees or that they're dramatically slowing hiring over the next year because of automation and because of AI. At the same time, you had this company, Mercor, a couple days ago raise money at a $10 billion valuation. It's a 2-year-old company started by and run by 22-year-olds who were college roommates and then dropped out not long ago. What that company does, and the reason it got such a high valuation, is it basically pays doctors and lawyers and other professionals to train AI to basically do their job, so that companies can then do the work of humans using robots or using artificial intelligence. This is unfolding very fast, and maybe it's not as bad as the naysayers say. There's no doubt. I've not found a single CEO that I have talked to in the last 6 months who's not told me privately that they are dramatically slowing hiring or not backfilling jobs when people leave or considering layoffs specifically because of AI. This should be the only topic that Congress is thinking about and talking about. I don't think most workers realize what's happening. In our piece, we linked to this report by Microsoft that was done this summer that shows you all of the tasks and all of the jobs that are most vulnerable. If you're in one of those jobs, or if your kid is going to school and considering those professions, you've got to be thinking about this. You have to be thinking about, how can I do that job if artificial intelligence can do it for free or do it better? In some cases, it can make you a better employee, but it might force you to think about doing something differently. And I don't think politicians are leveling with the American people. They're not talking about the extent of what's going to happen over the next 3 years. That doesn't mean AI couldn't be a massive boom like other technologies over a long horizon. But in the short term, it's really hard to see how a lot of people aren't going to end up struggling and trying to find a new job, especially if you're entry level coming out of college.
Now, that is the most informed show in Washington, D.C. for the consensus thinking. And they're sitting there with the audience going, you probably haven't heard this. We got to start focusing on it. The War Room Posse's been on this. Well, we've been on it 4 years because of the great Joe Allen. But very focused on this for the last year or two. The jobs apocalypse is coming. In the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the frontier companies don't want any regulations. To do that, we've got to make sure the Chinese Communist Party is handcuffed with no chips. Short commercial break. Christopher Leonard on the other side.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Hi,
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Howdy, Rap fam. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rap is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Birch Gold. Times are turbulent. The world's financial markets, gold has been a hedge. Now it's a new asset class. We're going back to the 19th century rapidly. Talk to the Birch Gold guys. Go to 2 ways. Birch Gold, End of the Dollar Empire. 7 free installments, working on an 8th. Been putting it out for 4 years. Get you up to speed on everything about the dollar as the prime reserve currency and how that's related to gold and how the BRICS nations are in a massive de-dollarization program. Birchgold.com, End of the Dollar Empire, /Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire. And you get to talk to Philip Patrick and the team. We also have another version that's directly related to investing in physical gold. Just take your phone out and text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898. Get access to the ultimate guide, which happens to be free, of investing in gold and precious metals. Do not forget silver. In the age of Trump, it's not the era of Trump, it's the age of Trump. Like you had the age of Jackson. The age of Trump. So check it out today, Birch Gold. In times of turbulence, find out why it's a hedge. Okay, Christopher Leonard, you are a kind of a hero to this audience for the Lords of Easy Money. Really one of the best books that one should read if you want to understand economic populism and what it really means and how the system is stacked against you. You're also, but you're now shifting. You're actually doing a book, and you take years of research to do this. We talked to you about it in Kansas City a little bit. That when we were out there with the Hillsdale College to speak a while ago, it takes you years to study. You've got a great article piece up in Politico I want to get to about how, hey, folks, wait a second, do we have the armaments we think we have, and why don't we have them? But you are spending a lot of time on artificial intelligence and military use. Can you explain that? How important is artificial intelligence right now in everything dealing with the conduct of war?
Yeah. So as you know, as we talked about, I'm writing a book about the defense industry that goes all the way back to 1932 and up through today. And I'll tell you, when I'm looking at artificial intelligence today in the military realm, it reminds me a lot of the role that aircraft played in the early 1940s. What I'm trying to say is that in the early 40s, aircraft was this revolutionary technology that was changing the world. We were on the cutting edge of it, and military planners knew that aircraft were going to play an important role in fighting war, but they didn't know exactly how. And that is in my mind all the time right now as I'm out here at, visiting with people, interviewing people in the industry, going to arms trade shows. What they know is that AI is an extraordinarily powerful technology. It's already changing the face of war. As you've seen in Ukraine, it has revolutionized how war is fought. And right now, you've got a lot of upstart companies, Anduril, Shield AI, Palantir, that are starting to harness this technology and use it. Everybody knows it's going to be transformative. Everybody knows it's going to play a central role in the next conflicts, should they come. But what's unclear is exactly how this is going to play out. And, what we saw with aviation technology is that once the shooting starts, so to speak, it gains a momentum of its own. And the technology is going to get used however it needs to be used to win a conflict once it starts. So I guess what I'd say is we are at the early stages of this technology being unleashed in conflict, but everybody who's around it knows that it's going to be transformative. I was talking with a guy who runs a company called Shield AI that is making these networks of autonomous drones. And I mean, it's shocking to talk to people like this. They're saying that the entire force structure that we conceive of with battleships, with F-35 jets, it's not that it's totally obsolete, but it's going to be completely changed when you have armies of autonomous, self-directing drones, millions of drones that can pilot themselves and kill the enemy, that are going to be out on the battlefield. So we know it's going to change everything, but it's at the early stages right now.
When you say early stages, let's talk about the defense of Taiwan. Since Taiwan's 90 miles off of the coast of mainland China, and you have the 7th Fleet and kind of carrier battle groups, do you think carrier battle groups and carrier strike groups are a relic of the past, given this new drone warfare? If you can send 10,000 drones to just hit it'd be like kamikaze, right, off of Okinawa in like 45. Are we prepared to fight, particularly fight at sea, this new artificial intelligence warfare?
This is what I can say. And to be clear, like, I am not a military analyst. I'm just talking to people who are. It's at this moment, it's too early to say that the battle carriers, that these things are obsolete. What I can tell you for sure is that there is tremendous concern inside the Pentagon, outside the Pentagon, that we're not equipped to handle a large-scale conflict in the Straits of Taiwan, for example. And here's what I mean by that. You know, the article you mentioned that went up this week in Politico magazine is really about our munitions, because what we do know is that any conflict in the Straits of Taiwan will unfold extremely rapidly, almost surely, and it's going to create tremendous demand for these very high-end guided missiles, mid-range missiles. And there was a war game that's really important that was conducted by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. It's this old, pretty well-established think tank in D.C. And what this war game showed is that the United States would run out of these very important munitions in a matter of weeks, and if there was a full-scale conflict in Taiwan. And what's unclear to us is how quickly the Chinese themselves would run out, because they keep their missile stocks under lock and key. It's hard to gauge the exact numbers that they have. But as you know, they have tremendous industrial capacity in China. They have the industrial capacity that was the equivalent of what the United States had in 1940 that allowed us to win World War II. And so there's huge concern in the Pentagon that even if we were to have a conflict on the terms as it now exists, like leave AI to the side for a second with drone swarms and all the rest, that we would run out of munitions in a matter of weeks. And these missiles that we would run out of take years to build, are incredibly sophisticated with these guidance systems and all the rest. These aren't artillery shells. And you know, what I've been looking at is the supply chain the United States has to produce these munitions. And again, I'm not trying to dodge the question here, but this is a question separate of AI and how that's going to change it with the drone swarms. And I would describe that as a huge question mark. Yes.
Hang on. Yeah. I thought we were the greatest industrial power in the world, and every time I look around, we're cutting some deal with the Ukraine. I mean, we're stealing the EU, excuse me, not us, the EU with our wink and a nod. The EU is stealing the Russian people's assets for the first time. It's one of the reasons gold's been on fire. They're stealing the $380 billion to pay, basically give it to Ukraine, to then Ukraine pay the United States for munitions. We're sending, I think, Patriots and THAADs and everything, Aegis-class cruisers to the Eastern Med to defend Israel when Netanyahu's trying to trump up this war with the Persians. We're sending munitions everywhere. Is that in your calculation? Is that the reason, or is it just we just don't have the industrial capacity because we shipped that industrial capacity over to China because they had nothing? So is it that we're giving the world... what is it? Palmer Luckey keeps saying we don't want to be the world's policeman. We want to be the world's gun shop. Well, to be the gun shop, you got to be able to produce the guns, metaphorically. Are you saying we can't do that, or are we already given our top priority went to Ukraine and went to Israel, sir?
Huge question. So much going on here. Here's what I would say: as we do give away these munitions around the world at this moment, I cannot overstate the level of alarm inside the Pentagon about our reserve of these munitions. For example, you know about the THAAD, T-H-A-A-D batteries that went over to Israel, and many THAAD interceptors were fired off to protect Israel against the attack from Iran. Every one of those missiles is a tremendous, precious resource. Let me tell you this. One of the people I interviewed for this article is an Army colonel who worked for the Joint Chiefs of Staff looking at our defense industrial base and looking at our ability to ramp up production to meet new needs, to keep our own supplies of these munitions in place, and to even increase our supply. And she was tremendously concerned. What I'm telling you now is that for the United States itself, there is a wait time measured in years to get new interceptor missiles, to get new mid-range missiles, long-range missiles, even the stuff we fire from drones or helicopters, like the Hellfire missile, which was a bread-and-butter munition of the war on terror. There's a 2-year wait for new Hellfire missiles right now. So what we have are these reserve stocks of these munitions, and as they're used in combat around the world right now, we're basically burning down those reserves we have, as there's a tremendously long wait time for new reserves. So what I would say is that we've gotten into this position where our defense industrial base is really scrambling to keep up with demand. There is not a giant Fort Knox of these munitions that we can just draw from endlessly at this moment. And as I said, I mean, you're looking at war games right now that say we would run out of missiles in a matter of weeks, and in some munitions maybe a month or two, if there was a full-scale conflict in Taiwan. So there really is a lot of concern that we don't have the industrial capacity to produce what we need in the time we would need to get these munitions out into the field.
So when Pearl Harbor was attacked, right, that was when Churchill, I think late that night, he talked to FDR, and he said when he went to bed, it was the first time that he actually believed in his heart of hearts that they were going to survive because the United States was in the war. And the reason was the arsenal of democracy, which really was Detroit, or coming out of Detroit, this massive ability to do mass production, industrial scale mass production. Are you telling us in your research for your book, you're coming to the conclusion, and by the way, I only got a minute. In fact, I'll wait and give you some runway on the other side on this, that the Chinese Communist Party, because Wall Street and the corporatists shipped, and the private equity guys and the venture capitalists, Sequoia Capital, Goldman Sachs, all of them, shipped our industrial capacity to mainland China, that we're no longer the arsenal of democracy. In fact, they are really the arsenal of totalitarianism, Christopher?
What I would say is in 1940, we were China. We were the world's manufacturing colossus. You talk about Detroit. I just spent about a week in Burbank, California, where Lockheed Aircraft began. That was a manufacturing town where every other employee knew how to take apart and rebuild an engine. Everybody knew the industrial arts intimately. And that's what created the war machine of the 1940s. You look at the United States in 2025, we have deindustrialized over decades, really diligently deindustrialized, worked really hard to move that capacity overseas. And now we're reaping the impact of that. And it's not to say the game is over, but we are not what we were in 1940. There's no question about that. And the industry is struggling to keep up.
Christopher, just hang on for 1 second. Short commercial break. Christopher Leonard on the other side.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Go talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team today. Every dream you've ever had is in that home, if you're fortunate enough to own one. And trust me, if you're under 35, it's been a struggle. 90% of your net worth is tied up in that home, in the equity in it. People under 35, you know, the Russian serf class in our country, now that are getting eviscerated by artificial intelligence, job apocalypse. Going to be even tougher for them. So don't let, you know, AI, cyber, rogue lawyer, rogue accountant, rogue family member, anything get their mitts on that title. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez of the team today. Christopher Leonard. And Leonard, here's why the audience loves you. I will rant and rave and try to bait you, and you just come back, and, well, Steve, let's just look at the facts, okay? It's so great. That's why Lord's Easy Money is so powerful, and I know this book on the defense industry is going to be incredible. Talk to me, though, about, let's go rare earths first and then artificial intelligence, because one leads the other. The heavy rare earths, I keep saying it's a knife to the throat of President Trump as he tries to negotiate, because they understand they can shut the production lines down, the industrial production lines down in 4 to 6 weeks. Your thoughts on that?
Critically important issue, and it's really just another facet of what we've been talking about, which is, you know, military power is intimately intertwined with the power of industrial production. And, you know, industrial production goes all the way from the factory floor with well-trained factory workers. And by the way, I've got to say, these folks who work in these factories are highly, highly skilled, incredibly well-trained people. You know, we think of a factory as punching out metal parts, but these folks are working with micro circuit boards and all the rest. But that work traces all the way around the world back to rare earth mines, and this is all part of the supply chain. What's so interesting is how there was a great article in the Wall Street Journal last week about how the United States essentially traded away its capacity to mine rare earth minerals. We sort of got that business off the board because it seemed like less profitable, and we sort of left that work to China, which really aggressively moved into that space with state-run enterprises with a strategic goal that we're seeing play out now. I mean, China's move to license the use of rare earths, which essentially kind of unilaterally takes control over who can and cannot use these processed rare earths, is just a tremendous leveraging of the power they've developed by developing this industry. So what does that mean for us? I mean, as you know, it's very well reported. These minerals are used in very specific niche components, like special magnets that are in fighter jets, missiles, of course, consumer products like cars, but for our concerns, they're just vital components of almost all military hardware, very advanced military hardware. And I mean, I will tell you, it's not like the defense companies or the Pentagon are just sitting back passively. I was over in the United Arab Emirates earlier this year, and an executive for Lockheed Martin was talking about the very assertive actions they're taking to try to source these minerals from around the world. They're trying to stockpile reserves of these minerals and the components made from these minerals. So it's not like they're just passively sitting back and letting China control it, but it is such an uphill battle. China produces roughly 90% of all these rare earth minerals. So what that leaves is these defense companies and others scrambling to work around the edges in that other 10% of the market, or cut deals with China to continue to have access to this. And I just think there's no doubt about it that it's highlighting a tremendous point of vulnerability in these global supply chains that kind of echoes back to those moments of the COVID lockdown where we found we could no longer make simple equipment like face masks. And so this is another point of vulnerability in the sort of global supply chain that we've been relying on for decades to produce the defense materials we need.
But where we have the commanding heights is in advanced chip design and chip production, particularly with our allies in Taiwan. That's why these negotiations are so important, particularly about the Blackwell chip and others. And you just mentioned that warfare's changing, right, to the massive armies or massive fleets of these self-autonomous or autonomous drones. Where do we stand right now? How big a stake is it? How high are the stakes about the entire negotiations on chips?
Stakes are enormous. As you know, these chips are the backbone of the future of military power. I really do think that that's fair to say. As you, the chips have become a bargaining chip. Not to use that kind of cliche, but as you know, when we sell weapons around the world, and by the way, the United States is the world's largest exporter of sophisticated weaponry. We control 40% of the global market. This isn't a market like automobiles or televisions. Every weapon sold, it's sort of like the currency of geopolitics. You give this important technology to your allies, you withhold it from your opponents. These chips, the NVIDIA chips, the chips that apparently Trump is going to be talking about with Xi, these are the foundation, these are the backbone of the future of military power. And as you can see, when Trump was over in the Middle East, he made a deal to export some of these chips to our close ally, the United Arab Emirates. They are rapidly building enormous infrastructure in the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, a backbone of compute power based on these chips. So this is sort of the race for establishing the foundational power of AI in the future, and the stakes of who does and who doesn't get these chips is just enormous.
Christopher, where do people go to get your writings? The Politico story is amazing. We're going to push it out. We did it the other day. We're going to push it again. Where do folks go to keep up with all your research and thoughts?
All my articles are at ChristopherLeonard.biz. I'll be putting that Politico article up there today, hopefully soon. And I'm C. Leonard News on Twitter.
Christopher Leonard, a steady Eddie, a safe pair of hands, the lords of easy money, and new research coming out about the defense industry. Christopher, thank you so much for carving out time to do this. Appreciate you. Isn't it ironic that we leave with The Right Stuff off a classic novel, a magnificent film, a great score about America at its height? The space program in the 50s and the test pilots in the 50s and early 1960s. Dr. Roberts at Heritage next in the War Room.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 29 October, year of our Lord 2025. 1 year ago today, I was sprung from federal prison, and I talked about that day, not just Trump winning, but what was going to happen afterwards. And you guys are the bulwark against that, as they're coming for this movement like never before. One of the things I would like to see is actually even more intensity, and this is why I think is going to take a special counsel directly reporting to the Oval Office to make sure we go after the deep state and take it apart. Dr. Kevin Roberts joins us. Dr. Roberts, I wanted you on here. We're going to talk a little bit about the shutdown, but I got to go because you're a big picture thinker. And in doing Project 2025, where you were taking the best from Russ Vought and from many of the great geopolitical thinkers, national security, China was always at the center of it. We're in these negotiations today. The president, and folks should understand, when you talk about rare earths, you talk about production lines, you talk about these chips, The president is under enormous pressure by the business community. The business community wants rapprochement with the CCP all the time because they're business partners. The lords of easy money on Wall Street, the venture capitalists, Sequoia Capital, Goldman Sachs, all of them, plus the corporatists and the oligarchs in Silicon Valley. Because without the China, they're the ones that shipped the manufacturing base over to China. Think about what Christopher Leonard said, and as you know, he's steady Eddie. He's never going to get into the hyperbole. He just does the research. This is why these books he puts out are always blockbusters and become seminal works that people refer to. Because he'll go back over 10 years, and after they release the minutes of the governors of the Federal Reserve, he'll go and read them all, and then he'll write a book about it. And that's when you actually see how you got screwed in the bailouts of the financial crash in 2008. It was the reason Donald Trump is president of the United States in 2016. Directly connected. So Dr. Roberts, and I think they're announcing they're already buying soybeans. So you can see the optics. And I love the fact we're buying soybeans, but soybeans ain't the issue. The issue is these heavy rare earths. They have a knife to our throat. They smartly bought these processing facilities back in like 2014, 2015 under Obama's watch with Joe Biden, supposed to be in charge of Asia. Remember that? We now know he was in business with the Chinese Communist Party, and they shipped it all over. So we don't have any processing ability for these heavy rare earths. At the same time, we're in a high-stakes negotiation over these advanced chips, which, as Christopher Leonard said in his research and story in Politico he had the other day, that artificial intelligence and advanced chip design is at the center of a new kind of robot army and robot fleets of autonomous drones that are coming in the tens of thousands for our carrier strike groups. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, there's a lot there, and there's a lot there because all of that is connected to the most important question, at least as it relates to national security for Americans in the 21st century, and that is, do we have enough of a spine as a people in the United States to confront the scale of the threat that the Chinese Communist Party has been for a generation? Just to back up a step before getting into some of the details of your great question, Steve, I think it's important for your audience to know, maybe be reminded, that Heritage, like every other organization on the right with the best of intentions, I certainly thought this too, we believe that we were going to turn China into America because of free enterprise, because of American values. That was a very well-intentioned thought. But it's now well past time for the corporate entities that you described, that you listed, to join the fight. As Heritage said in a spring 2023 major analysis, which we call the New Cold War with China, that the Chinese Communist Party is the greatest existential threat to the United States, to self-governance around the world since 1776. All of that to get to the heart of your question. I was visiting a drone manufacturer, American drone manufacturer in Utah last week, and I went into that conversation, that visit, Steve, knowing the tremendous disparity just in that one particular sector of our defense industrial base. It is massive. That gap is massive between the production of drones, for example, here in the United States and what the Chinese have been doing. The second thing is, to your key point about rare earth minerals, which gets into the strategy of President Trump's administration today with Xi. We don't realize in the United States how nefarious the radical left has been in wedding the anti-permitting, the inability of rare earth mines and production to exist in the United States with the equally important threat from the Chinese themselves. It really was a deal with the devil. That is what the radical left under Obama and Biden did to prevent that. Therefore, it is remarkable. It might even be miraculous that Donald Trump is walking into this meeting with Xi with a hell of a hand. I mean, his negotiating position is really strong. To your point, I'm really glad that we got a deal on soybeans. That's actually, there's some farmers in this country that'd be happy about that, and that's important to some extent. But what's far more important is if the president is able to walk away with a deal on rare earth minerals. The reason that's even a possibility, in spite of this long list of transgressions by the Chinese towards us, is because Trump has completely changed the terms of the debate. So we're at Heritage cautiously optimistic about the outcome of this conversation with Xi. The caution that's there is not any lack of confidence in Trump, who's really upended the geopolitical order, but it's because the Chinese, to your point and the point of my colleagues over the last few years, have lapped us for a generation, and we're latecomers in recognizing that we need to fix the problem.
You know, he's done this, and if you look at the sophistication of the chess pieces, the trade deal in the littoral nations of the South China Sea, these defense pacts, going to Japan, the most successful visit I think we've ever had to Japan. President Trump is signaling Xi about who our allies are and how strong we are in the first, second, third island chains, and also on the mainland of Asia, particularly in East Asia. So he's coming today having played, I think sometimes a bad hand well, particularly on rare earths. But I want to go back to the study because I want to get that. We're going to put it back up, Grace and Mo, this spring 23. You guys kind of shocked people because you said since 1776, this is the greatest mortal danger the United States ever had, understanding that in the late 1930s with the rise of fascism and the imperial Japanese staff, and then in the Cold War, we've had a couple of times, right, in the late 70s and in the late 1930s that it looked pretty grim. Why was this different? Why did actually Heritage, which is known as Steady Eddie also, why did you say that this is the greatest danger we've had since the founding of the nation after the revolution?
We know what we're saying when we say that. And for some well-intentioned Americans, it may seem like we're being engaged in hyperbole, but in fact, it's very intentional. You offer the example of the 1930s, offer the example, obviously, of the 1970s and 80s with the Soviets. Heck, I'm an early American historian. I mean, the United States confronting Britain, you might consider them an existential threat, including in the War of 1812. All of that to say, not a single one of those adversaries, whether they be individual countries like Germany or broader movements of fascism, had the economic power over the United States that the Chinese has had for the last 10 or 15 years. And particularly under Xi, who even accounting for the different rules, shall we say, of politics in China, has accrued and centralized power for himself and his closest advisors, the Chinese Communist Party has emerged as not just an economic and military adversary to the United States, but a very clear, direct threat to the American way of life, which is a way of saying a very direct threat to self-governance for any human on the planet. And the fact that you've got economic elites in Silicon Valley, New York, Washington, of course, who are hiring K Street lobbyists, Brussels, London, who are still in bed with the Chinese, tells you all you need to know. And so God bless Donald Trump for so many things, but I would put at the top of the list, Steve, or at least number two, after closing the southern border, teaching us that for Americans in the 2020s, if we don't change our policy toward the Chinese, whether it's on opening up rare earth mineral production here domestically, whether it is confronting the reality that we have K Street lobbying firms who are making millions of dollars representing the Chinese Communist Party, but most of all, that when you account for the lethal combination of Xi's lethal way of approaching geopolitics with Chinese culture, which is that they're willing to play the very, very long game and wait us out, that the United States would be doomed were it not for Donald Trump. I'm thoroughly convinced that if, in fact, the CCP is the greatest adversary to the United States in our history, that Donald Trump, therefore, may be one of its most important saviors on that point and others. And I think when he walks away from the negotiations with Xi, it's going to be one of the most historic achievements, even if some of the details are not concluded. Obviously, this is going to be the first of many conversations, as it should be. I just think we can't underscore enough at Heritage, going back to that study we made in 2023, how much progress we've made in 2.5 years. But we wouldn't be able to say that if the election last year had turned out differently.
Doctor, the reason we're going to have you on here today was about the shutdown, and quite frankly, I think we're playing the cards great, and we shouldn't budge an inch. Your thoughts on that as we come up to the EBIT cards being cut off and all these threatened riots and, looting the stores and everything is going to happen on November 1st. Your thoughts on where we stand on this and how we stick to our guns and work through this?
Two comments, one on the substance of the matter and another on the politics of it. On the substance of it, it is literally true that the off-ramp to the shutdown is for 8 or 9 or 10 Democrats in the Senate to join the Republican majority and vote to reopen the government. They have been given that opportunity 13 times, and they've not done it. Those are the facts. You could be a liberal Democrat and not like reality, not understand reality. Those are the facts. And it's also a fact that the radical left continues to prioritize giving free health care to 1.2 million illegal aliens over funding our troops. That's just a fact. The substance of the matter is that the conservatives in Congress are on solid ground, and the administration has been fantastic. The vice president in particular yesterday with the Senate Republicans bucking them up. That leads me to the second point about the politics, Steve. I'm hard-pressed in my professional career of 25 years or so to come up with another example of Republicans in Washington actually having the spine to be at a shutdown of 28 days and 11 hours. And the reason that they're doing so is because Trump has given them the messaging. He's given them the spine to do so. The vice president, of course, has been fantastic in dealing with Congress. But I have to give credit, too, not just to Speaker Johnson, who's been magnificent, but also to Leader Thune. And I like a movement conservative, most movement conservatives, I was a little skeptical about Thune's ability to lead in a situation like this. But hats off to him. All of that to say, don't blink. Do not fold your hand when you're winning the game. And that's another thing that conservatives, when we're in power, have to learn. It's the whole motivation behind our presidential transition project, which is to marry the substance with the politics. And the reason I can be so confident in saying that, Steve, is not because I'm the president of the Heritage Foundation. It's because I'm a normal guy like you and your audience. And I spend time with real, ordinary Americans who, when they're asked the question, how has your life changed because of the shutdown? If anything, they say that it's improved.
Dr. Roberts, magnificent. Where do we get you on social media, and how do we get over to Heritage and find out more about the work you're doing, not just Project 2025, but to execute on the president's agenda, sir?
Heritage.org, and you can follow me on X at Kevin Roberts TX.
That comes in a little hot sometimes, that Twitter account, I noticed.
Yeah, I like America. I want to save it.
Dr. Roberts, Dr. Kevin Roberts, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Wow. What a lineup. Christopher Leonard, Steady Eddie. Dr. Kevin Roberts from Heritage, Steady Eddie. Next, Alex Jones and Steve Bannon. We're going to see where this goes. The great Alex Jones will join us. We're going to take a short commercial break. Take your phone out. Text Bannon, BANNON, 989898. Get the ultimate guide, which happens to be free, to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Don't forget silver. And don't forget, it's all about physical gold. Short break.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Alex Jones, so tonight, 10 o'clock to 1 in the morning at least, and we're playing this a little bit by ear because it's going to be during the Xi-Trump meeting, which is so historic. So Brian Glenn's going to be with us. I'm here to announce that Alex Jones is going to join us, okay? He's going to kick the show off with us at 10 o'clock. Alex, I want to thank you for doing that. So you've got so many thoughts on China. I'm going to hold it to then. I want to get to the business at hand. It's at 3 o'clock in the morning, 1 year ago, 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, I was released from federal prison in Danbury. Now, at a year later, Alex Jones, I find out that you and I were targeted with 44, I think, others, with another 111 in kind of the on-deck circle, by the Justice Department, the FBI, more than anybody ever thought. I mean, the scandals that broke in the last couple days. One on this Arctic frost went from Grassley to Jim Jones. We had the chairman of Judiciary on yesterday, Jim Jordan, but also the and I don't want to call it the autopan, really the lawlessness of the executive orders and pardons coming out of Biden. This entire regime was incredibly lawless, but they were focused on the leaders of MAGA to take them out and not just bankrupt them with legal as they're trying to do with you, but put all of us in prison for a long time, sir.
Absolutely, and it's no secret that as soon as Trump got in, and even when he was president-elect, and even when he won the nomination in Cleveland in 2016 and had that first historic victory, that you, Manafort, and Flynn and others were the main targets, and then it moved on to myself and Roger Stone and many others. But now with this Arctic frost and the spying on the 8 senators, and now we learned congressmen and women, your name appears in there, my name appears in there, and most of it is blacked out or has this Justice Department code that jumbles it all up. So I talked to 2 different FBI agents this morning that are analyzing and going over it, and actually part of this has already hit the news, but there's code in there for the type of investigations. It wasn't just that we were questioning the election, which is totally legal and lawful. It wasn't just they were trying to frame us for their Fedsurrection January 6th, but it was a dragnet looking into banking and money and gambling, and just a whole giant dragnet with all the FBI field offices across the country, all hands on deck. So this is a target list. It's much bigger than just, some senators' phone records and who are they talking to. And then you and I are the only journalist on the list. And then I'm the only person on the unredacted areas who knows what's redacted. 90% is redacted, covered up. where they say they have my cell phone data, and we know they got that through the Justice Department, Democrat Party, Sandy Hook lawsuits that they ran. So there they are using discovery at the time to then hand that over without a warrant to Jack Smith because he tried to subpoena my cell phone and, of course, made us testify to their fake kangaroo Jan 6 committee. And when I fought it and beat it in federal court, and just that alone cost like $20,000, they went, that's okay. We'll just go to this lawfare we're running and we'll get his cell phone contents there. And they got over a year of cell phone data, text messages, all of it. And, of course, they found nothing illegal of any type. But when we read the documents, it was a total dragnet to find anything, stocks, gambling, anything. So all of us were literally on a list that would have made somebody like President Nixon, who did almost nothing compared to this, blush. And he had 100 and something names in a safe that they were thinking about using the IRS on. Well, the Democrats have been bragging since Obama that they've targeted millions of conservatives with the IRS and thousands of nonprofits and Republican groups. So this is all part of this ratcheting up terrorization of the American people. And so this scandal is much, much bigger than them just spying on who was talking to Trump after January 6th. This was a dragnet excuse, but that's what Ed Martin said months ago, and he's got Jack Smith's emails and material now. He said this on the record, that Smith planned these giant show trial hearings where hundreds of people would be tried at a time in D.C., similar to the Sicilian mafia trials back in the 90s in Italy. And so all of this was planned, and they were looking for anything they could find. And guess what? There they were now, a key dragnet of 40 plus, 100 people in their orbit. They were also looking at their communications and things. In a lot of cases, we now know without warrants, to try to find something, and they found nothing. Meanwhile, you can't scratch the surface of a Democrat, Pelosi, Crockett, any of them, and not find massive insider trading. We now have Crockett with secret stock portfolios, totally on its face, 100% felony, but I wouldn't hold my breath for anything out of the Justice Department because there are some good people there, but they tend to get blocked by a culture that wants to protect itself. So this is do or die. We finally have some traction with 3 indictments. We need hundreds of indictments because this was their plan, to have permanent tyranny, basically lawfare, martial law in this country. And if we don't remove this cancer quickly, in just a few years, we will be back under it, but it will be with a vengeance. So this is do or die, but there's the big enchilada. This was not just about Jan 6. It was a giant dragnet, and they were arrogant enough in these documents to admit it was a dragnet looking for anything, not just Jan 6.
Okay, you and I are in agreement that we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the deep state, and it must be done. If we go through the couple of Trump's terms and we haven't destroyed it root and branch and grinded it into dust, everything we will do can be reversed. So, Alex Jones, you're a strategist. Walk me through because you're right. There's subpoenas all over the place, but we just don't have the manpower. First off, Cash should let go today half of the FBI. The FBI is so corrupt as an institution, it cannot be allowed to go forward. And I realize Cash is trying to do his best job there and doing it, but having photos at Quantico and jumping out of planes, and I've just recruited it doesn't wash. It's not washing. People hate the FBI. It's got to be taken apart. The same with the Justice Department. Main Justice, Pam and that crowd are barely hanging on by their fingertips. So what then is to be done, Alex Jones? We have to do this. This is number one priority, because if we don't destroy the deep state, it's going to eventually grow back and infect this republic. So what do we do, sir?
Well, continue to lay out the urgency. I was just 30 minutes ago talking to a well-known FBI whistleblower who's going to be on my show today, and he was saying, look, they got rid of the supposed head FBI agent over Arctic Frost, but his boss is still there. So we continue to spotlight, name names, have those people removed. And then we can see that the Democrats were coordinating at the White House with Fani Willis and Letitia James and these state and local prosecutors with the feds. And I think Trump transparently should say, here's all the documents, here's what Tulsi Gabbard's put out, here's the proof. As a federal government, we're overwhelmed. And so we need the state attorney generals, these are state crimes as well, to aggressively start investigating and then indicting deep staters at the state and county and even city level. We have to attack. We have to use every resource we have. We have to have full mobilization. And we, again, also in the InfoWar, have to continue to expose these creatures and their operations. We have to continue to cut off their NGO money that they use to finance their base. And so, yes, I would give an A for effort by the Trump administration to go after the deep state. I'd give them a B- or even a C- for action and delivery. But on the cutting off the funds, pretty much an A- right now. And that's why the Democrats have the shutdown. That's why they want the EBT cards and welfare not to go out this Saturday, because they are desperate. Make no mistake, in the cutting off the money department and in the rehabilitating America's vision and America's will and our morale, I'd give Trump an A+, and on securing the border an A+. And so we just have to have continued full, absolute mobilization and just continue raising the alarm that this is a death battle all the way, and that our enemies started this, they did this, they're clear-cut tyrants, and that if we don't do everything we can within the law to crush them mercilessly and put them in prison, then we are signing not just the next generation, but ourselves into a living hell. This is life and death. Steve Bannon knows they're coming to put him in prison. Alex Jones knows they're coming. Trump knows. And so Trump just absolutely, I mean, I said 6-7 months ago, I said, if we don't have indictments within 6 months, doesn't matter who's good, who's bad. Trump needs to fire the leadership, put new people in. And I said, put the AG of Missouri in, put the AG of Texas in. Don't play games and just be absolutely merciless about this, because we're dealing with tyrants. We're dealing with hardcore, arrogant criminals. And this is do or die. I mean, I could just say that 1,000 times. This is do or die. And I'm at my post. I'm not evacuating. I'm not going to give up no matter what. I see victory in sight. But everybody else out there needs to understand this is not business as usual. This isn't all the old-fashioned candy-ass Republican Party. And we're seeing a lot more aggressiveness, a lot more hardcore behavior from even the Republican leadership. That's because they're starting to get it. But they still aren't cut from, you know, the real revolutionary cloth, a lot of them. It's up to us that are the real leaders to turn the heat up to white hot maximum, to be the leadership in action and in attitude and in will, to encourage and inspire not just people in government, but in corporations and in life and private citizens. You're on an airplane, you hear some globalist bragging, you're at a bar, you see something, you see some leftist group doing something, shoot video of it, upload it, get it out there, be the eyes and ears, see something, say something, realize America is at war for its very survival now.
Alex, hang on for 1 second. I want to give all your coordinates. I want people to watch the show this afternoon. We'll see you back here tonight, but just hang through the short break and we'll get all your coordinates out there.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
I don't see what's happening out there. They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Alex, I just want to reiterate, I realize you got to get ready for your show. The importance, this is not about J6. It's broader than J6, right? It's everything. Just give me that again, will you?
Yes, I talked to several, one current, one former FBI agent today. And I said, what have they got from the documents? They're just looking at them. They say, well, these codes mean different types of investigations, including money laundering, stock trading, gambling. And then we fed it through ChatGPT, the full document that the House Judiciary Committee got from Senator Grassley's committee. And ChatGPT gave us a report saying the same thing, that it showed a task force to all the FBI field offices with directives to target these 40-something people, Steve Bannon, Alex Jones, Trump's family right there at the middle of it, then all of Trump's key lawyers, and then his law firms, Ed Martin. So people have to understand, when we take these people on, we just had the Democrats 8 months ago, their top lawyers say, anybody helping Trump in his administration, any lawyers working for him, we're going to put you in prison once we're back in power. Hakeem Jeffries just said it again 2 weeks ago. And I'm not trying to say, oh, we're heroes here. I'm trying to explain to the viewers how existential this is, and the fact that Ed Martin and people like that are the warriors that are fully committed and fully understand what we're up against. And we need your prayers, your word of mouth, and your support, because we are fighting for all of our collective futures together. And people need to understand how serious this is, and that, again, Congress is not as sophisticated, I understand, as a lot of journalists and researchers. That's why information like we've just revealed here, I have it all right here in front of me. I'll cover my show today. But I was asking Stephen on the break with his great crew, get into this, because this is even more outrageous that they were so cavalier, they sent out the code directives and the orders to the FBI field offices to look for anything and everything, not, quote, for us planning J6, or how dare us go through the electoral process and make challenges that are constitutional and legal. That's bad enough. This was absolute proof that this was a total witch hunt based on no evidence. Yeah. And then when they got all the information, they found zero evidence of criminal activity by any of these people in Trump's orbit that are just in Trump's orbit because he's our best shot at saving the country.
It was a whole of government, and Alex Jones is completely right. It's Trump, and then it's the folks around Trump, and then it's you in the audience. That's why we got to get on top of this and break this deep state up. Alex, where do they get the show today? You're going to have the whistleblower on. You're coming back to be with us tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time here on Real America's Voice, as Rav and the War Room do a couple hours of coverage live about this historic meeting between Xi and President Trump in South Korea. Where do people go, sir?
Well, for now, this is close to being shut down. Infowars.com/show. Real Alex Jones on X, the Alex Jones Network on Rumble. And I ask the viewers when they tune in, share the feeds, share the links. They're the Paul Reveres. Tell those they share it with to share it. The War Room do the exact same thing. There are only 2 or 3 shows, and I'm not proud of this. I wish we had more people that really totally get it. There's really only Infowars and then Steve Bannon and his orbit of badass folks like Jack Posobiec and others that really understand the full spectrum of this. We've got to get this understanding out to everybody, to the state lawmakers, the local lawmakers, the national lawmakers. We're fighting a globalist operation, international lawmakers. But as the public understands more of this, which is happening, it dooms the globalists once their criminal program is understood. And that's why these transmissions are literally the key to setting humanity free. And I'm very blessed to be here with you, and I'm very honored to be on you tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern on the War Room for the Trump Xi Jinping summit in South Korea.
Brother, thank you so much. Have a great show today. We'll be watching with the whistleblower from the FBI. This is a massive story. Whole of government approach and put Trump and his entire movement in prison and bankrupt them at the same time. Sir, thank you so much. He mentioned Ed Martin. Ed's such a patron and hero, what he's doing over there, but these guys are outmanned. Tage Gill. We had artificial intelligence. We had the great Christopher Leonard say, hey, you better be glad you changed professions from being a gunman, right, for the United States to being a barista. I guess you're more than a barista. You're actually a master roaster of great coffees. Talk to me. I need a cup of coffee today after the show, and we're going to be up to 1 in the morning, and I've got stuff all afternoon. It's going to be crazy because there's so much stuff going on here, and now we're back in D.C. that everybody wants to come. We're going to sit down with everybody. I need a cup of coffee, a great cup of coffee. Where do I get it?
You get the best cup of coffee you can get at warpath.coffee. That's the website. It's warpath.coffee. And use promo code WARROOM. I just bumped it up to 20% today for the War Room Posse. So warpath.coffee, promo code WARROOM. And if you haven't tried it or heard about it, we roast it on a perforated drum. And by doing that, we don't burn the beans at all, not even the tips. And that's why you can drink our coffee straight black. You don't need milk. You don't need sugar. You can drink it healthy. And Steve, you're the one who coined the phrase, the champagne of coffee. Like, just go on our website and look at the reviews. We have over 14,000. Hopefully it'll be up to 15,000 soon. And people absolutely love our coffee. We've got everything, dark roast, medium roast, the breakfast blend. We've got K-Cups. We've got flavored coffees. We got mugs. So if you haven't tried it, warpath.coffee and use promo code WARROOM and you get 20% off today. It is the best coffee.
Brother, it's amazing. You've done such a great job, and I'm glad you made that shift. Now that I know from Christopher Leonard and people that the robots and the what is it, the drones, the autonomous drones are coming. I don't think they'll ever take the place of the Navy SEALs, though. Do you, Tage?
No. The AI will just be tools for the Navy SEALs and other special operators. You're still going to have the guys on the ground, but we're moving towards the Terminator. Remember that movie, Arnold Schwarzenegger, The Terminator? All these old 1980s movies are coming true. It's like somebody had a crystal ball.
Like they did. Tage, one more time, where do people go to get the champagne of coffee? You don't need cream or sugar. He's taking care of the acid problem. There's no acidity in this coffee. You can drink it the way it's supposed to be consumed. That is black. Where do they go?
That's right. Warpath.coffee is the website, and use promo code WARROOM, and that'll get you 20% off today, and that's for the War Room Posse. Warpath.coffee, promo code WARROOM. It is the best coffee out there. Thank you, Steve.
Such a magnificent job. Great company, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Steve Stern. We're within striking distance. So right now, let me just give you another programming. We're going to be doing live coverage, I think starting at 9 o'clock. Studio 6B is going to do the 8 to 9, and some polls will be closing. We're going to pick it up at 9, and those guys are going to stick with us because they're New York, the greater New York area. I think they're on Long Island. But the two historical ones next week are in California and New York. You're going to wake up with a different Democratic Party on Wednesday, and we're going to be there to cover it all. We're also going to dip in and out of the Charlie Kirk Show coverage, Andrew Colvett and Jack Posobiec and others. Tyler's one of the best political operatives in the country. They're all going to be doing the Charlie Kirk marathons they do. We'll be dipping in and out of that and trying to bring some of the guys on ours. So coverage next week. Stern, we're within striking distance in New Jersey. What are you doing this afternoon to get people not just jacked up, but focus on what has to be done? What are you guys doing today on your program?
So it'll be 2:00 Eastern time. We'll be on the War Room. We'll be on Getter. We'll be on Stern American Rumble live with 150 podcasters. We're going to ask people to come out and vote. We're going to have Mark Demo on, Lynn Lippencourt, who are the co-founders of the Citizens for New Jersey Election Integrity. They're going to be talking about how we're going to protect the vote in New Jersey in this election, because you could have all the Republicans come out to vote and it still turns into Democratic votes. So they're going to tell you how this is not going to happen this time. Carlos Santos, our precinct strategy guy, chair of the Union County GOP, he will be on today to talk about how everybody's been going door to door, round the clock to win this election. Mike Schwartz, author and the host of the Mike Schwartz Show in New Jersey, he will be talking about all the guests that he's going to have on this last couple of days, including the guy running for the governor, who's within striking distance of this election. So we need to come out to vote. Captain Seth Keshel is going to be coming on today to talk about how the Democrats are moving away and we're getting Republicans to come in. He's going to be telling you every state, including New Jersey, how more Republicans are signing up, which is very important. Colonel Conrad Reynolds will be talking about all the fraud going on in Arkansas. Marley Hornick just had a big thing yesterday in D.C. She's the CEO of RealAmerica.vote. She's going to be talking about the lawsuit about Letitia James. Jerome Corsi, Dr. Jerome Corsi, is going to be talking about the EO that President Trump's going to do to protect our elections. No mail-in ballots. No mail-in ballots. That's the most important thing. No illegal aliens voting and no machines. Deb Monk's going to be coming on, Florida election advocate. We're going to have on Jenny Beth Martin, who's been going around on a bus tour, the founder of the Tea Party, to stop illegals from voting. Joe Hopp going to be talking about Tina Peters. What's the update on that? We have so much information coming out. I know we only have a limited amount of time. We have a lot more people coming in. General Flynn may stop in. He's trying to get away from one of his meetings that he has to come in at 4:00. Well, hopefully he'll come in. So there'll be a lot of people coming on. Again, how to get on. Watch it on the War Room Live. Watch it on Getter. Watch it on Stern American Rumble. And we will be seeing you at 2:00. Thank you for everybody that has come on before. You can see all our past calls on Stern American Rumble. Thank you very much for giving me a little spot. We appreciate everything.
Yeah, this is vital. Grace and Mo will have it up. This is vital because New Jersey, it's all a week away. We got a shot at New Jersey. It's going to be a lift. But we've had longer odds before, and you got the best guys. You got Cliff Maloney up there. You got Pressler. You got the entire team. You got Turning Point. Everybody's on top of this. So let's drive it to victory. You got a shot there. Definitely got a shot. No shot in California. No shot in New York. And there's going to have to be accountability. I'm still all over Mom Donnie we're working behind the scenes to make sure people review his naturalization process. He lied about it because he's been a radical. He's a Marxist jihadist, and he's proud of it. He's not hiding this. He's not shying away from that. It's got to be dealt with. I have Trevor Comstock. No Comstock. We're trying to get him up later. We got him? Trevor Comstock. Yep. Brother, the Make America Healthy Again. Of course, they fired Dr. Hatfield because we're doing the China thing. We're going to do it today. We got Berquam on. We're going to have some great footage, I think, from Berquam at 5 o'clock, and a report on Berquam on some more, I think, mass deportations. This shows you a much bigger raid. He's got great footage. We're going to have him on then. Comstock, and we'll have Hatfield on hopefully again tomorrow or the next day to find out exactly why he was fired and who's responsible for it. Trevor, you got a minute on this side. I'm going to hold you through. Give me the great company, Sacred Human Health, the tip of the spear in the Make America Healthy Again market, sir.
Yeah, always great to see you, Steve. So I definitely wanted to come on today. You might have seen an email, but we are currently running our Halloween sale. So 15% off all products for any one-time order. So just make sure to use code Halloween at checkout. And again, you'll get 15% off any order. So I wanted to mention that. And then also, too, we've had a crazy amount of emails, people just letting us know how much our new Tallow Moisturizer has helped them. And it's still flying off the shelf. So I thought I would just quickly touch on it with the time that I have. But, it's great. We still get a lot of questions too, but it's amazing for things like eczema, redness, and just daily skin hydration due to its naturally dense nutrient properties, as well as its anti-inflammatory properties as well within the raw Manuka honey. So people have been having amazing success with it. I'm super happy. If you look through some of our reviews, you can see a lot of the things that people have had to say. So I couldn't be happier. Like I said, it's still flying off the shelves. I don't think we're anticipating selling out. We've been working overtime through the weekend to stock up to make sure that's not going to be the case. But I really just wanted to come on and just let everyone know that we are running that sale. If you did want to stock up at all, and then of course, if you have any questions, you can always let us know.
Hang on, I'm gonna hold you to the break because I want to talk about some of the other products still. I want to make sure people, particularly the immunity product and some of the other ones. Short commercial break. Back in a moment in the War Room.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So back at 5 tonight, we're going to be slam in the 5 o'clock hour and in the 6. 5 o'clock hour, we're going to hopefully start with Berquam and more of a tee-up of what's happening in Asia with President Trump and some pivots here on the polling that Mark Mitchell and the great Rich Barris have done over the last couple of days about domestic concerns, the economy, all of it. So we'll get into that. To tee up, 10 p.m. to whenever, I think about 1 a.m. with Real America's Voice. Very similar to what we did on covering President Trump's trip to Jerusalem, where we did it live. And we found out it's a huge audience for this stuff. You guys love it. So we're going to keep doing it. Got the great Rav team, and we're going to have Great reporting on this for the entire team, including our White House correspondent, Brian Glenn, and also Natalie's going to be with us. So, she knows so much about China. We're going to be breaking it all down for you so you can understand it. Quite historic what's going on, and quite strategic, not just historic, but strategic. On Make America Healthy, obviously Dr. Hetfield being fired yesterday, and you heard him say it in his own kind of matter-of-fact way. He's one of the best experts that got over there, and our concern is, are we actually executing on the program that we need to execute on for Make America Healthy, to make sure things are done? Big Pharma is trying to surround them. Big Pharma is the most powerful of all the powerful lobbies here, and I guess maybe Big Tech, the oligarchs, are as powerful, but the Big Pharma is huge. In fact, it's one of the reasons, Trevor Comstock, I'm so proud of you. You've taken the exact opposite approach of Big Pharma. You guys research this forever, make sure it's just all natural ingredients. You don't, you make sure it's manufactured here. Your margins are a lot lower than other companies that do this, but you said, hey, we got to do this. We have to show leadership in this. I just want to make sure you take a minute. These other products you've got, they're amazing. When I go around and meet people and they're saying, hey, I got onto Sacred Human Health and went on the website and, I went for the grass-fed beef liver, but I got some of the immunity products, magnesium, some others, and sleep. I just love these as much as I love the grass-fed beef livers. I know we talk about the tallow, and that's been a home run, out of the park. You've done great on manufacturing. Make sure we got it in stock, that you guys have in stock, so it doesn't get out of stock. The grass-fed beef liver is huge. But just give me a minute on the other products and where people can go, particularly when they can get a discount.
Yeah. Thanks again. And to your point, once again, we always promise to make sure that everything's produced right here in the USA, and we never include any synthetic fillers or anything like that. So that's kind of why we created the company in the first place, was to really stray away from those larger supplement companies and health product companies that include a ton of unnatural ingredients. But to your point, our grass-fed beef liver is still our #1 product, and it's essentially a natural energy booster and is great for overall vitality and health. So best way to think of it is like a natural multivitamin, if you will. But also our immunity product has been extremely popular, and it's a great alternative if you're taking things like Vicks or Airborne. Those can be effective, but they still contain a ton of unnatural ingredients and seed oils and food dyes and a lot of the stuff that RFK Jr. is trying to ban. But with our natural immunity product, what's amazing about it is that it contains a ton of vitamins and minerals. So you'll get vitamin C, D3, E, B6, echinacea, elderberry, and some other natural compounds that just add a great natural defense and boost to your body's defense system. So I can't say enough about it. A lot of people like to take it as a preventative form of getting sick, or if you do get sick, it helps speed up the recovery quite a bit. So especially with these colder months coming up, it's been a super hot product. And then, of course, we have our magnesium with vitamin D, which is also an amazing product for overall health and great to take, too, if you want to prevent getting sick. And then, of course, we have a few others like our collagen, which is amazing for joint support, skin health, and gut health as well. So, and then our sleep, people love the sleep product as well. But once again, I just like to reiterate, we don't include anything synthetic, no artificial additives, no food dyes, which unfortunately, that is the case with a lot of other supplements you'll find at like your local Walgreens or even on Amazon. So it's disappointing to see, but that's why we created Sacred Human, because we just want to give people the raw natural ingredients that actually work. Yeah.
With all the processing, all the different manufacturing processing, all the R&D that goes in this, the length of time, you take the lower margins to keep the prices down. I'm really proud of you guys. You're running a business like it should be run. One more time, where do people go?
Yeah, so you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com. Also, as I had mentioned previously, you can use code Halloween at checkout for 15% off any one-time order. And yeah, I really encourage people to sift through some of the reviews, check it out. And if you have questions, just let us know.
Okay, brother. Thank you. And thank you for the work you guys do.
Thank you.
It's so great to work with our sponsors and the companies that we know. I really love what Trevor and Tej have done with these companies, and Catherine O'Neill. These all started with nothing, a blank sheet of paper, all three of them. Pretty extraordinary. Mike Lindell, brother, you make the Arctic Frost. You make the Arctic Frost traveling team They're trying to put Lindell at a bit. By the way, they never touched Lindell. I want to make sure everybody knows that they never touched Lindell. Never. All those years he was, promoting conservative causes and on Fox and other places, even here in the War Room. They never went after him until he gave, or actually hadn't come on at that time. You had the unforgivable sin of questioning the stolen 2020 election. Then they came after Mike Lindell to bankrupt his company, to put him in jail, to take all of his telephone devices, to put your people, these phony IRS things that have your people go to jail, be bankrupt, no job. Sir, the floor is yours. We need a deal on a Wednesday.
And you know what? We win, everybody. We win. And what we're doing, we're having our biggest Made in the USA sale for the War Room Posse. Two of my favorite products, obviously MyPillow and my crosses. But everything we make right here in the USA, including our mattresses, the bed frames, we have adjustable bed frames. We have every single thing you could think of to go with your bed. Mattress protectors, mattress pads, the frames, the MyPillow toppers. All of these things are on sale up to 80% off. This is War Room exclusive. We've never done this before. Put all the USA products that we make on sale. Go to mypillow.com/War Room. You're not going to find them anywhere else, these specials. Look at the blowout sale we're having on our pillows. $14.98 for a MyPillow for the standard. Queen's just $18.98 and King's $19.98. And there you have the My Crosses, like I say right here, 100% made in the USA. Remember, all of our products too, I treat every customer like our only customer. You guys, you have a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty on our products, made in the USA, and you can call 800-873-1062 and get someone right here in the USA, promo code War Room.
We'll see you back here at 5. Charlie Kirk Show is next. We're back at 5 p.m. Eastern Day.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Are you ready to vote with the Republicans to reopen the government at this point as a reasonable Democrat? Maybe others would follow you.
I'm not there yet.
This is the right way to do it, Senator? But by people not getting paychecks at the TSA? This is extortion.
Where are the Republicans? Because people are losing their health care and have huge pain and pits in their stomach about what to do about it. Their kids are not getting fed. Trump's out of the country. House Republicans are out on vacation. Senate Republicans are out to lunch. And every day the shutdown drags on. The pain is deeper. So it's time for Republicans to get serious about ending the shutdown.
This is a choice by the White House.
And this is also, Congresswoman, this is also a choice by Senate Democrats to not vote to open the government. Yes, it is.
The truth is there's a quiet civil war going on in the Democratic Party right now. You have an extreme left, radical left. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Mamdani is just the banner carrier for that movement. I believe that far left will destroy the Democratic Party.
Play the clip.
His name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this, or we're coming after you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period.
An Antifa operative named Brian DePippa, hiding behind his wife, Crystal, rolled 2 smoke bombs under police barricades. The explosion injured several officers, including severe and life-altering injuries to a female officer. The debate was forced to end early after campus police determined that the protests outside were becoming even more destructive. The campus issued a safety emergency notification. Unfortunately, our justice system gave them only a slap on the wrist. I think we should all be able to agree that throwing an explosive at a group of people is no mere minor indiscretion. That is a very serious crime. That's attempted murder.
Problem. I am so frustrated to sit before members of our law enforcement who have suffered in our house trying to protect us violence that I never imagined could happen. And yet we have an inability to name it and condemn it and commit ourselves to doing something about it. I will do my best to call it like it is. How do we get out of this problem? What's the road forward in your view?
Marketplaces of ideas or any other kind of marketplace only function when there are rules and when we abide by those rules. You can't have a marketplace if bandits keep shooting up the marketplace. We must regulate where the problem is, and today the problem lies on the left. On September 23rd, no less an emblem of American liberalism than The Atlantic magazine published an article citing a recent study from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, admitting that the left is more violent today than the right. Less honest liberals, including members of Congress, continue to deny this fact. Democrat Congressman Seth Moulton, for example, reacted to Charlie's assassination by blaming the right.
I can think of no better person to introduce this topic than the late Charlie Kirk himself.
Sean, we are seeing a disturbing pattern from the radical left, and we have data to now support it. According to the National Contagion Research Institute, 48% of left-of-center respondents say that it's justified to murder Elon Musk. 53% say that it would be justified to murder President Donald Trump. We have to take a step back here and ask our question, what's really going on here? There's a deeper thing than just political disagreement. If you are on the front lines, like our Turning Point USA students, you are potentially putting your safety, your well-being, and God forbid, your life in jeopardy for simply being a conservative on a college campus.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are RAM.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Hello, welcome to a lovely Wednesday on the Charlie Kirk Show. I am Blake Neff. I'm also here with Danny Phillip, one of our friends here on the show. We have a lot coming ahead today. We're in the final week before the Virginia and New Jersey elections, which people have wanted us to be rallying the troops for that. Yeah. We are going to rally the troops for that. We'll be having Cliff Maloney on later on, and we'll also be having Dr. Larry Arnn to talk about Charlie's views on education, which were very different, but very rewarding, very positive. And we also want to look ahead to our event tonight. We have probably the biggest event in our Turning Point tour this fall. It's going on tonight in Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. Erica's going to be there. The vice president is going to be there, J.D. Vance. I think a lot of the team is out there. Andrew's there. That's why I am in this chair. I think Mikey's going to be out there. Basically, they sent all of our top talent over there, and they left us to hold down the fort. But we're going to do our best here. That event is going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight, 5 o'clock Central. I think Fox is going to be carrying it.
Yeah, they are.
And probably Rav too, hopefully. And it'll be online too, I imagine. Lots of possible ways to watch it. We encourage you guys to tune into that, catch Erica and the vice president. But what we want to talk about at the top of this hour is a chart that we saw yesterday that was really, really jarring and very revealing about the state of modern American politics. So to set this up, there's a commentator who's popular on the, not even the far left, he's kind of the center technocratic left sort of people, the Silicon Valley set. His name is Noah Smith, which is really funny because our own video guy is also named Noah Smith. Very different Noah Smith that we have around here. So this Noah Smith guy, he has a very popular Substack. I think he makes $300,000 a month in subscribers to that. He's also a very funny guy. I think he had to get therapy to be attractive to women. Very funny background stuff there. I don't want to get into all of that. But he had a tweet that went viral the other day where he said the way Democrats should try to win elections is they should try to like America. I'm not kidding. This is the exact quote. Everyone talks about the Democrats' need to moderate on the issues, but what I don't see people talking about is Democrats' need to embrace America as a country. Not a piece of advice you want to be hearing from your own guys. Do we like our own country? But the problem is, this is actually a real problem. It's a genuine insight for him to observe this, because if you look at the polls, it turns out Democrats don't like America that much anymore. And this is actually a pretty new thing. This came out in response to what Noah Smith wrote. Charles Lehman of the Manhattan Institute, he highlighted this survey question that Gallup has been doing for decades. For decades, Gallup has asked Americans, as one of its regular questions in its surveys, how proud are you to be an American? Let's put up the 214 B-roll here. And so that's just the question. How proud are you to be an American? And it's like extremely proud, very proud, not that proud, not proud at all. And in the early 2000s, there wasn't a big partisan gap on this metric. In 2001, 90% of Republicans said they were very or extremely proud to be American, and Democrats were 87%. That's statistically basically a tie, and a Republican was in the White House, so Democrats are a bit more down. Basically the same level of feeling about America. But it started to drop a lot over the 2000s. By the time Obama got elected, Democrats had dipped down to like 80%. They were mad about the Iraq War, mad about Gitmo, and Republicans were still riding high in the 90s. But then what's crazy is after Obama gets elected, we don't swap places. Yeah. Republicans build this durable advantage you can see there in how proud they are to be an American. Maybe part of that is Michelle Obama openly saying she was only proud to be an American for the first time in her life when her husband got elected. Then Trump gets elected. You can see on that chart, Trump gets elected and the bottom falls out. By 2020, only 40% of Democrats said they were proud to be American. And when Biden takes the White House back, that's the thing. It doesn't recover. You can see the surge, but it's a surge from 40% to 60%, and then it drops back again. And now we're at the point where it is under 40%. Just 36% of Democrats say they are proud to be Americans. That's barely a third. So this actually matters a lot for the state of American politics, and I think you'd agree, Danny, because for starters, everyone can tell this. It's colored the nature of what the Democratic Party is offering to the American people. And what they have is it's gone from this offer of here's our plan to make America a better country. And it's become much more, here is our plan to punish America for its many sins. We saw this in 2020. The message was America's systemically racist. The police are systemically racist. Our cities are these just hives of racism. So it's okay to loot businesses, to burn things down, to rip down our statues, to abolish the founders. And we're still seeing this today, that why did the Biden administration essentially revolve around admitting as many illegal immigrants as possible? Well, it revolved around that because when you are not proud to be American, when you don't like America, you don't like the American people. And by default, you just like anyone who's not American more than Americans. So yes, let's bring in every Haitian. Let's bring in every person from Mexico, every person from China, every person from the Central African Republic. Let them all in. Let them immediately go on every welfare program we have. Let them stay here even if they commit crimes, because on this fundamental psychological level, they've embraced this attitude that America is illegitimate. That's what's going on with land acknowledgements. It's what's going on with the, systemic historic racism attacks you're hearing on, America as a country. And it's what we're seeing now with the, call it the Mamdani message. And we talk about Mamdani a lot, not because, he's going to be president one day, but because he so perfectly captures this vibe that has spread on the left. What's the real problem of 9/11? The biggest problem of 9/11 is that it caused Americans, he says, to give mean looks to this immigrant, this foreigner who came into the country, who followed this, alien way of life. And so another important thing here is NOAA's giving this warning, but I don't think they're going to be able to they're not going to be able to close up Pandora's box. They can't put the genie back in the bottle on this one. And it's probably the biggest reason we have a strong shot in the Virginia elections that are happening next week, in the New Jersey elections that are happening this week. We're not blind. We know we're the incumbent party in the White House, and we have a hard time in those midterm elections. And this is a sort of mini midterm. Virginia especially should be really hard. It's the state that's probably been hit hardest by DOJ. It's got again, the double incumbency thing going on. And yet we have a good shot in those races, especially in the AG race, because they're running a guy for an attorney general who says, I believe it's okay to, murder my political opponents. And that is directly connected to that dislike of America, that they don't really view Americans, their fellow Americans, as this legitimate group of people. There's a line I've seen online where it's, when I say I don't like libs or I hate libs, it means I disagree with them, but I would still rescue them from a flood or a fire. And when they say, kindness is everything, it means they want to kill my entire family. And that's what's going on with that guy in, I'm totally blanking on his name, the AG candidate who shall not be named. Jay Jones in Virginia. And I just don't think they're going to be able to fix this. And there's another clip that this made me think of. This is Zohran Mamdani on his transit reform plan. This is why he's saying it's important that we get rid of fares on the New York City buses. Let's play 238.
I think it's one of the key reasons why we have to make buses free is because it reduces the assaults on bus drivers. It creates a safer work environment.
So read between the lines there. It is important that we not have fares on the buses because then the violent criminals can just get on the bus for free and assault you, the citizen, who doesn't deserve to be safe on your bus. What matters is protecting the criminal. What matters is protecting the person who is harming society. This is something Charlie talked about all the time on this show, the celebration parallax. It's not happening, and it's also good that it's happening. We're seeing this element where the left is embracing more and more radical and overtly harmful ideologies. And I think the root of it is, look at the polls. They don't actually like America much anymore. Email us at freedom@charliekirk, and we'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, we're going to tell you guys about why refi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why refi, one of our great partners, refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that other companies won't touch. Why refi provides a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. Why refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Why refi can reduce your monthly payment. It guarantees interest rates under 6%, ensuring financial relief and affordability. Why refi doesn't care about your credit score. And when the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan is so big that you can't ever get ahead in your finances, Why refi can be your best option. Why refi can save you thousands of dollars by refinancing, and it can even lower your total cost. You can finally take control of your student student loan situation with a plan that works with your monthly budget. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, it does not have to. Just call YRefi. YRefi refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans, which are different from ordinary federal loans. Many clients aren't able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private loans when they first contact YRefi. All you have to do is go to yrefi.com. You can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they have escaped. You can see what their monthly payments were versus where they are now. Bad credit is accepted, and YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. If you have a co-borrower, YRefi can get them released from the loan, and you can give mom and dad a break. You don't have to ignore the mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Just call 888-YRefi-34 or log into YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. We're going to be welcoming Cliff Maloney very soon, and we're going to talk more about why the left really just doesn't seem to like America, especially among young people. We'll be back just after the radio rejoin. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. That's Never Surrender by Saxon. That is my favorite rock song these days. All-time classic. So we're talking right now about the polls say that the left just doesn't like America a lot. And you were showing me another chart, Danny, that in addition to the partisan gap, there's also and this isn't surprising, a very severe generation gap in how people view America. I'm a millennial. I'm an aged millennial. You are a member of Gen Z. You were on a college campus quite recently. Yeah. What was your experience seeing this attitude towards America, especially on the left, but even on the right, I'd say?
It's very toxic on both sides right now. We'd be tabling and people would try and flip our table. Have you seen clips like that elsewhere? Just screaming at us. Telling us to die and stuff like that. So just very vile stuff. And it increased all 4 years I was there. I saw more and more and more of it. And especially because this last year I was there was the election year. So it was obviously very intensified. But yeah, it keeps going more and more.
And was it specifically, though, because obviously we've always had political divisions in America. We had political divisions when both sides did genuinely love the country. What's standing out is I do feel there's this attitude on the left that America is a country to be punished now, not a country. Yeah. I feel like the left at least used to have a good PR pitch of this will make everything in America better. Whereas now, Mamdani's platform is we're going to soak white neighborhoods, for example, because that just means bad. White equals bad. And I think to some extent for the left, native-born American also equals bad. And did you see that on campus?
Yeah, very anti-white. I'd heard stories of people in classes having to apologize for being white. Really? Like that, writing essays completely like apologize for your white privilege, things like that. I had a friend who wants to be a teacher, and he has to all the time in classes write about why it's a problem that he's white. And this is who they want. They're teaching this to people who want to be teachers that are going to be teaching our next generation.
It's very bad for the country, but I also have to say I'm a little optimistic in that in the long run, it is not good for a party to just so visibly despise it. People want to like the country they live in. That is an advantage we have. Ultimately, people want to love their home. And that's a thing that's happening over time. We saw it in this last election. Like Hispanics that Democrats assumed would just always be in their court are actually siding against them because they didn't love the endless flood of legals. They didn't love the idea of blowing up America. So I'm hopeful on that front, and that's why I want to loop in Cliff Maloney here, because we'll be talking about the elections in Virginia and New Jersey up ahead. But I just wanted to welcome him in. I believe he's been listening to what we've been talking about here. And Cliff, do you feel that that's giving us a shot, that the left's so visible, their visible distaste for America as a country is giving us an opening to really defend our mandate in these coming races?
Yeah, and Blake, listen, I've said this to you before on the show. I've said it plenty of times. I always thought that on November 5th, November 6th of last year, the day after the election, I just assumed the pendulum would have to swing. that the left would realize that this radical woke agenda of siding with illegals over American citizens, of pushing men to be in girls' sports, girls' bathrooms, and girls' spaces, I just assumed that they would figure it out and that they would say, look, we've got to find a different path. But somehow the radicals, the activists, the 10% of the radical donors, the 10% of the radical activists, they're driving this party. They have no leader. They have no vision. They offer no solutions. And it's an opening for Republicans, because we're at least coming to the table saying, listen, we care about blue collar Americans. We care about bringing inflation down. We care about peace around the world. But most importantly, we don't believe in political violence. And so is this an opening? Absolutely. And I think you're going to see it. We'll talk about some of the numbers here in New Jersey and PA and Virginia, but we're seeing it live in the field, that people are moving towards the Republicans, especially independents, because of this opening from the radical Democrats doubling down.
Yeah, the B-roll we're showing there is showing people, of course, burning the American flag. And I remember that's one of the last debates we had on Thought Crime before we lost Charlie, and it was whether flag burning should be illegal or not. And I believe one of the points I brought up, maybe it was Charlie, one of us, I think it came up, though, that free speech issues aside, the grossness of burning the American flag aside, it kind of is really useful if your opponents are just able to, if they're able to just burn the flag, because it's so gross to look at that they do that, that when it's allowing your opponent to hurt themselves when you allow them to just go out and just say, yeah, I hate America. I want to burn America's symbols. I want to burn down America itself, rip down its statues, destroy the founders. And I think it's so funny that this Noah Smith guy has come out and he's like, guys, can we change that? Can we love America now? And it's such a centrist technocrat thing to believe that you can do that, to think, oh, I can just tell everyone we have to love America again and it will happen. No, you guys broke it. You messed it up. If they go up and say we love America now, the crowd is going to boo. And that's giving us a lot of hope in these races, which is what we're talking about in the next segment. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Howdy, Rab fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Now look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. Now, with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are our very own RAV listeners, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchase before the end of this month. Again, that's America to 989898. Do it today. And now let's get to today's headlines. President Trump is continuing his trip to Asia in South Korea. Now, while you were sleeping, the commander-in-chief was meeting with South Korean President Lee Jae-myung. Earlier today, President Trump announcing that a trade deal with South Korea is pretty much solidified. The major sticking point had been a U.S. demand that South Korea invest $350 billion in the United States. It looks like that has now been decided. During his visit to Japan earlier this week, Mr. Trump was able to secure $490 billion in investment commitments. In the meantime, all eyes are on tomorrow's face-to-face meeting between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. The two are hoping to settle the current trade war they're in, and Trump is already setting the tone for the sit-down, saying it will be a great meeting for the both. He anticipates meeting with Xi for 3 to 4 hours. And by the way, President Trump will not meet with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un during this trip. He says the timing just didn't work out. Meanwhile, Hurricane Melissa is battering Cuba right now, and we'll keep an eye on that. Those are your headlines. Let's get you now back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. We just talked about how a lot of people have a bad agenda for America, and things could go very bad. Well, many of us are hopeful about the direction the country is headed in, but after years of abuse and mismanagement, things could fall apart at any moment. And that's why Americans from all walks of life have taken action to prepare for whatever is coming next. And that starts with having an emergency food supply. Storing food in your home is the right thing to do because we are living in crazy times, which explains why so many people are preparing. Right now, you can get ready too with a 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. It comes with delicious foods like creamy stroganoff, honey wheat bread, and mushroom rice pilaf. Did I say that right? I hope so. The entire kit offers over 2,000 calories every day. This food kit can last up to 25 years, and who knows what our country will look like by that point. When that day comes, you will be ready. So go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk now to order a 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. Again, that is mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. All right. Well, as we were saying, the clear derision for this country that the Democrat Party has is creating political openings for us. And we have Cliff Maloney with us here. He's in Pennsylvania, which is a state that borders New Jersey. Now, New Jersey's been a blue state my entire life, but it was surprisingly close this last election. It has a lot of sort of MAGA-inclined people. And, it's elected Republican governors before, and we're hoping it's going to elect one again. Just to give you the latest rundown in the polls, we have Mickey Sherrill is the Democrat in the latest poll, and she was polling at 49% to 46% for the Republican Jack Ciattarelli. Now, that's a deficit, but it's closed up a lot in the last few weeks. We also have a very interesting poll that we've seen. Let's put up 225 there, where when they asked people, who do you think most of your neighbors or friends are voting for, then Ciattarelli got ahead 53% to 47%. So there may be some silent demographic going on here.
For sure.
And I think the momentum has generally been on his side. But we want to go over to you, Cliff. You're actually on the ground there whipping votes. What does the evidence say? And also, what does the evidence you've seen with your own eyes say?
Yeah, well, a couple points I want to make. Number one, you said it earlier, this is coming off an election where a Republican is in the White House. Republicans have control of Congress, both the House and the Senate. And so we're not supposed to win this, right? I'm not trying to lower expectations. This is a competitive race in a state that is not supposed to be competitive for Republicans. It's just not supposed to be. The other thing I want to point out is 4 years ago, when Jack was on the ballot against Murphy, he was down 10 points in the polls at a minimum. I mean, some of these had him down 15 points going into Election Day. He only lost by 3. So let's think about the numbers and how this is trending. Registration's looking much better in terms of it's still dominated by Democrats, but their margin is getting smaller and smaller every single month. Trump lost in 2020 by double digits. Jack loses by 3 in 2021 with the pushback against a Democrat White House. And then Trump takes his double-digit loss and gets it down to 5.9 in the same state just 4 years later. So to me, what we're seeing on the ground is there's energy for Jack. And, Mikey Sherrill is just the type of candidate that she's the Kamala Harris of New Jersey. The more time people spend with her, the more time people hear her or understand what ideas she's promoting, the fewer votes she's going to get. So I think we're in a great spot. I think the polling shows that. Blake, if you're all right with it, I'd love to kind of go through some of the data on the requests and the returns.
100%. Give that to us for sure.
Yeah. So I've got it up here. Let me give you the rub. I just tweeted this out, and I do think that this is the entire election. 180,000 Republican voters, registered Republican voters, have requested a mail-in ballot in New Jersey. And out of them, only 104 have returned them. That means, and this is for the whole Rav and the whole Charlie Kirk Show audience, there are 80,000 Republicans right now in the state of New Jersey that have a ballot sitting on their dining room table. We've got to get every single one of them back. That's what we're doing at the New Jersey Chase with our program, njchase.com. If folks want to come knock doors with us or sponsor a ballot chaser, $175 a day. This is the election. Yes, we've got to early vote. Yes, we got to have people turn out. But if you look at that tweet on the screen, that is everything. Once again, the numbers, 184,000 requested them, 104 have come back. That's roughly 80,000 Republicans with a ballot sitting on their dining room table in New Jersey. That is the election. We've got to close that gap. Anyone you know in New Jersey, make sure if they have a ballot, they send it back, make a plan to early vote, and if not, make sure they show up on Election Day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna try to do my best Charlie impression here. Charlie believed in voting early, as he said all the time. An election is not won by rallies. It is not won by polls. It is not won by vibes. It is not won by memes. It is not won by tweets. It is won by whoever has the most pieces of paper with the candidate they support in the ballot box. And on the date of the election, or who knows how many days it takes New Jersey to count them, when it is all counted up, we need Ciattarelli to have more pieces of paper in the box than Miss Sherrill. That is the only thing that will win. 80,000 outstanding ballots. Can you repeat that website if people want to go there to get more information?
Sure. NJ Chase. That's njchase.com. 2 options if you want to get involved. 1, come to New Jersey. Help us talk to these 80,000 Republicans that have a ballot. If you can't do that, $175 sponsors an entire day. We've only got 6 days left. Would sponsor an entire day for one ballot chaser in New Jersey to go door to door. njchase.com.
All right. I'm doing the numbers in my head. 80,000 ballots. There are people listening to this show right now. I don't know your names, but I know you're out there. You have this ballot on your kitchen table, on your desk somewhere. You have it there, and you've been procrastinating. You're thinking, I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to do it after dinner. No, do it now. Turn off this show and go do it now. We won't begrudge it to you. You can come back after you're done. But get that filled out, get it in, and also be sure you're asking your friends about this. I think if you know your friends are politically aligned with you, don't just talk about the race. Talk about, have you voted? Have you gotten your ballot in? You'd be amazed the number of people who forget these sorts of things. Yep. We've learned that over and over again. And, you know, the best time to vote is right now, because sometimes people do it, wait till the last minute, and then it doesn't happen. We've learned that over and over as well.
And so, Cliff, I wanted to throw to 234, if we could go over this real quick. It's basically the Dem firewall right now in New Jersey, and it's showing that in 2025, they're running about 30,000 ahead of where they were in 2021. Is that just because of higher turnout across the board? Should we be expecting Republicans to be about 30,000 ahead of where they were in 2021 as well? Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, I think there's two numbers I really care about. The first is that we lost mail-in votes. If you look at 2021, we lost mail-in votes by roughly, let's just say, 300,000 votes. Okay, Chitterelli did. If you look at early vote, we only lost by about 20,000. Okay, I'm talking raw votes, not percentages, right? Now everybody wants to look at percentages, and sometimes that makes sense. For me, when I'm chasing ballots or when I'm talking about those 80,000 Republicans with a ballot, to me, it's the raw numbers. On election day, Chitterelli won by over 200,000. So that's what I'm looking at, is how do we get that number to where we're below 200,000 or even below 250,000 in terms of the deficit between early voting and mail-in ballots combined going into election day. So I'm going to say this, and I might sound pessimistic, and look, I'm a big believer in Jack. This is going to be a very tough race to win. Okay, for those out there that get excited when you have groups like Early Vote Action, groups like Citizens Alliance, Turning Point Action, America First Works, Heritage, all these groups that are coming into the state, which is great. You cannot think that just because we're targeting it, it's a guaranteed win. We're not supposed to win this race. So I think two things have to happen moving forward. We've got to get the numbers together on everyone early voting and anybody with a ballot coming back in. And then Jack's going to have to overperform his election day success compared to 4 years ago. I think he's going to have to win election day by 250 to 300,000 votes rather than only winning by 200,000. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we have a surge in early voting over the next couple of days and we've got more of a window. But if she is up by more than 300,000 going into election day, I don't see the math for how you're going to get there. I think Jack's got to overperform, and we got to be competitive over the next couple of days here leading into election day.
Exactly, Cliff. And Charlie was always, a big believer in two things. He wanted to be realistic. He didn't want hopium. He didn't want to just say, oh, it's all great, and then people feel lied to if it doesn't work out. I like that you're being honest. This is a tough race. This is a challenging race. If you look at the betting markets, the Democrats are favored to win this race. Yeah. But it's also not 99.9%. It's, if we have a 1 in 5 shot, that's okay. 1 in 5, that's better than the odds of rolling a 6 if you roll a die. And that is a winnable race. It is a race that we can move more in our favor if we are all committed, if we are emphatic. And more to the point, even if we're not going to win, it is our obligation to try. It is our moral obligation as Americans who care about this country, who like this country, as we were discussing at the start, to make our best shot on this one. We also want to look, do we have any numbers from the Virginia race? I want to shout out the Virginia race as well, because that's unfolding right now. That is also going to be a challenging one, but I think the polls show us up in that AG race, and state AGs are more important than ever. We've seen that with Letitia James in New York. We're seeing this with Ken Paxton in Texas. A powerful AG can make a big difference. So that whole rant I did for all of the New Jersey people who have your early ballots, that is also going out to all of you in Virginia. Virginia has early voting right now. I know, I used to live in Virginia. You can go to a building near you, probably the county building, somewhere like that. You can go and cast your ballot right now. Vote early. I should have worn a vote early shirt today. Yeah. You can go in and do it. You can do it right now. You can do it all the rest of this week. I think they cut it off on Saturday, maybe Sunday, but you don't have to worry when they cut it off, because if you live in Virginia, you're going to go and you're going to vote right now. Again, turn off this show and go vote.
Yeah, this
right
is a
now.
fight worth fighting. If you're out there,
please
go vote.
We want to win that AG race, and we want to win. We want Winsome Sears to win in the governor's race as well. That is another one where we have seen momentum on our side. That doesn't mean we will win, but it means the race is winnable, and we have an obligation to try as best we can.
Yeah, I'll comment just real quick. So we're in a couple races there. We're not doing anything statewide. I don't get any credit. Obviously the districts that we're in, it will help up ballot, but we're trying to flip the state house back. So Republicans have a 1-seat deficit, if I'm not mistaken, in the House of Delegates. And so what we're doing is targeting a handful of the races where we think we can flip seats. But the momentum, the energy's there. I think people look at Jersey as a more of a likely win, or however they're analyzing it. But I think both of them, there is a shot here, right? It's going to take a lot of the right things happening, a lot of the same variables, but there is a real chance, if Republicans show up, that we can win both Jersey and Virginia.
There's a pic they just sent me here in the chat, 248, that their people are putting up stickers that say, "I voted to honor Charlie Kirk." And I think a lot of people are doing that right now. God bless them. We'll be right back, but we've got an ad first. When you're buried in credit card debt and loan debt, it is human nature to put it off and say, "I'll deal with it later," like those ballots we just talked about. If that's you, here's a hidden fact for the debt strategy experts that the debt strategy experts at Done with Debt shared with us. They discovered a little-known strategy that works in your favor to dramatically reduce or even erase your debt altogether. They aggressively engage everyone you owe money to this fall, and here's why. They know which lenders and credit card companies are doing year-end accounting and need to cut deals. They even know which ones have year-end audits and they need to get your debt off the books. That means you need to get started with Done with Debt now, this fall. Done with Debt accomplishes this without bankruptcy or new loans. In fact, most clients end up with more money in their pocket the first month. Get started now while you can. Go to donewithdebt.com. Talk with a specialist for free. That is donewithdebt.com. Donewithdebt.com. We will be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Waking up the woke.
You should get over that quickly.
One brainwashed radical at a time.
That's enough.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're talking about the elections that are now 6 days away. We covered New Jersey, we covered Virginia, but Danny, you say we have an email that's about the other election that's on Tuesday.
Yeah, we have an email from Zane. Do you think Sliwa would win the race if Cuomo dropped out? Is Sliwa just a comedian candidate or actually someone who could improve the city?
I don't want to attack the Republican in any way. So I would feel like it's tough for us to win that race. Let's be frank, it's very tough right now. I think the field needed to consolidate earlier to show a unified opposition to Mamdani, and instead it took a long time for that to happen. People are angry one way or another. We get a lot of emails about this. People are they don't want to vote for Cuomo, understandably. He killed a ton of people in New York. He's a Democrat. He's a thug. And they're saying, why should the Republican have to drop out to enable Cuomo? But also, I do think it's true that Sliwa has not shown a lot of polling strength. It's going to be very tough to win that race. You should all vote in it anyway, because we do not abandon races. We do not give up on our fellow Americans or our cities. But that is going to be a very tough one, no matter what happens, I would say. And we'll be back with the Radio Rejoin in a sec. Welcome back. We're looking at some of the emails people have sent us to freedom@charliekirk. People are getting engaged on these election topics. I have a quick question I want to share with Cliff. Diane sent us I guess it's probably Diane, sent us a email that just says, is there a New Jersey phone bank people can go to where they can dial from anywhere? I think that's probably similar to the Turning Point action app that we've had in some states. Do you have the best advice for people who want to get involved? I guess probably from out of state, Cliff?
Yes, download the Early Vote Action app. So Scott Presler's crew has plenty of things that folks can do. This is not me saying that, I don't want people to knock doors. But yeah, if you're not able to knock doors with NJ Chase, I would download the Early Vote Action app, where you can make calls, send postcards, and do some things here in the final 6 days. So great email. Love when people, give an alternative. Everybody's got to take action, right? This is too important of a race to sit on the sidelines. So njchase.com for folks that can knock or that can sponsor a knocker. But if you can't, plenty of different organizations you can partner with from afar to get some real work done. Great question.
Yeah, man. We've got one. Andrew has sent us one, and he sent us in white-colored text, so I have to highlight it so that I can read it.
It's not the sharpest bulb.
So use black text, people. But in this upcoming election, what strategy will be used to engage young voters who feel disconnected from both parties and believe the system isn't working for them? And I do think I don't have an easy answer to that, because it does stand out to me. We've talked about the shutdown a lot these past few days, and I had this thought. We were saying on the show, the Democrats have touted one of the biggest victims in this shutdown, allegedly, is that early retirees are paying more for, I think, their health insurance premiums under Obamacare. And it filled me with dread that is apparently a politically powerful argument, because I don't want to say anything, to those who are out there who support us, who are early retirees, who were financially successful enough to do that. Good for you. But I'm just going to say it. It is not early retirees in America that our priority should be on. Our priority needs, above all, to be on young people who will have the next generation, who need to perpetuate American prosperity, American success, American vitality. And I do think as Republicans, we've got to be really zeroed in on that message, that we are the people who care about your future. We are the ones who will do things to enable you to own a home, to have a family, to live in a country that doesn't feel like it hates you all of the time. And we've gone to this again and again. The fact that Democrats so visibly want you to live in filth and in crime and surrounded by foreigners who don't speak like you, who don't like you, who view you as a giant pile of money to get, they're creating a lot of opportunities for us. And we've at times been imperfect in capitalizing on that. And, that's why, Zohran Mamdani has had the success he's had. How do you feel about that, Danny?
Yeah, and I think what strategies can we use to engage the vote or engage young voters is Turning Point USA. I think more people can just get involved with Turning Point. If you're
possibly go to our event tonight,
if you're
watch
in Ole Miss,
online,
watch online,
have your kids watch
online. I feel like this is Turning Point's needed now more than ever. So I feel like everybody can get involved, and that is a way that young voters can stay engaged, and that was what Charlie's main mission was all about.
Yeah. How about you, Cliff? You're always doing the get out the vote. You're probably speaking to a lot of youngish people. We've got about a minute and a half for you here. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, well, I'll echo Danny here. I mean, first and foremost, get involved with Turning Point. If there's a local chapter, join it. If there's not, start it. And listen, Turning Point is not just for students, right? I always have to explain to people, there's local chapters, there's faith chapters. You guys have chapters for pretty much any type of individual that's looking to get involved. So I just would really encourage you. You might be sitting there thinking, well, I like watching the show and I like the ideas. Get involved, right? The country needs you to step up and get involved with Turning Point and to take real action. Look, how do I think we reach young people? I think this election in 2024 really proved one thing, and that is that authenticity is what matters. And I think as Republicans, I'm going to be brutally honest, the rhinos, the establishment, some of these people that have been in this game for way too long, they're losing young people and all voters because people can sense they're not authentic. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, when you compared that to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, it was the greatest difference in authenticity. You might not like Trump, you might not like J.D., but when they're talking, they're saying what they believe. And when you compare that to the Democrat leaders, they're just not authentic. Now, my warning is Mamdani, because he is the one guy right now that when he talks, he sounds authentic. I don't know how much he believes what he's saying, but I think authenticity needs to be what we focus on. I'm going to continue to chase ballots and use whatever tactics at the door we need to win. But one, get involved at Turning Point if you want to make a difference. And two, the Republicans have a mandate to be the most authentic party and really to deliver for the American people. They do that, they're going to have great success.
That's right. Thank you, Cliff, so much for coming on. Again, get out and vote right now. If you are in these states, get out there. We'll be back with another hour next.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Bo Davidson in the Real America's Voice newsroom. Health insurance premiums are expected to increase again as Americans head into the next open enrollment cycle, and many families are struggling to keep up. On this edition of Benny on the Block, Benny Harmony is at the U.S. Capitol to ask people how these rising healthcare costs are impacting their lives and how our system compares to healthcare models around the world. Take a look.
Welcome to Benny on the Block.
Welcome back to Benny on the Block. It is a chilly one here in Washington, D.C. today. We are here at the U.S. Capitol, and we're asking people about a huge topic in America right now, and that is health care, but most specifically, health insurance premiums and how we are seeing those rise and going into 2026 and open enrollment. So come along and let's learn a little bit about health care and how it's affecting the U.S. Citizens.
From my work, I just got the health care premiums released, for open enrollment here, and they went up about $20, which my experience through my current work is 2 years ago they were up like $80 above what they were last year. So it's still within the realm of what I feel is fair.
Okay, so healthcare and health insurance is a really big topic in America right now. You guys are visiting from Germany. Tell us a little bit about your healthcare system, the public versus private, and how it works, and do you think America should maybe put it into place?
Okay, I'm from Italy, and
oh, you're Italy?
Yeah, from Italy, and like in our country, we have both. Like we have the private system, but we also have the public system. I really trust the public system because it works. Of course, like it's slow, maybe slower, but everyone can use it. At the same time, there is the private system. It's faster, of course, but it's really expensive. So just like a quite group of people can use it. This is the point in Italy.
Yeah, so in Germany you have the option to be like family health insurance. So until you're 25, you have the ability to don't pay anything as a children or as a student. If you're older than 25, you have to pay $120 a month. It's my rate right now for the public one, but the private one is also like way more expensive. But also with the public one, you have the ability to just go to every doctor at every time and wait maximum of like 20-30 minutes to get an appointment.
Again, I think we pay just a few $100 a month to cover my family. And I think that's pretty fair for the services we get.
So, for example, my health care each month is $500 to $600 just for me. What do you think of that?
It's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot of money.
Way too much. Way too much.
Do people get free health care if they're illegally in your country?
If they're illegally, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, I think no, they don't get like
your government would.
No, they don't get healthcare for free, and at the same time, I think this is a big problem as well in Italy. So we need to improve it, but yeah.
Some very interesting thoughts there on our healthcare system and what we can do to improve. Well, meanwhile, Hurricane Melissa is battering Cuba right now as a Category 3 storm after tearing through Jamaica, leaving behind deadly devastation. Melissa made landfall in Jamaica Tuesday as a massive Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. You can see some of that devastation on the screen right now. Now, at least 7 deaths are already being reported. That number will likely increase throughout the day today. A full damage assessment is expected to take days, but a preliminary estimate puts the island's economic loss at $22 billion. Jamaica's prime minister says the challenge now is the speed of recovery. Well, President Trump is continuing his trip to Asia in South Korea. While you were sleeping overnight, the commander-in-chief was meeting with South Korean President Lee Jae-myung. And earlier today, President Trump announced that a trade deal with South Korea is pretty much solidified. The major sticking point had been a U.S. demand that South Korea invest $350 billion in the United States. It looks like that now has been decided. During his visit to Japan earlier this week, Mr. Trump was also able to secure $490 billion in investment commitments. Meantime, all eyes are on tomorrow's face-to-face meeting between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Those are your headlines. We'll be right back after the break.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real.
Welcome back for hour 2 of the Charlie Kirk Show. So the top talent of this operation is off at Ole Miss. So we've got Erica out there, but we've got our talented team of Zoomers here, and also me. And so we wanted to bring back a segment that was a lot of fun last summer, and I think a lot of people liked it. Last summer we had the conflict, the temporary war with Iran, and so we sort of did a segment where we had one of our Gen Z members, Daisy, asked me questions about Iran. And we wanted to bring that back. I think it would be fun. We just talked about the need to outreach to Gen Z. Well, we have Gen Z right in this office, and I am a sage elder millennial with the bald head of an even older person. And we're going to do a Q&A. And if you are in Gen Z and watching, you should also send in questions to Freedom at Charlie Kirk that you would like them to ask, and we can do those in the second segment.
Yes, I told Blake I always love doing this segment because I don't have to prepare, because these are actual questions that I have about actual things that I don't understand.
Alrighty. Well, so, what's question number 1?
So when we did the segment about Iran, I had questions because I didn't understand what's happening, but I still knew that there's always been some sort of conflict we've had in the Middle East. This conflict with Venezuela seems to be coming out of nowhere, at least from my perspective. I don't really remember hearing much about Venezuela being in the news. I don't remember hearing much about us being in conflict with Venezuela. So I don't know if, are they at war, and with who?
That's a good question. That's a good opening question. Are they at war? Right now, they are not. Okay. There are signs we are moving in that direction. That the administration says it's not for that purpose, but just for context, we've sent a carrier group to the Caribbean. I believe it's the Gerald Ford. So a carrier group is, a big aircraft carrier, and not just that, but all the ships that go with it. So it's basically like sending a miniature entire U.S. military to a region. We don't normally have a lot of security concerns going on in the Caribbean. Right. So what could they be there for? Well, it would be Venezuela. Now, you're probably wondering, as you were saying, what is the deal with Venezuela? It actually has been a source of tension with the U.S. for some time, not as dramatic as anything going on in the Middle East. With Iran, we're worried about them getting a nuclear weapon. We're worried about them supporting militants fighting us in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, and so on. This is more dialed back, but it's in our own backyard. So have you ever heard of Hugo Chavez?
Yes, but I would associate that with like a drug lord. I don't know if that's true. Okay, but that's where my head goes. Hugo Chavez was a guy. He was a sort of presidential dictator
of Venezuela. I say presidential because he did win an election, but he was very authoritarian, and then he sort of converted to being a strong man. In a lot of ways, he was a colorful figure. He had a radio show and he'd just ramble for 3 or 4 hours at a time, which is a funny thing for a president to do. But he was this like left-wing Marxist, so he did a lot of very bad stuff to the Venezuelan economy. Venezuela has more oil than any other country on earth. They have more oil than America, more than Russia, more than Saudi Arabia, more than any of them. And yet Venezuela is one of the poorest countries in the world because communism and Marxism are that dumb, and he messed up the economy that bad that they can't properly produce oil. They can't properly run their economy. And as a result, a lot of people have left Venezuela. A ton of Venezuelans, especially their middle class, fled, a lot of them to the U.S. So it's kind of like an updated version of the Cuba issue. So Castro took over Cuba, a ton of Cubans moved to Florida, and we have these kind of conservative Cubans who always have, are interested in the Cuban regime. Now we also have a lot of Venezuelans, and a lot of them live in Florida. And so a lot of those want to see, frankly, they want to see regime change in Venezuela. They want to see the government switch to someone else. And it's just been this nagging sore in U.S. foreign policy, mostly because it's a country in our own backyard. They're very close by. A lot of illegal immigrants have come from there. A lot of criminals have come from there. And now, and this is very important, what the Trump administration says is they claim a lot of drugs are coming from Venezuela as well. Okay, so it does have something to do with drugs. Yes. Okay, so my next question is, there are other countries that I know of, like Somalia or elsewhere, where we've just had a military presence. We just have people there, whether or not we're at war with them. Is this different than that? Yeah, it's definitely different. The most important thing, of course, is this doesn't have anything to do with, it doesn't have anything to do with containing like China or Russia. It doesn't have anything to do with fighting Islamic extremism. I shouldn't say it has nothing to do with China, because Venezuela has aligned with these countries that are hostile to us. Okay. Mostly because they just don't like us. They're like, we're going to join the other team of countries that don't like America. But the biggest factor with it is primarily just that they're a pretty radically left-wing anti-American government that is only a few hundred miles away from the U.S. And they have persistently been problematic. They've had some fraudulent elections, so they still tend to have elections, but they're highly disputed results. And so I believe in 2024, most recently, they had a pretty rigged election where the opposition wasn't allowed to seriously compete. The announced numbers were not considered very credible, and the dissident wing of Venezuelan politics has been very pro-Trump as a result. You may have heard the Nobel Peace Prize that Trump wanted to win. Yes. It instead went to a Venezuelan political dissident who in turn dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize win to Donald Trump. So who is currently in charge of Venezuela? The current head, so the Hugo Chavez guy I mentioned, he died. Okay. He was a quite fat man, and so he died rather abruptly about 15 years ago. And then since then, Nicolas Maduro has ruled Venezuela. For 15 years? About that. I might be off on the year he died, but he's about that long, yeah. At least a decade. How did he come to power? You said they kind of vote, but not really? He was just I think he was the vice president or otherwise immediate successor when Chavez died, and then he has won elections since that took place. So does he have problems with the United States? Yes. Well, so he says he doesn't. We had a very funny clip the other day where he's saying no war and war bad. He says he doesn't want conflict with us, but he is still a guy who has clung to power through illegitimate elections, who is running this like incredibly bad regime. They're not as bad as, like ISIS. They're not mass murdering thousands of people, but they've definitely been authoritarian with dissidents in their country. They have had rigged elections, and they've totally ruined their country. That's the saddest thing is Venezuela has essentially free money buried underneath it in the form of oil, and yet they remain a poor country because that is how bad left-wing economics is. And there's been this tension. There was tension in the first Trump administration. There are people who just want to overthrow that government. Lindsey Graham has wanted to do it. The Trump administration has not said it wants to do it, but like I said, now we're seeing there's a carrier in the Caribbean. We have a ship that's in Trinidad. That's another country that's right next to Venezuela. And we're also bombing drug boats that we say are coming from Venezuela. And so it's unclear where this could go from here, but there's clearly signs of escalating tensions with the country.
Escalating with us, or have they retaliated yet? Or
I think they'd be very dumb to retaliate to us. I think this would be like, you know, a 3-year-old trying to retaliate against Mike Tyson.
Okay.
Gen Z knows who Mike Tyson is,
yes.
right? Okay.
Don't worry. Don't worry. So, okay, Danny, let me know what you think about this, because in my friend group circles, we're not really discussing Venezuela, which is different because when October 7th, Israel, Hamas, like that has been a huge topic of conversation, as well as Iran, huge topic of conversation just amongst very apolitical people. Are your friends discussing or worried about Venezuela at all?
No, not really. The only thing that we had talked about with Venezuela ever is bombing the drugs coming in from Venezuela on the boats, as we've seen in those videos that Trump has posted on social media. That's really all that I've ever talked about with my friend group about.
Do they support that? Do they think it's cool to blow up the drug dealers?
Yeah, they love that. Yeah.
So my thought has long been, I worry about it just because if you bomb the wrong boat once of innocent people, that's atrocious and that's very bad. But if they have the ability to be very highly certain on this, I have no problem blowing up drug dealers.
Yeah, personally. I'm all for blowing up drug dealers that are trying to kill thousands of Americans.
As we have established, I have a highly unmillennial view towards capital punishment generally. So I should not be taken as a representative elder on that front.
But I can kind of, to reframe this, it's sounding more similar to like any sort of conflict we've had with Mexico. And
similar to that, but we're not going to try to regime change Mexico.
Right.
We'll be right back with more questions. We're going to talk about the East Wing of the White House. See you soon.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, we're going to have Daisy read our ad this time.
Talk about Wi-Fi. Okay, so I feel like I can recite this from memory just because I've heard Charlie say it a million times. But private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Wi-Fi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. It is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and guarantee interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. Wi-Fi does not care what your credit score is when the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is so big that you can't ever get ahead on your finances. They are surely your best option. You can finally take control of your student loan situation with a plan that works for your monthly budget. They are amazing. They are not available in all states, but just call 888-WIREFI-34 or log on to wirefy.com. That is YREFY.com. And they've been amazing partners of us for so long, and they are sponsoring tonight's huge event in Mississippi at Ole Miss with JD and Erica that we are all really looking forward to. They're going to do a great job.
That's a great job. You did a great job there, Daisy.
Thank
All right,
you
we have 50 seconds left before Radio Rejoin. Tell them about the text messages you received.
I'm getting text messages from my friends that are watching right now, and they're all saying how much they support blowing up all the drug dealers. And they want us to go further and start blowing up the cartels in Mexico, which I would also support, but as Blake was saying, we'd need to have
You just got to be careful. It's not good if you blow up innocent people. It is very good if you blow up evil, the guilty, though.
We would have to do a whole other no dumb question segments on that then if we're considering.
Does Gen Z know what Mexico is? Have they heard of it?
Yeah, I know more about Mexico, that situation, than I do about Venezuela, but I still have questions.
Really? Name 50 Mexican cities.
Cabo, Cancun.
Sorry,
Riviera
time's up, Daisy. We have to go to the Radio Rejoin. You failed the test.
City,
well, we're going to talk about the East Wing after the Rejoin. That's Layla. Do you guys know what Derek and the Dominoes is?
No.
Oh, they've never heard of Derek.
I do.
You know what Derek and the Dominoes
is, but I don't know what Derek and the Dominoes is.
It's the band that made the song. Do you know who Eric Clapton is?
I've heard the name.
Yes.
But I don't know how. Why do I know that?
Oh dear, we've got a long way to go with this. All right, but I'm not the one who's asking questions. You're the one who's asking
questions. Something else I don't know is why everyone on my Instagram and TikTok is freaking out about the East Wing construction.
Okay.
Because I run in a very conservative bubble. I've seen all of Caroline Leavitt's, everything we've talked about, that Trump is building this beautiful ballroom that can't wait to see. But why? I mean, there have been arguments that this is unconstitutional. There have been arguments that he's not allowed to do this, that this is desecrating American property. Why are people so upset, and what is happening?
This might be that you're a younger person, Daisy, but those of us who are older, we know that the East Wing is the heart of America. It is the heart of our republic.
That's what it seems like.
There is no building that is more important than the East Wing of the White House. No, I'm just kidding. So,
I could tell you everything about the West Wing.
The boring answer. So the White House is the house the president lives in. I believe the technical term is the executive mansion. White House is only a nickname. And as America got bigger and the president's staff got larger, the White House was not really big enough to house everything that you needed to do with the White House. So they added wings to it, hence why they're called East and West Wing. Now, contrary to what you think, I think a lot of people in their heads, they think the East Wing of the White House means like the eastern half of the White House. And there were photos going viral when they were knocking it down. And I think people thought they'd literally clawed off the side of the White House. Yeah. They have not done that. Though I will note they've done it in the past. We once did a total renovation of the White House, gutted the entire interior, replaced the whole thing.
When was that?
In the 40s. Okay. Truman didn't live in the White House for about 2 years because of how extensive it was. But they added these new wings. So the West Wing, you've all heard of.
Yes.
That's where, the Rose Garden is outside the West Wing.
It's beautiful.
And
never even heard of the East Wing.
It's actually a quite cramped building if you were ever inside it. It's like a lot of people in there. The hallways are very narrow. Yeah. But that's where the Oval Office is. That's where some of the other, the Roosevelt Room is. There's some famous buildings there. The East Wing is a sort of events venue building that they have, but it's not very large. I want to say about 200 people can be in it, which this is the United States of America. We have slightly larger events that need more people. It's not, you can't exactly hold a Turning Point event in the East Wing. So Trump wanted to expand it. It's been known we need to expand it for a long time, and he announced plans to expand it many months ago. And he said that it would include, expanding it, and it would include replacing the current East Wing building. No one has actually strongly cared about the East Wing. Nobody could tell you what a famous room in the East Wing is. Probably if you showed people a photo of it, they would not be able to ID it just by design.
No, I don't think I could.
I don't think I could.
I've been to the White House. I don't think I could tell you, oh, yeah, that's definitely this room at the East Wing.
Yeah, precisely. And so the real answer is people are freaking out because Trump went and just did a thing. And you used to be able to do this in the past. People could just go do things. The president could try to build something or try to enact a policy. But what they want total paralysis in America. There have been complaints where they've said, how was he able to do this without the approval of historians? So, you have to go find historians.
Well, I'm sure we could find some historians that would agree.
No, you need to ask all the historians for their permission before you knock over any building. And that's what they're angry about, is Trump actually just said, we need a bigger building at the White House. I am the president. I control the White House. And so I'm going to knock this over and build a bigger ballroom. And it's probably going to be very Trumpian in appearance. He likes his gold leaf. But it's going to be able to house 600 people. And the problem he's solving is, up to this point, if we wanted to do a state dinner at the White House with a lot of people at it, you had to put up tents on the White House lawn. You had to put up porta potties. Do you want the Prime Minister of Japan to go into a porta potty? Do you want Vladimir Putin in a porta potty is kind of funny to envision, but it's not befitting of a nation of our caliber. And so that's why Trump did it. And people are freaking out because they freak out about everything.
So there are no actual legal issues or ramifications for this.
Well, they'll probably find some district court judge who's going to say that it was illegal, but they find district court judges who say everything's illegal.
Right. Same question as before, Danny. Are other people freaking out about this as much as I'm seeing, or is it just
are all
that
of your
I'm on the
friends
wrong side
sending
of
you
TikTok
text messages like the East Wing, I'm torn up?
They're just as upset about the drugs as they are about the East Wing.
I don't think they really care at all. But I would like to know what, Blake, if you were president, what would you do with the East Wing?
Oh, man.
Let's get in the mind of Blake real quick.
Oh, dear. That's a lot to put on me with 40 seconds to go. That is my vision a reality. I don't know. Oh, that's really hard.
I don't even know if we're making it big. I would
build a bigger ballroom. I would name it after Charlie. I would probably not have gold leaf. I'm very German. I don't like the fancy stuff. I would have it be very humble looking and just have a lot of portraits of American presidents and like great Americans around. That would be my aesthetic thing in the Charles Kirk National Ballroom, which we should build.
I think that's a great name, personally. I have no issues with that.
That's great. We have an interview with Dr. Larry Arnn after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music, So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
I'm Bo Davidson in the Real America's Voice newsroom. Here are your headlines. While on his overseas trip to Asia, President Trump was still talking about issues back here at home. He's now contemplating sending more than National Guard troops to cities across America. Watch.
If we send in our military, if we send in our National Guard, if we send in Space Command, they don't care who the hell it is. They just want to be safe. And we have safe cities now. We're starting in Memphis, and Memphis was a disaster. It's been there. They've been there for 2 weeks, and it's a whole different story. Crime is less than half, and within a month it'll be gone. Getting rid of all the bad ones. And we're going to go into Chicago. We're going to go into our cities. We're going to clean them out. We're going to straighten them out. And we're going to have safe cities because you want to protect safe cities. We're going to have beautiful, safe cities, and it's happening very quickly and very easily, actually. It's easy for us. It's hard for them.
And while President Trump is wheeling and dealing in Asia, back here in the U.S., investors are expecting the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates today. The anticipated quarter-point cut would mark the second in 6 weeks. While inflation is still higher than where the central bank wants it to be, policymakers are reportedly more concerned about preventing a spike in unemployment. A number of major companies have already announced job cuts in recent days, including Amazon, which is laying off 14,000 people. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is scheduled to speak around 2:30 this afternoon. Stay tuned to Real America's Voice for updates throughout the day. Meanwhile, Bill Gates is calling on major donors to reconsider where they're putting their money. In a new essay, he argues that eliminating disease and hunger should take priority over fighting climate change. Bill Gates says climate change is a serious issue, but he argues it's not the most urgent threat facing the world right now. Gates says efforts to reduce emissions should continue, but donors should place a stronger focus on saving lives immediately, particularly in the poorest regions. He writes that preventing disease and outbreaks and reducing hunger would produce the fastest and most direct improvement to human suffering worldwide. Gates isn't dismissing climate concerns. He says both issues matter, but believes the world can make a bigger impact faster by directing more resources toward basic health and food security. His message comes ahead of a major global climate summit next month. Gates notes that international aid budgets and donor priorities are stretched. Those are your headlines. We now return to Charlie Kirk Show.
Forging an all-new greatest American generation. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. And I'm joined with Blake Neff and a very special guest, but I'm gonna keep you waiting 1 second. First, I want to tell you about PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Of course, that's the URL for Patriot Mobile. The very fine folks at Patriot Mobile are dear friends of the show, Glenn and Jenny. Thank you guys for standing by this show and for just being great Americans in general, and for supporting Turning Point USA, other causes, 2A, pro-life, all the things. We love those guys and we love what they stand for. And not only that, but they give you great cell phone service. They're connected to all the 3 major networks, so you don't lose anything there. But you know that when you spend $1 on Patriot Mobile, that they're going to put the profits of that back into the missions that you care about most. And so that's why we love them. So don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who have made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. You never have to talk to some foreign call center or anything like that. It's American-based customer service. They're going to make it very easy for you to switch, to keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile, you visit them at patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use the promo code Charlie for a free month of service, or if you prefer, you can call 972-PATRIOT today. That's 972-PATRIOT today, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie, promo code Charlie for a free month of service. Or do what I did, and you can have 2 networks on one phone, so you never are going to be without service, and that is a good thing. That is a very, very good thing. So without further ado, I am so honored to have the one and only Dr. Larry Arnn, president of Hillsdale College, in the studio.
We are.
It's a pleasure, sir, because of so many reasons, but namely because of how much Charlie loved and adored and respected you. Both as in your role at the college, but just as a personal friend of his. And I know that was a bond you both shared, and you loved each other and you supported each other. And so it's an honor to have you here. The floor is yours. Reflect on whatever you want to reflect on.
Well, Charlie is the best student I ever saw who didn't go to Hillsdale College, except he did. He was such a high-minded, generous, powerful, capable young man with amazing self-restraint and self-discipline. I never met a better person. And I did fall in love with him. In the beginning, I thought he was just he was a 19-year-old show pony. And I asked him a lot of hard questions, and he didn't know the answer. He's 19. And he just immediately was determined to learn the answer. And so I knew him for the rest of his life, 13 years, and he grew on me to a great friendship. I adored him. I think what he's built here is a wonderful thing. I never really talked about, Charlie. I run a big old business, and Charlie runs a big business, and he built it. I never talked to him about that very much. I came here and went around and talked to the staff one day. At the end of it, I said, Charlie, you really know what you're doing, don't you? So this place is very vibrant, and Erica is heroic, and you guys are practiced and principled and good at your jobs. Turning Point is growing, I understand. I'm not surprised by that, and I'm confident that will continue.
Well, thank you for saying that. And I will say that, and Blake can attest, one of the speeches from the memorial that has been most oft quoted to me or referenced as this moment of the powerful moment that helped encapsulate the memorial at State Farm Stadium was your speech. You had 4 minutes. We all got rushed through there because there was we had a whole program, and it was executed with precision. But your speech, this clip, just listening to it back, is one of the most poignant, I don't know how many words, it's got to be like 25 words, 30 words. And I've had more people tell me about this. And so I'm going to play it here and get your reaction and maybe your reflection, rather, on what you said. Play cut 193.
A good thing is a thing that has being. An assassin is not a thing that has being. The assassin must give up his humanity to destroy something that has being. Charlie lives on. The assassin will die.
It's a powerful moment, Dr. Arnn.
Yeah, well, that's one of the first conversations I had with Charlie. What is a good thing? What is good? What does it mean for a thing to be good? Charlie got into, that's the fundamental question in philosophy, by the way. That's That's what Socrates is always asking. And Charlie wanted to know the answer to that. And Erica gave, it's probably the best speech at the memorial. A very powerful woman, and so deeply aggrieved. She read from his journals. 2, I think, maybe 3, but 2 for sure of the stories were class notes on Aristotle class. She told me my name was at the top of the pages because I know something about Aristotle and got him reading it. And see, that's, I think, what you have to do. I mean, this is what Turning Point has to do. You can only save America by making it good again. And young people can only contribute to America if they live well. And to live well is to learn and know and practice the moral and the intellectual virtues. And Charlie was a model of that. He became a very knowledgeable young man, and he had these enormous gifts. He was a very powerful guy, very charming, very fun. To be around Charlie, every time I was around him a lot, and every time I was around him, it was a giggle. And also serious, right? Well, we have to live like that to be a free people. And, so many young people are lost today because they go off to college and they tell them nothing is good or true objectively, which, by the way, is a statement about the truth, isn't it? The right response to that is that true? And Charlie got into that, and he led millions of young people toward a better path.
Yeah, I just think that whole discussion, what is it to be good? What is it, what are we ultimately aimed at? It's sort of the bigger picture thing. Charlie wrote a book called The College Scam. He routinely said college was a scam, but then we did these ads for Hillsdale. He would have him on. He always spoke well of Hillsdale as the best college in America, and it's because you're probably one of the only college heads in America who could give an answer to that about why a college education would matter, why, what the goal of it should be beyond just, sending a bunch of money to a college bureaucrat or getting some credential. And it's the ability to actually answer that question. Why are you bothering to learn any of these things in the first place? Why does it actually matter that you read these books or understand these things? And that's, I imagine that's why we're going to continue touting Hillsdale going forward, is because there aren't many schools that do that. And our goal still remains to make more schools like that. And that's what Charlie would care about. He didn't just want to burn down higher education because it, caused him a tiff. He wanted it to be something more worthy of the people who attend it.
This is a really good point that you're making, because often Charlie would be accused of being anti-intellectual or anti-education. Charlie was the most pro-education person I have ever met. He was the most pro-intellectual person I have ever met. And he loved being connected to you, Dr. Arnn. He loved being connected to Hillsdale because he believed that you were doing it the right way.
Well, he called me once before he published that book and said, I'm going to publish a book telling kids not to go to college, but I'm exempting Hillsdale. And I said, thank you very much. He was giving me a warning. And I said, thank you very much. And he said, do you think it's right I should publish that book? And I said, yeah. I said, there are some marvelous teachers scattered here and there. If you encounter one of them, college will be a golden experience. But otherwise, it's not institutionalized that it's a golden experience in very many places anymore. So that's what Charlie is saying. And Charlie, Charlie was a student in our online courses, an assiduous student. He took a lot of them, took nearly all of them, I think. And people are always asking me which one. So we're not at the college. We're not using Charlie's name except to praise him, because there's a flurry of that right now. probably, people have been giving us money for scholarships in honor of Charlie. And if Erica wants me to, I'm going to turn those into scholarships for kids recommended by Turning Point.
Wonderful.
And she probably will. I told her today. But mostly the most important thing, from my point of view, Charlie was a student who succeeded in making himself knowledgeable of the best things to know and living in light of them. And he was an encouragement to especially young men who are lost these days, right? They just flock to him. At Hillsdale College, the night of his assassination, it wasn't organized. Our chapel, which holds 1,500, was full for 5 hours in a prayer vigil. And I brought Erica a big box of letters that Hillsdale students wrote to her. We didn't ask them to do that. They got up a letter writing campaign.
Mm. We have I don't know if Erica showed you, but we have a whole basic warehouse.
I looked, yeah.
Filled with these beautiful presents and letters that come in from all over the country, and people have dropped them off, and the outpouring of love and support. I mean, we make much of some of the negativity, some of the really vile behavior that we've seen, because it deserves to be taboo. It deserves to be shamed. But I will never, ever forget how much people have prayed for us, how much people have poured out their love for Charlie through us. And it is, I will tell you, it's truly life-changing. So it's beautiful to hear that. I'm going to tell you guys quickly about one of our partners here on the show, and then we'll continue with the great Dr. Larry Arnn. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to tell you about their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. And here's what makes it unique. There's a lot of problems in the world. We all know about the problems in the world, and we can talk about those in an honest way, and that's what this podcast does. But they also take the Bible and they give you prescriptive advice on how to be a part of changing it for the better. So whether it's gender confusion, abortion, immigration, DOGE, Trump and the White House, issues in the church, you don't just discuss the problems, you talk about how you can make a difference. His guests have expertise, powerful testimony, and each episode will help you recognize the power of your faith. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss an episode, or find out more about Alan Jackson at alanjackson.com/Charlie. alanjackson.com/Charlie. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music, So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
Has learned a lot. It was masterful. And it was the crisis, the crisis in America is a crisis of principle and thought, which has given rise to a distortion in our institutions in America. The Constitution's not working right? Charlie, to the extent that he helped get Donald Trump elected, and that is some considerable extent, it's fundamentally important that now it's been shown that you can dismiss a civil servant. And that's, who would have thought it? Well, Charlie had to do with that, right? But he understood the arguments behind that. He first of all, politics, it's like a bad word, right? Politics is the method by which a free people govern themselves. And they have to be in control of it. And so we've built this state that is not responsive. It's in the scholarship on the administrative state, there's an argument how many rulemaking bodies in America there are. Not how many rules, how many bodies are making them. Hard to tell.
It's a great question. We're going to welcome back radio. We'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back. Our final segment of the show. It's going too quick with Dr. Larry Arnn, president of Hillsdale College, Charlie's favorite college. Your dear friend of Charlie. I had this great conversation with Alex Marlowe, who was in the studio with us for 2 shows, and he was just telling me about some of what he experienced with when Andrew Breitbart died. And a lot of people said that Breitbart was going to be no more. And then he said he experienced another wave of that with Steve Bannon when he left Breitbart, and that, Breitbart's going to be no more. And, he was saying, he was like, listen, part of Andrew's legacy was us carrying it on. Part of the institution that Andrew built at Breitbart was what he trained people like Alex Marlowe to do and to carry on. And to this day, Breitbart is 2, 3, 4 times bigger than it was when Andrew was alive. And obviously we've gotten this, there is no replacing Charlie. That's not what I'm saying. But Charlie would want us to get every ounce of enthusiasm and love that has been poured out after his death and make use of it and turn it to good. And I think it's a holy duty. It's a sacred honor that we have to continue his work.
Yeah, you will, too. I mean, first of all, no America without George Washington. And it continued after he died, in part because of his work. What is an institution? It's a set of principles and people serving them in some organized way. Charlie built that, right? And if all he wanted to do was, there are people who make money just going around giving speeches on college campuses. And they might have, an assistant or an agent, right? Charlie built this whacking big old thing. It's all over the place. And that meant before he died, turning point was not only Charlie. So what you've lost is your founder. But if you found it well, then it will continue. And he did.
Well, you've done that as well at Hillsdale. I mean, you did not found Hillsdale College.
I didn't, no. The only job I've ever had in a college is the one I have right now. And, I went to graduate school. I got a fabulous, I happened upon the right things to know. And, of course, I was surrounded by people who hated those things. So I was never ambitious to work in a college. And because most of my friends are PhDs, and Charlie, who's he's getting a PhD in May at Hillsdale College. The point is, they always hold college presidents in contempt. So of all the jobs in the world, that'd be the last one I wanted. And then I discovered that our college was beautifully founded by people who became friends of Abraham Lincoln. And I love that stuff. So in 50 years and 100 years, one prays and believes, people will be honored to work at Turning Point because it was so well begun. And if a thing is well begun, by the way, how would you refound America to make it better than the American founding? It is actually as perfect as a human thing can be in the modern world, right? After the birth of Jesus, date the modern world from that, because politics changes after Jesus is born, because he's everyone's savior, and he doesn't set up a government. And so you have to have freedom of religion. And you still have to have all the things that countries do, now devoted to freedom. The name on the T-shirt the day Charlie was shot. You see? So our founders, solved that problem. And there's no progress possible beyond that. We can only remember it and revive it when it flags. And that's our work as Americans today. Every American has two jobs, and one is to live an excellent life. Charlie is a model of that. And the other is to repair his country, and Charlie was a model of that.
I think we could maybe end with another. We have a video of Charlie, actually, what he said about Hillsdale. Let's do 199. Do we have that?
What's in the chat?
Darn it. Okay. Well, I guess we didn't have that one in time.
Let me quote him. Yes. Charlie said Hillsdale was great.
Yes. Charlie said Hillsdale was great. He said it was America's finest college more than one time.
There's a tape. We haven't used it because we don't. But there's a tape of Charlie talking to and it went all over the internet. And he's talking to a young woman. And
she was like 10 or 11, right?
And he said, if you're going to go to college, go to Hillsdale College, or don't go. So.
Well, that is a good, we endorse that message. We endorse that message. Dr. Larry Arnn, what a privilege. Thank you for making time out of your busy schedule to join us here and to come visit us all at.
Thank you guys for carrying on. Noble work.
Thank you, sir. We will be back tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life.
I'm a a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Israel launching retaliatory strikes inside Gaza and threatening more after accusing Hamas of violating their peace agreement.
14 narco-terrorists just became fish food.
These strikes are turning up the pressure on Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, along with a stepped-up U.S. military presence in the region. The Justice Department announced a $50 million reward for information leading to Maduro's arrest. A key U.S. senator warning on 60 Minutes, Maduro's running out of time.
President Trump is in South Korea this morning for the third and final stop on his tour of the region. The president's arrival last night came after North Korea announced it test-fired sea-to-surface cruise missiles off its western coast. Now, despite the escalation, South Korea's leader put on a lavish welcome for President Trump. You see it here, awarding him the country's highest honor as the pair are set to work on ironing out a trade deal. Meanwhile, attention is also on President Trump's highly anticipated meeting with China's leader Xi Jinping Thursday, a meeting the president is optimistic will garner results.
I think we're going to have a deal. I think it'll be a good deal for both. And that's really a great result. The world is watching. And I think we'll have something that's very exciting for everybody.
In the most consequential election the city has seen in recent memory, it's a race the whole country is watching. A new Suffolk University poll of likely voters shows him trailing Mamdani by 10 percentage points. And Gothamist crunched some numbers, did some analysis of early voting data. And what Gothamist came up with is that more than half of those who voted early this weekend are 55 and older. Experts say that could be an encouraging sign for Cuomo.
The Jersey gubernatorial candidate Mikey Sherrill taking her campaign on the road. The Democrat just kicked off a bus tour called Driving Down Costs. Sherrill launched the event in Bloomfield and plans to chat with voters in each of the state's 21 counties in the coming days. Meanwhile, Republican Jack Ciattarelli has a full plate on his own.
His diner tour continued this morning in Madison, and later today, Ciattarelli will be in Camden and Gloucester counties, hosting 2 rallies for early voting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is October 29th, 2025, Anno Domini. The American Stasi. Now, we've done enough programs here on Human Events Daily fighting against the FBI's reckless work and reckless, just complete disdain for the law and disdain for political opponents and targeting political opponents last year. And now we've got the receipts. I want to get into all of that today, and we will with a J6er himself who will be joining us. I want to tell you right now, by the way, that before I forget, tonight, the big party is on down in Ole Miss, and huge event tonight. If you can't be there, make sure you are watching this. Make sure you're locked in. J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, along with Erica Kirk, our CEO at Turning Point USA, are going to be on stage together down at Ole Miss. So today is the day that Charlie would have been there. This, of course, was at the University of Mississippi, right there in Jackson, and this would have been when Charlie was arriving. This is obviously his new, we've reformatted the tour, and it's incredible to see Vice President J.D. Vance and the new CEO of Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk, will be appearing live. And I'm told the vice president, at least, will be taking questions. Not sure if Erica will take questions or not. We'll have to see exactly how the format goes, but it's incredible that they're both going to be there. And as far as I know, I've checked in on this. As far as I know, this might be the first time that Erica has done a campus tour before, or a campus stop like this. So it's really going to be interesting. And obviously, you know, she'd done so many events with Charlie, but this will be one of the first times. So people really need to tune in tonight. I believe it starts around 7 o'clock. And so make sure you tune in. I'm, of course, going to share that across my social media profiles, and it's going to be great. And God bless to everybody who's going to be out there. And don't worry, because we are taking everyone's security very, very seriously, working with multiple levels of police, with law enforcement, local, state, and yes, of course, federal, to make sure that everything goes off without a hitch. And yes, of course, with the vice president there, Secret Service, it will also be indoors. Getting back to the FBI, we've uncovered, and I just been, running through these 200 pages of documents that were released by House Judiciary Committee yesterday. One of the first things that popped out at me is very simple. Turning Point USA. And you go right there, you zoom right in, and what does it say? Chief Operating Officer of Turning Point USA. And that, of course, was and is Tyler Boyer. Tyler is, of course, the COO of Turning Point Action. And you look, and his name is redacted, but we know it's him because they were going after him for what they called the quote-unquote electors scheme, which is something that Tyler was indicted for in Arizona. But here's what's interesting. They always claimed that this was just the state of Arizona, the same way they did it in Georgia, the same way they did it in, I believe, Wisconsin and Michigan as well. They always claimed that these were just state-level prosecutions. Well, now we have the facts. It was, in fact, the federal government, which we always knew, right? We always knew the feds were behind this. We always knew it was Biden. We always knew it was Chris Wray. We knew it all along. Jack Smith was the one who dug up this information. But then when he couldn't find a specific federal crime to go after them for, he passed it off to the Democrat AGs. So this was Jack Smith's plan all along, to take the J6 operation, and that's what it was, ladies and gentlemen, operation, and move it forward, just like the Stasi. And just like the Stasi in East Berlin and East Germany, after the Berlin Wall fell, you could go and request your surveillance file from the Stasi, find out who they were spying on and what cases they were looking at their political enemies for. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You better be interested in communist revolutions, because you're in one. Be right back. Human Events Daily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
Will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily. Folks, everybody that knows me and the work that Human Events does every single day, day in, day out, knows that the conservative movement never stops. And the fuel that keeps me going, keeps the show going, keeps the work going is Blackout Coffee. For years, Blackout has been my coffee of choice, and I know so many of you were wanting to get in on the action as well. Just tweeted out, pin this up, blackoutcoffee.com/poso. It's across all my social medias. You can get in there because let me tell you something. This isn't just coffee. It's America in a cup. Founded on Christian values, rooted in family, built on the belief that hardworking Americans deserve better than the corporate swill that you get out there. Blackout Coffee, it's a family business, and they roast every single batch right here in the US of A. 2 roasts you got to try. The Morning Reaper, don't fear the Reaper, a smooth medium roast. It kicks off your day with no bitterness. And for the dark roast lovers, if you want to go dark, you want to go on the dark side, take a walk on the dark side, Brutal Awakening. This thing is deep flavor, dark roast, keeps you sharp and alert. Perfect for friends, for family, around the holidays, which are coming up. We got Halloween, we got Thanksgiving, we got Christmas, we got New Year's, we got the gauntlet. The best gatherings start with the best coffee. So here's the deal. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/poso and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. That's blackoutcoffee.com/poso. Support a company that shares your values, supports American jobs, and fuels your freedom. One strong cup at a time. All right, folks. So as we're talking about all this, we're digging into Arctic Frost, these new revelations that have come out. The J6ers were so unfairly targeted and persecuted for everything that they did and everything they went through over the 4 years. Now we're finding that Jack Smith, who ran this entire thing like a communist-style Stasi operation, was doing the same thing to patriots all across the country, including, by the way, my friend Tyler Boyer, which we just broke the story that his name was, of course, on the Arctic Frost list. I wanted to get on someone who knows all too well the power of the federal government and what they can do and how they can unduly do it. His name is Brandon Straka, and you know him, of course, from the Great Walkaway campaign, but now we also know him as a man who has been a political dissident. Brandon, how are you, my friend?
See you, Jack. Thanks for having me.
Well, I just have to ask, man, you know, after everything you've gone through, do you feel at all a sense of vindication, at least knowing that, you know, the truth is finally coming out?
I think, yes, the answer is yes. I do think that there were opportunities for the truth to begin to emerge a lot sooner than this. I mean, one of the really unfortunate things about January 6th is that, and all of the weaponization of the government that was taking place over the during the 4 Biden years, is that it really created a climate of fear and I think intimidation and even really isolation, I think, for a lot of people. A lot of people were afraid to associate with me, and a lot of people were afraid to even have people like me on to share our stories about what was going on, you know? So, I mean, it was a very sort of isolating experience, but I think that is one of the unfortunate things. And this is, by the way, why they do things like this. This is why all of this was happening. This was a coordinated attempt by our government to try to not only destroy Donald Trump, but to destroy the MAGA movement in general, and to also make conservatives afraid to go out and engage in activism, afraid to go out and start organizations, afraid to start movements, and afraid to associate with one another. And it goes far beyond just, charging people with crimes. I'm sure we're about to get into in this discussion. When you're just even under investigation, then that sends the message out to other people. Oh, they're looking at his emails. They're looking at his text messages. They're looking at his phone calls. Maybe we shouldn't email him. Maybe we shouldn't text him. They try to kind of fragment everybody and create this division because they want to make people afraid to be able to organize and come together and build with each other.
Well, that's exactly right. And you look at some of the names that were on this list, you look at the names of the J6ers, you look at the names of prominent J6ers like yourself who were and are, in leading such incredible movements all around the country. And obviously you and I have done events together in places as, far-flung. We've done Florida, we've done Minnesota, Wisconsin, different things. And so it's they knew who they were targeting. It's very simple to me when I look at this. Anyone that they could build a case against, that's exactly who they went after. And then you could see, by the way, they were even tracking, is this person a political activist? Is this person a member of the media? Is this person tied to this? Is this person a lawyer? They didn't even care, right? They didn't even care. They just ran roughshod over all of their own standards, over their own guidelines, over their own practices, because this was a political witch hunt. And I was saying in the opening, and you and I were chatting during the break a little, this is like after the fall of the Berlin Wall, when the East German Stasi were finally disbanded, and then you as a citizen of Germany who had lived through communism could go and request your own surveillance file, and you could, there's this great movie, The Lives of Others, and the very last scene is the guy goes in and he's able to request his own file and find out that, oh wait, all these horrible things that were happening to him at that time in his life were because of the intel agencies screwing around with him, messing with his life. And as you just say, they isolate you, they create this sort of environment of fear, and they want you to feel atomized. And in fact, if you watch the movie Lives of Others, they were trying to drive political dissidents to suicide. And in fact, there are many cases of J6ers who did do, in fact, that. It's the very same thing, man.
Absolutely, 100%. And I'll tell you too, so the comment that you were just making about sort of like the far-reaching effort to destroy people. So first and foremost, I want to say, for any of your audience out there who doesn't know, I was raided by the FBI. I was thrown in jail. I was actually charged with more felony charges than most people who went inside the Capitol on January 6th. But just to be clear, I never entered the Capitol on January 6th. I didn't engage in any violence, vandalism, theft, or destruction. I didn't even witness any. I maintain I did not break the law on January 6th. I stood outside the building for 8 minutes shooting a video. But because of who I am and what I do, which is the founder of the Walk Away movement, I believe that they thought that by arresting me, they were going to find a treasure trove of information. I mean, it's important to remember, yes, these people are insane, yes, these people are corrupt, but they truly believe oftentimes the ridiculous stories that they themselves make up. And so by arresting me and charging me with all of these things, they were able to come into my apartment, take my computer, my hard drives, my thumb drives, my phone, go through my emails, go through all of my stuff. And then it was a condition for every person who was charged with January 6th, if you were going to take a plea deal, which again, I was stacked with felony charges, I knew I was going to take a misdemeanor plea deal. You have to sit down and interview with the government to be able to get a plea deal. So I sat down and interviewed with the government, and my entire interview was them. They had a list of names of conservative activists and personalities, and it was just the most ridiculous questions. How do you know this person? What do they do? Are you friends with this person? Or are you just acquaintances with this person? I'm sure your name was probably on the list. I don't really remember anymore. It was 4 years ago, but it was absolutely.
Oh, my name's on a lot of lists.
I have no doubt. But yeah, no, I mean, it was absolutely.
No, actually, I could just tell you that I know that my name was on a number of lists when people were in those situations, because I was definitely someone they were looking at for J6.
Yeah. Well, it was anybody who questioned the 2020 election. It was anybody who was leading a powerful and influential movement. It was anybody who was doing influential activism work. Those are the people that were absolutely at the top of their hit list. And by coming after me, I believe that they thought that they were going to get a treasure trove of information. Of course, there wasn't any, because there was no plan to attack the Capitol. There was no plan to try to overthrow the government. But by being arrested for January 6th, they also used this as an excuse to permanently ban the walkaway campaign from social media and to ban us from banks and payment processors and email services and things like that. But to that point, I actually just won a legal battle against Facebook. So we're actually getting the walkaway campaign back on Facebook. So,
congratulations. That's huge. That's huge. And I know that Robbie Starbuck is over there, and hopefully, hopefully able to do some good for conservatives who have been so wrongly treated by these platforms. I know that Charlie, when he was still with us, that one of the and people obviously saw this, but one of the things that he was trying to do was engage with Mark Zuckerberg directly and talk about that and say, look, okay, you're here at the inauguration when Trump got inaugurated, and you're here and you put some money in, fine, but when are you going to start bringing people back that you have banned? And that's something that Charlie even took up, obviously for Turning Point, but also just for everybody else too.
Yeah, and I'm glad to hear that, because we do need to be doing a lot more, I think, at this point. When President Trump got reelected and we saw a lot of the big tech giants there at the inauguration, and I like seeing that there could potentially be a change in the culture, and that more of an embrace of conservatives being able to feel free on social media. But to your point, there's still an enormous amount of people who never recovered their accounts, who never should have been taken off the platform in the first place. And we should live in a country where we're allowed to challenge ideas, ask questions, particularly like with what was happening in 2020 with COVID, vaccines, and medication. These are conversations Americans should be allowed to have in a free country.
No, it's as simple as that. And so, which by the way, that was the entire and has always been your entire message, to say, I do a show that's, predominantly for conservatives, but you weren't talking to conservatives. You were talking to people who were liberals, who were leftists, who were members of the Democrat Party, to say, hey, I was one of you, and I kind of woke up, and let's have a conversation about whether or not this stuff is working. That's always what you've been about. So what did they do? They shut down your ability to talk to those people because you were so effective.
Yeah, and the thing too, that what makes me want to rip my hair out is that it's like somehow through the narrative of who I am, if you're to read, Wikipedia or the left-wing media or anything after January 6th, you would believe that I'm like one of the most crazed anarchists, far right. The thing is, I was always one of the most moderate people in the
Hold on, Brad, we've got a quick break. We'll come right back because I want to get into what you're up to now. By the way, check out Grokpedia, because I've been looking into that a little bit. It's pretty good. I got to say, it's pretty good. Right back, Jack Posobiec.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elm from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack. He's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily. You know, folks, I've been telling you, pay attention. You got to pay attention to what is happening with the U.S. dollar, the debt, central banks. We know it's all been piling up, and we know, of course, the rise of crypto is out there as well. But let me tell you this. When things get rocky, gold has always been the safe haven. But now gold, it's not just defensive, it's an offensive asset. It's already around $4,000 an ounce, and analysts are forecasting it could go over $5,000. Just by the way, think if you had gotten in when we first started talking about gold and silver and precious metals where they were 4 years ago. So let me tell you, that's why I've been working with my partners at Allegiance Gold for these years. They help you protect your savings and retirement with real physical gold and silver, not paper promises. And right now, Allegiance Gold is making it even better. They'll donate 1% of qualified investments from my audience to Turning Point USA or another great America First organization, in addition to the 1% you already qualify for. So you can protect your wealth and support the movement at the same time. Support TPUSA and protect your own wealth. If you've been waiting for a sign, this is it. The matching, this is just it's a great deal. Don't wait until it's too late. See what's going on with gold today. Call them at 844-577-7676. That is 844-577-7676, or visit protectwithposo.com. Again, protectwithposo.com. Protect your future and stand with me fighting for America. Protectwithposo.com. All right, we got Brandon Straka back on. And Brandon, now what I love about this is that, look, you know, you've taken your hits and you've coming back, you've got back on your feet, and you're getting back in the fight, and you've been in the fight in New York City. You're a New Yorker, of course, and you're saying, you know what, I'm not going to bug out. I'm going down with the ship, or excuse me, I'm going to stand and fight rather than go down with the ship. What are you doing to fight against the Mamdani takeover?
Yeah. So first of all, I want to address that and say that I remain optimistic even at this point, believe it or not. So we began our fight about 4.5 months ago here in New York City. And my team with Walkaway, we built what I believe is the largest anti-Mamdani ground game in New York City. We have 1,000+ volunteers that have signed up over the last 4.5 months. All over the city, we've been doing rallies against democratic socialism, rallies against Zohran Mamdani. We've been also doing open mic street debates. Much like you guys at Turning Point have done, going to college campuses. We've done the same thing with Walkaway, but these events have been very successful. And I thought to myself, why are we limiting this to college campuses? Why, like, we should be getting out and having debates with adults and everyday citizens all the time, everywhere out in the streets. And so when we're doing these rallies, I usually have 3 or 4 of my speakers will get behind a table, pop up a microphone, and encourage everyday New Yorkers to approach the microphone, debate us, ask us questions, have discussions about Zohran Mamdani, about his policies. They've been phenomenally successful. including going to Washington Square Park, which is essentially an NYU campus. And as you're showing there on your screen, I've also been putting out these videos every couple of days or so. These videos were just basically running around New York City, but debunking Zohran Mamdani's policy promises that he's making to people, as well as a lot of the lies of Democrat socialism. As I say, Democrat socialism takes vulnerable people and lies to them. And I think that that's what Zohran Mamdani is doing. But, you know, here we are now.
About that real quick. Let me ask you about that, because that's something that we've been, you know, I've been talking with like Steve Bannon about and others. This is sort of the difference between like right-wing populism and MAGA populism versus this, what I call resentment populism, where democratic socialism is like, hey, your life sucks, prices are high, rent is high, housing is expensive, everything's expensive. So let's take it from all those rich white people, you know, and tear it down, and let's blame Israel, let's blame everything under the sun that we can, rather than just try to make things better for everyone. Does that kind of track with what you're seeing?
100% it tracks with what I'm seeing. And in addition to that, I'd say, so what I'm noticing here in New York City, and it's important to remember, obviously this is a very left-leaning, very liberal city. So people are already sort of programmed to fall into that left-wing ideology in their politics. But I think what I'm seeing in all the conversations I've been having, and I've been talking to many, many hundreds and hundreds of New Yorkers over the last 4.5 months, it's very reminiscent to me about what Donald Trump, the way he appealed to people in the 2016 election, people who wanted to change, people who thought the system was broken and wasn't working for them. It's absolutely left-wing populism happening here in New York. The difference is what Donald Trump said was, I agree with you, the system is broken, so let's go in and give the system less power. Let's dismantle the system and give the power back to the people. What Zohran Mamdani is saying, I see you, I hear you, I agree with you, the system is broken, so let's give that system more power. Let's give that system more control over your lives. Let's give infinite power to the system. And people, for some reason, are not connecting the dots. And that's what I'm trying to help here in New York, is for people to connect the dots. You're being lied to. You're being deceived. Democratic socialism is going to take the very real pain points that you're describing and make them much, much worse.
I couldn't agree more. That's what happens every single time. And so, yeah, they're going to make it worse for, you know, these target groups, police officers, affluent, you know, middle class. Obviously, if anyone is and the first thing you're going to see, by the way, is anyone who has the money to flee, anyone who has the money to get up and go, they're gone, right? They are going to jet off down to Florida, or maybe down to Texas, or wherever, Tennessee, who cares, right? They're going to get out of New York, and you're going to see all that huge financial capital leave. And that's the deal, right? New York is the world's financial capital. But when you start going after those markets, guess what that's going to do? That's going to ruin your tax base. So what do you think that's going to happen to the downstream effects of the secondary and tertiary businesses and communities that operate there, like your East Village, like Greenwich, like everything else? It's all going to be downstream. And it's like, they don't see that because they just think I want someone to fight for me. But the guys like Mamdani, he's smart enough to understand exactly what he's doing. We've got a minute left. Tell people where they can go to get involved.
Please check out walkawaycampaign.com, whether you want to volunteer, whether you want to make a donation to the cause, whether you want to just learn more about what we're doing. We are the largest national movement of former Democrats walking away from the Democratic Party. And we never have stopped. January 6th didn't stop us, didn't slow us down. And I think the future is really bright for the movement. So please get involved with what we're doing. Go to walkawaycampaign.com. And don't give up on New York. We have a week left, and I truly believe we can defeat this guy. We've done some amazing work. The early voting returns are looking really good. Record numbers of people over the age of 55 coming out to vote. That's a very, very positive sign. Do not give up on New York. That's good.
They're not from Mamdani.
That's right.
No, that's actually a really good point. That's actually a really good point. Brandon Straka, God bless you, man. More power to you. I'll see you soon, I'm sure. All right, folks, right back. We're going from New York to New Jersey. Cliff Maloney joins us next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellsworth, Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live, Human Events Daily. Now, yesterday, you may remember that we spent the whole day really slamming this idea that the courtroom would have no cameras in it for the Tyler Robinson case. This is the murder trial of Charlie Kirk. And that's something that, just from the public perspective, I can't abide. And so Human Events Daily, Human Events Media Group put together an open letter and submitted it to the court requesting and really opposing this ban on cameras, and really excited that the great Julie Grant, none other than the great Julie Grant of Court TV, ran a segment on the very same subject just yesterday, and we've got a clip of it.
Let the cameras roll. The defendant, accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk, wants to keep the cameras out of the courtroom. His lawyers argue it will taint the prospective jury pool and jeopardize his right to a fair trial. They say after his first court appearance, the public scrutiny of his appearance and his movements was happening excessively because of what was shown in the courtroom. Well, when you pick up murder charges, public scrutiny usually comes with it. What did defendant Tyler Robinson think was going to happen next after he allegedly confessed to his lover that he assassinated Charlie Kirk? Do you think a walk in the park was what was coming next? No, criminal charges and a trial, if he so chooses, are what comes next. And in Utah, cameras are permitted to film and photograph court proceedings. We've seen time and time again with the trials that we broadcast here on Court TV that the cameras have zero bearing on the fairness of the trial. We see defendants get a fair trial with intense public scrutiny time and time again. Examples: O.J. Simpson, Casey Anthony, Karen Reed, just to name a few. The jurors aren't watching the trial on TV. They're not allowed to do that. So it sounds to me like this defendant just wants some special treatment. But he's not special. and I suspect the judge will deny his request to exclude the cameras. But yet still, that judge will ensure that Mr. Robinson.
And just a shout out to the great Julie Grant, another fellow Temple owl, by the way, I should mention, over doing the yeoman's work at Court TV. And I'll just quote from the Human Events piece yesterday. Charlie Kirk did not have a choice or even any say over whether or not his murder would be live streamed. Only his assassin had a say in that. Charlie Kirk didn't get to have a say. His murder was on video, on live stream, in front of the entire world. His children will see that one day. They will. That's just the nature of things. But what we do have a say over is whether or not the trial will be open to the public. And we all believe that it should. And I'm just really grateful that Julie put that video together and has come out swinging on this one. Flip Maloney, another good friend of Charlie Kirk, who also runs the PA Chase and the NJ Chase, joins us now. And Cliff, I'm sure I don't even need to ask you your sense on this. Cameras in the courtroom, yes or no?
100% yes. Open transparency, that's what we need. It's what the people want. Let everything be seen. With you 100%.
No, it's as simple as that. And this idea that they could shut it off, it's just ridiculous. No, people need answers. This is what we want. This is what we fight for. It's what America's all about. It's about having this done in public because, by the way, the public having access is a check on the court process, right? Because then you have the voters, the electors, the residents, the citizens. They have the ability to see what's going on. That's the entire point of America. Last I checked, last I saw.
Yeah, and don't we want people that are thinking about committing horrific acts in the future to have to see what he goes through? I love that they're saying that, people were judging his appearance. It's like, come on. We need people in the future to not realize that, I can do this and then just hide away. They need to be seen. Let us see their face. Let us see the reactions. I want to see what this monster is doing when hopefully he is strongly convicted. But I want to see it. And I think not just we deserve it as people who knew Charlie, the American public deserve it. And it will detract people in the future because they will see what this guy goes through, which should be a horrific process for what he did.
No, and I think it will be, Cliff. No, I'd be remiss because we do have some work at hand, and that's what Charlie would want us to do. We want us focusing on the mission, and the mission and the task in front of us is New Jersey. This race where I'm looking at some of these polls, man, the new, I think it was the Quantus Insights poll that came out last night. Really interesting byline. If you went into the crosstabs, one of the questions they asked was that old question about not who are you voting for, but who's your neighbor going to vote for? And there was this really interesting phenomenon that we also saw with a candidate named Donald J. Trump last year, where if you asked the question, who's your neighbor going to vote for, suddenly Trump's numbers would bump up. And they called that the shy Trump voter effect. Well, what we might also be seeing a shy Chitterelli effect because his numbers bumped up. Now he's leading by 6 points when they asked that poll, asked that question, who's your neighbor going to vote for? So what I'm thinking is, man, there could be a chance that our boy Chit up there in New Jersey, he might actually be able to have a groundswell of support that we're not yet tracking in a lot of these polling numbers. I know you've got new numbers on the mail-ins. Break us down.
Yeah, and look, once again, if you would have told me months ago that this race would be neck and neck, I would have said, look, we're not supposed to be able to win Jersey. We're not supposed to be able to flip a blue state after the White House turns red and we've got all of Congress, right? We're used to a pushback. That's not happening right now, right? We are in play. New Jersey is competitive, and it's because of all the work of so many people coming together. Here are the numbers that we just got hot off the presses about 25 minutes ago. Okay, if you look in Jersey, 184,000 registered Republicans have requested a mail-in ballot. The good news is a bunch of them have sent it back. The bad news, 76,000 New Jersey registered Republicans have a ballot sitting on their dining room table. Jack, this is the entire election, right? We at New Jersey Chase, njchase.com, we have 105 full-time ballot chasers. This is what they're doing. I want to be very specific. We are going to the houses of those 76,000 Republicans that went through the process to request a ballot, but they've yet to send it back. If we can bring that number down and make sure that tens of thousands of them send it back. Remember, Jack only lost by 80,000 votes in 2021. This is what we must prioritize. We've got to compete in early vote, and then we've got to dominate Election Day. But right now, the battle is getting that 76,000 number, getting to those people, and getting those ballots back in.
Look, this is what it comes down to. And Charlie was the one who understood this, that our elections have changed from a persuasion process to a collection process. It's about putting pieces of paper in boxes. That's what it's all about. And the Democrats changed this. We don't want to be doing this. Like those of us who have done politics and, Turning Point Action and the rest, we would much prefer to go back to the old method. But if this is going to be the new method, we've got to fight smart and win the same way we did last year. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's 100% correct. Look, you have two options. One, you can complain about the rules and guarantee a loss. Or you can say, hey, let's fight fire with fire. Let's try to compete against the Democrats using their own tactics. And that's exactly what we've done. As you know, this whole Chase thing is just me taking Biden's 2020 playbook in Pennsylvania, rerunning it in 2024, but for our side, and now just taking all the things that we learned from Pennsylvania, doing the PHAs, and using it in New Jersey. Here's my ask to everybody out there, Human Events Daily, everybody in Poso Nation. If you want to help us win New Jersey, there's two things you can do. One, come to New Jersey. We've got Super Chase events that Jack and I will be at both Sunday and Monday. Big events. If people want to come out and help us knock doors. But if you can't, njchase.com, go there right now, sponsor a ballot chaser. We only got 6 days left. I need to keep as many of these people on the ground. I want to really make sure that we don't have to pull out, that we can finish strong. That 76,000 number, if you chip in $175, that is a full day of ballot chasing. That is us talking to dozens of voters on that list that have a ballot right there. But those are the two options. Either come out to Jersey. If you can't, go to njchase.com, sponsor a ballot chaser. This is the fight, and Jack Ciattarelli has a real shot at winning.
I love it. Vote for Chit. I saw somebody calling him Chit, because it's Ciattarelli. He said, we got to get up there and got to go vote for Chit. I'm like, okay, all right. I'm down with that. I could think of some other puns that maybe we got to be careful with. But no, that's great. And you're right. I will be there this Sunday, Toms River, for the Turning Point Action, joining up with the NJ Chase, and we're going to be doing that event. It's 1 p.m. in Toms River. Go to turningpointaction.com. You can get all the information on this first time that Turning Point Action has deployed to New Jersey. And it's really just because when you look at the race itself, when you look at the metrics, when you look at the momentum, and Chit has got the momentum. Jack Ciattarelli has the ability to win this race and tell the entire political ecosystem that, guess what? The Republicans just flipped a blue state when you said it was impossible. We'll see. Right back, Human Events Daily, special guest, and sticking with Cliff Maloney, going over to Pennsylvania next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We're on with Cliff Maloney of the NJ Chase, and of course you know him from the PA Chase. He's putting his PA Chase hat on right now, as well as his Philadelphia Eagles hat, who defeated the dreaded Giants last weekend and restored the honor of the city. But we're also excited to be joined by a very special guest. Her name is Maria Batista, and she is running for Superior Court in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So you got a Pennsylvania-wide panel here today. I think we've got Montco, we've got Delco, and we've got Oil City. Are you Venango or is that Butler County?
Clarion County. I don't live in
Clarion County.
City.
I was close. I was very close.
Yeah. Oil City's close. It's about 20 miles away. That's in Venango County. I live in Clarion County.
Okay. So you're right. I've been to Oil City. Then all right. I've been to Clarion. So tell us about the race. Tell us what you're up to in Pennsylvania.
Well, you know, I have been working hard. As of Monday, I've hit all 67 counties. Very excited about that. Many counties I've hit multiple times. You know, what people want, no matter where they are, whether it's a rural county or it's a more suburban or urban county, is they want a fair shake when they come to court. And, you know, some people do not have trust in our judicial system. They want transparency, and they want to know that politics is kept out of the courtroom. It doesn't matter where you come from. You know, that was my map that you're showing right now from 2023. There were 2 seats in 2023, 4 candidates, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and I came in first place in 52 of 67 counties. And people said to me, Maria, if you've won that many counties with 4 candidates, why isn't that you don't have a seat on the Superior Court? And you know, I lost by 1.39%. That comes out to 77,995 votes. The race was too close to call. I won at the polls by almost 200,000 votes, but it was the mail-in ballots. You know, 2 years ago, many people were still skeptical about the mail-in ballots, but we've seen great strides and great improvement in that number. And because of organizations like PA Chase, Early Vote Action, Turning Point, since 2023, our registration numbers have really improved dramatically with the new registrations and more people getting engaged with these judicial races. I have a lot of confidence that we're going to be successful on November 4th.
Well, it's incredible to hear. So, you know, you mentioned the PA Chase, and we've got, of course, got the founder of the PA Chase right here, Cliff Maloney. Cliff, walk us through, you know, sort of the sea change that she's talking about from 2023 to 2024 and now going into 25 when it comes to mail-in ballots, because this is very new for Pennsylvania. Early voting is not something that we've had sort of in our lifeblood, in our DNA, in our history right up until these recent years.
Yeah, well, let me start off by saying Maria is a fantastic candidate. She's working hard, all 67 counties. I mean, that's the type of person that we love to have at the top of the ticket, and she's just working so hard. We appreciate that. The good news is she's right when she says the problem in 2023 was mail-in ballots. Well, if you look at the numbers, I want to pull these real quick for you guys. At this time, if you look right now, when we're talking about the vote by mail discrepancy, Republican versus Democrat in Pennsylvania, the Democrats are up 270,000. Now you might say, well, that's horrible. Well, Maria's going to dominate election day, right? We're going to turn our voters out. What was it in 2023? Remember, right now, Democrats are up 270,000 when it comes to returns, Republican versus Democrat. In 2023, it was 430,000. So think about that. They're obviously going to keep climbing, which is what they do. But we only lost that race by 70,000 votes, right? Maria's working hard. We're fixing the vote by mail. And I really do think, people talk about the Supreme Court retention races. That's great. At every door we knock on, we've knocked on 440,000 doors since August 4th. We're on our way to 500,000. At every door that we knock on, we're talking about the retention races, but they're pretty much impossible to win. We're going to fight hard. But you know what's winnable? Maria Batista's race, both the Superior Court and the Commonwealth Court with Matt, another great candidate. These are big races where you have actual Republicans and actual Democrats on the ballot. And if we're returning at the rate that we are right now, Maria Batista will get elected to the Superior Court. It will be a huge win, and the PHS is honored to be a part of it.
Well, that's absolutely incredible, Maria. When you're out there, when you're meeting with people, when you're talking with Pennsylvanians, what are some of people really telling you as we go through the state, as we go through the Commonwealth there, in terms of what their main interests are, in this race?
They want politics out of the courtroom. They feel like, at the federal level, the judges are appointed, by the president. In Pennsylvania, we're very fortunate still that people can elect their judges. That's not the case like in New Jersey. You're talking a lot about New Jersey right now, the governor's race. So it's a privilege, and people don't understand how important that is. But anyone on the ground they just want fairness. They want honesty. They want integrity. And that hasn't changed. That message hasn't changed. The message that I hear more resoundingly than I did in 23 is keep politics out of the courtroom. We want independent people that are going to do what's right in every single case. That is what our judicial system is. It is a separate branch of government from our legislative branch and our executive branch. And, people ask me, well, why did you get in this race in the first place? I was not recruited to run. It's not something that I thought about just last year. This actually started 15 years ago. I was one of the few lawyers in the Commonwealth that I was teaching a course called Juvenile Justice, and that's when the Cash for Kids scandal broke in 2009. And so we designed a program. We aired it statewide on Pennsylvania Cable Network in 2010. And the courts, as protectors of children, over 5,000 children's lives were impacted based on the corruption of 2 judges in Luzerne County. Some committed suicide, and 2 justices and some Court of Common Pleas judges and some of the other high courts, including the Superior Court, were on my panel. And so Justice Sandra Schultz Newman, who was the first female elected to the Supreme Court, says, Maria, this is great what you're doing. You're trying to give a voice to the voiceless, but why aren't you running for judge? I never thought about it before that. It took me 13 years before I made that a firm decision that I was going to run. But, it's very important. We can only impact our judicial system one judge at a time. And these are 10-year terms. This court has been coined as the People's Court, the Superior Court, because people are familiar with the Court of Common Pleas in each of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania, and that hears all of your criminal cases and civil cases. But when those criminal cases go up on appeal, they go to the Superior Court. And I ask people when I'm traveling, do you care about your families? Do you care about your children? Do you care about your property rights, business matters? If you've ever engaged in a contract, either personally or professionally, if you're injured, and I'm not talking about workers' comp because it's a little different, But, say that you're injured in the hospital setting or in a car accident and so many other ways. All of those types of civil cases, if appealed from the Court of Common Pleas, which is right below. If you see this triangle, at the top of the triangle is our Pennsylvania Supreme Court. There are 7 justices. But the busiest court in Pennsylvania is the Superior Court. The one in red, there are 15 judges.
Well, we certainly know that after the last couple of years, we certainly know the importance of getting the right judges. Cliff, throw out, if people want to get involved, what's the best way?
Sure. If folks want to sponsor a ballot chaser, pachase.com. But if you want to give directly to Maria, she has to hold back on what she says. So I'll say it, batistaforjudge.com. batistaforjudge.com, pachase.com. Maria, we're rooting for you. We'll be right there through the finish line. Jack, thanks so much for having us today.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you.
God bless. All right. I'll see both of you guys very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Remember, J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk tonight, Ole Miss. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley. It is Wednesday, the 29th of October, the year of our Lord, 2025. As always, thank you for joining me here on RAV. We have a lot to get to today from President Trump's tour in Southeast Asia, where he has secured multiple investments for America, including a sale of 180,000 metric tons of soybeans to China. Yes, we've got that, plus the ongoing government shutdown and even a bounty put on Attorney General Pam Bondi. But first, I want to discuss the hypocrisy of the Democrat Party. Democrats are the ultimate hypocrites, known for their fake moral outrage and grandstanding while accepting whatever kind of moral rot in their own party they think they can get away with and get them across the finish line for power. And the hypocrisy has never been more blatant or clear than this week. Let me introduce you to Graham Plattner. He's one of the Democrats running to oust Senator Susan Collins in Maine. Graham has sold himself as your typical blue-collar worker, a former Marine and an oyster man who looks like he'd enjoy cracking open a cold one at your weekend bonfire. His internet activity, however, paints a more radical and divisive picture. On Reddit forums, he called himself a communist, embraced political violence, labeled all cops bastards, and broadly described real white people as racist and stupid. So not your typical blue-collar man, and definitely not a representation of the worst that the Democrat Party has to offer, because that's exactly what he is, the worst they have to offer. But that's not what he's making headlines for. No, it's something much more. It's for his tattoo, a skull and crossbones image displayed across his chest that represents the Nazi SS paramilitary group. This man has had a Nazi symbol the size of my fist on his chest for the last 18 years. Claims he had no idea what it meant. So, of course, the Democrats kicked into the street, right? Of course, they screamed until they were blue in the face about the danger of flirting with fascism and Nazis, right? They said there's no room for Nazis in their party, right? Wrong. They're not even blinking an eye. They're defending Plattner to the death, just completely accepting his alleged confusion at face value. Bernie Sanders responded that, quote, "Hey, we all have some dark days in our past. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me?" Let's compare Senator Chris Murphy, his response to Elon Musk, "My heart goes out to you" gesture, to his response to Plattner's open Nazi tattoo on his chest for 2 decades. Get a load of this.
What you saw is what you think you saw. Elon Musk did the Heil Hitler salute. He did. And what you were talking about is maybe the most dangerous moment in modern American political history, whereas there is a sense of endorsement from Elon Musk and a sense of entitlement and immunity given to people who are contemplating acts of violence against politicians, but specifically Democrats. And so all of our lives got put in jeopardy by what Elon Musk did on Monday night and what Donald Trump did the next day with those pardons.
He sounds like a human being to me, a human being who made mistakes, recognizes them, and is very open about it. But yeah, certainly I'm looking forward to sitting down and talking to him about it. He's obviously, right now performing very well in the polls in Maine. He's talking a language that speaks to a lot of middle-class voters, a lot of Trump voters that, frankly, are looking for Democrats that understand working-class concerns. And I'm looking forward to hearing from him.
Just so we're clear, so we got the quote exactly right. When Elon did this, it was the most dangerous moment in modern American history. But a guy has an actual SS tattoo, a Democrat, on his chest, as big as my fist, for almost 2 decades. And that's just fine. I'm speechless, utterly speechless. How do these people sleep at night, knowing that they are willing to sell out just about anything or anyone for the sake of their political party and power? They'll even forgive a guy sporting a giant Nazi tattoo. Scott Jennings calls out the Democrats for who they are and what they are on CNN, and they didn't like it much. Here he is.
At this point, if he moves forward, Democrats aren't winning the seat.
I hate to break the news to you, but he's winning the primary by 30 points.
Well, I think that's why he needs to get out.
Getting a Nazi tattoo made him more popular.
I don't think it made him more popular
among Democrats. You've got a guy running for attorney general in Virginia who wants to murder Republicans, and he raised $500,000 off of it. You got Nazi tattoo guy in Maine. I sat out here for a year, 2 years, listening to every Democrat at this table say, Donald Trump's a Nazi, Elon's a Nazi, and your party is now in love with a guy with a Nazi tattoo who trained a left-wing paramilitary group and called himself an Antifa super soldier on the internet, and he's going up every day. Good luck getting him out. I am but a humble political analyst, and I will just tell you that when you're winning a race by 30 points, if a pundit on television tells you, well, you need to think about dropping out, you laugh in their face.
I don't know. This is a year out.
I feel like Democrats, the race. I want Democrats to be who they are. This is who they are.
This is not who they are.
It's like the left doesn't even have any idea the internet exists, that we can easily call them out on their blatant double standards and lies and roll the tape for them. Nicole Wallace and J.B. Pritzker think they can say with a straight face, the Democrats have never compared or called Donald Trump Hitler. They're trying to rewrite history to cover up their hypocrisy, their lies. I'm not going to let it happen. Go ahead, roll the tape, compare.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler. I wouldn't say
I don't
that.
think any Democrat has. I actually...
It is deeply troubling and incredibly dangerous that Donald Trump would invoke Adolf Hitler, the man who is responsible for the deaths of 6 million Jews.
How can you possibly compare what happened in Germany in World War II to what's going on here in the United States?
Well, we're talking about the death of a constitutional republic. That's what happened in Germany in 1933, 1934. And we're seeing today that you've got an administration in Washington that's ignoring court orders.
And this rogue Department of Justice going out to do the bidding of this Timu Hitler.
I don't even know what to call him. I've called him so many things, but this wannabe Hitler for sure.
Trump actually reenacting the Madison Square Garden rally in 1939 that neo-Nazis, fascists in America.
Donald Trump's got this big rally going at Madison Square Garden. There's a direct parallel to a big rally that happened in the mid-1930s at Madison Square Garden. And don't think that he doesn't know for 1 second exactly what they're doing there.
Oh, please. Madison Square Garden in the 1930s. That's what they did a year ago. I was at that rally, by the way. It was a pep rally for Donald Trump. Lots of people there. The place was packed to the ceiling. It was a great event and nothing more. These people are simply out of their minds. They'll lie about anything, twist anything. You want to defend a man with a Nazi tattoo on his chest as big as my fist and say, ooh, he didn't know. Fine. But don't think for 1 second you're going to get away with it after calling conservatives fascists and Nazis for a decade. Not because we had Nazi tattoos, but because we stood for personal freedom in America first. And because we're proud to be Bible-believing Christians, too. They will sow fear and division like it's their damn job. But when it comes to holding themselves or their party to the same standard, forget about it. Of course, this is something Barack Obama has given a master class in. Obama single-handedly destroyed half the country's capacity to listen to reason with his fixation on race. The content of a person's character? Who cares? It's the color of their skin that matters. It's the only thing that matters until it doesn't serve their purpose or his. Democrat Abigail Spanberger is a white woman, a liberal white woman running to be Virginia's next governor. You probably knew that. She wants to make Virginia a sanctuary state, wants men to compete in women's sports, and has defended the Democrat Attorney General nominee there, who fantasized in text messages about killing his political opponents and their kids, which maybe isn't that surprising since it was one of her own staffers who said Charlie Kirk got what he deserved. The bottom line, she's a Democrat through and through, and Barack Obama is campaigning for her over her opponent, an actual black woman and legal immigrant who's fought every step of the way to build her own American dream and wants others to have the same opportunity to do so. Winsome Earl Sears is a success story by any measure. She came here penniless from Jamaica when she was 6, attained her higher education, served as an electrician in the United States Marine Corps, directed a Salvation Army homeless shelter, and became Virginia's first female lieutenant governor and the first woman of color elected there statewide. She's everything Democrats claim they care about. A woman of color, an immigrant, very well educated, compassionate, but you see, she's in the wrong party. She is in the wrong party, so Barack Obama openly campaigning against her. And this voter rips Obama a new one for being a lying rat about race. Listen.
Now, y'all help me make this make sense. Last year, I saw Obama chastise black men saying, y'all not supporting this Indian woman. Remember Kamala, who wasn't black, is not black. You know, was, is not. Okay? She's Hindu. She's Indian. But I watched Obama sit there and chastise black men saying, y'all don't want to support this woman. But at the same time, turn around, go to Virginia and campaign against a real natural black woman. Y'all, listen, this let me know one thing. This ain't got nothing to do with color. This ain't got nothing to do with color. It's either God's side or Satan's side. God's side or Satan's side. Nothing to do with color.
nothing to do with color. Discerning between good and evil makes good sense. It's what we're all about, but Obama has tried to make it all about one thing: race, color. We're not going to let him forget that now. And it's not just him. How about this? The NAACP is the oldest civil rights organization in the country. The acronym stands for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. So you'd think they'd want Winsome Sears to advance in this election, right? Wrong again. The organization has officially endorsed a liberal white woman for governor in Virginia. Same thing. This man isn't having it either. Listen.
So the NAACP is endorsing the liberal white woman in Virginia over the conservative Christian faith-filled black woman in Virginia for candidate. The NAACP needs to be disbanded. This is an organization that I have no respect for, that at one time did so much for the African American experience in this country, has now become a laughingstock and a joke, has become an organization with no morals, no values, and doesn't represent the civil rights movement that were led by mostly a lot of Christian ministers. It has become a Marxist organization that endorses transgenderism, that destroys the black community, that endorses everything demonic and evil about that's toxic about the black community.
Mm-hmm. I suspect I'll be saying the exact same thing again when Barack Obama campaigns against Jennifer Ruth Green. If you haven't heard of her, she's another black woman and combat veteran. She just launched her bid to flip a House seat in Indiana from blue to red. Yeah, another great black American conservative woman. You see, Democrats only need to pick up 3 seats to win back control of the House next year. We'll watch them throw every moral qualm and issue of race out the window if it means they can just claw those back. But I won't let them forget just how hypocritical they really are, how dishonest they really are. Democrats will defend Nazi tattoos, embrace communists, and betray black women every step of the way for one thing: power. They scream fascist at freedom while excusing real rot. America sees through this, by the way. Hold them accountable. Vote truth. Vote honesty. Reject this rot. Stand up, America, and make damn sure you're heard. Coming up after the break, President Trump has secured yet another investment deal for America amid his tour in Southeast Asia, this time with the country of South Korea, and another big surprise just came out with China. I'll bring on Congressman Gabe Evans of Colorado to discuss. He's up next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or.
Welcome back to it. President Trump continues to secure investment deals for America amid his tour in Southeast Asia. President Trump and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung finalized the terms of a major trade deal during Trump's visit to South Korea earlier. The agreement, originally announced in July, allows South Korea to avoid U.S. tariffs in exchange for a significant economic investment back into the U.S. Under the deal, South Korea will direct $350 billion toward American jobs and industry. $200 billion will be paid directly into the U.S. economy over time, capped annually to ensure accountability, while another $150 billion will be invested in rebuilding America's once dominant shipbuilding sector, a key manufacturing industry that President Trump has vowed to restore here. This agreement, another example of Trump negotiating for strength, securing foreign investment, protecting American workers, and rebalancing trade on America's terms. And on the day before the high-stakes meeting with Chinese dictator Xi. Here with me to discuss this, Congressman Gabe Evans of Colorado's 8th Congressional District. Congressman, thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having me back.
Another big announcement just before we came on the air today, 180,000 metric tons of soybeans just purchased by China, which means that deal is going forward as well. Good news for American farmers. The prices were already up to near 52-week highs. This should only spur on more economic success for America's farmers and America's agricultural sector. More good news, isn't it?
Yeah, we have a president that's 100% focused on making sure that the United States maintains its position as a global leader. Soybeans, agriculture product, and I'm so glad to hear you mention shipbuilding because that's a statistic that I typically use. The United States delivered less than 10 commercial ships last year. Depending on whose numbers you look at, China is somewhere around the 1,000 mark. They're building anywhere from 100 to 600 more ships in a ratio, 600 to 1 more ships than we are. So we've got to have the trade agreements. We've got to have the supply chains. We've got to have the emphasis on rebuilding U.S. manufacturing and industry. Otherwise, the Chinese are going to run away with this. And that's what the president's focused on in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, we need a rebalancing. So, of course, Trump is meeting with Xi tomorrow. It'll happen in South Korea. What else would you like to see come out of this? Obviously, here's what the farmers are telling me. Soybean farmers I've talked to in the last week. They would like China to buy beans, but they don't want to be beholden to China. So they want other markets. They want biodiesel. They want Japan to buy beans. South Korea, too. I think that only makes sense when you rely on one major customer. If that customer says, yeah, I don't want it this year, it can create havoc in America. And that's true across a lot of economic sectors, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you mentioned agriculture. We don't want to be beholden to China. We would love to do trade with them, but that trade has to be fair trade. And we know that China has taken advantage of the situation for decades with agriculture, with a lot of other things. One of the things that I'm most excited about these deals that the president is making is a deal that came out of Malaysia. China controls pretty much the entire global supply of critical minerals and rare earth metals. These are all of the things that go into modern technology. And so the president, as part of that deal with Malaysia, was actually able to secure additional investments and additional supply chains to critical minerals, rare earth metals. Again, these are the things that go into all of our modern technology. If we don't have that and we're, as you said, beholden on China, China can, and they've threatened to do so, they can threaten to cut us off from a lot of those things. Of course, the U.S. has retaliatory measures, but that puts us in a very, very difficult situation in terms of national security, to say nothing of our economy. And so what we really have here is a 1-2 punch. The president is working hard to make sure that we have other sources and other markets for these things that we need. And then in Congress, we are working to make sure that we actually can have the permitting reform to where we can build things in the United States again. It makes no sense to get an additional supply chain for critical minerals and rare earth metals if it's going to take us 10 years to permit the facility that's going to be able to actually build and compete with China in a lot of these high-tech areas.
That's completely true. He's also focused on energy policy, incredibly important to make sure we have the energy needed for this AI revolution. One other thing from the economic front today, the Fed did cut interest rates by a quarter point, 25 basis points. That should spur on the economy, help people get into mortgages again, maybe move some housing off the available markets now. It's more good news. The stock market already set record highs time and time again over the last few days. It's all an effort to push this economy forward, isn't it?
Absolutely. We know this is one of the top things, if not the top things on the minds of the vast majority of Americans, the cost of living. When the economy does better, everyone else is going to do better. So we've seen the price of gas come down. We're working to bring the price of energy down. Whenever we talk about AI, I always point out that AI is here, whether we like it or not. The only question is the United States the global leader in AI, or are the communist Chinese with their dictator the global leaders in AI? If we don't have the power to be able to support that development here in the United States, then again, we cede our position as the global leaders in critical things like AI, and it doesn't go away. It goes to communist China, where they use it for their heavy-handed coercive control, and that's going to become the global standard. So we have to make sure that we're continuing to have more energy development, that we're bringing the cost of things down. We're seeing that happening. We're going to continue seeing that happen as a result of the legislation that Congress passed earlier this year, the Working Families Tax Cut, which put in my district the average is $3,000 back into the pockets of the bottom 85% of wage earners. All of those things are going to help push our economy forward and make sure that we can compete with and beat China.
Yeah, Colorado also one of about 30 states now where gas is below $3 a gallon. The average across Colorado at this moment, $2.87, according to AAA. So more good news for the people in your district. Gas is getting cheaper. Inflation is pretty well under control at this point. Let me ask you about something else, though. It's the government shutdown, day 29. 13 votes from the Democrats blocking the reopening of the government. The numbers from CNN we reviewed here over the last couple of days, not good for Democrats, and yet they're sticking with it. How many Americans have to starve? How many military personnel go without paychecks or TSA or air traffic controllers before the Democrats realize this is a losing proposition?
This is a clear case of the tail wagging the dog. And in this case, the tail is the far left Marxist base of the Democrat Party. The Democrat leadership is terrified of their far left Democrat socialist base. And so they've said it themselves how long this is going to go on. The number 2 Democrat in the U.S. House came out and said that she knows this is causing problems for the American people, but this is the only leverage point that they have. And so we know it's true. You can see behind me my career. I was a cop for 10 years. I was a soldier for 12 years. I've been through government shutdowns before. The last thing that our military, our air traffic controllers, our border security, our drug enforcement folks, our TSA folks, the last thing they need to be worried about is putting food on the table, not just for them, but these folks are married. They have kids, putting a roof over their kids' head, making sure that they can pay medical bills. Democrats are holding all of these folks hostage in order to satisfy the demands of their far left. And we started off this talking about farmers. I represent one of the top 10 ag-producing counties in the United States. Billions of dollars of agricultural produce. We're at the end of harvest season here. And I've got a lot of farmers that are near panic because they can't work with the USDA, they can't work with the FSA, the Farm Services Agency, to be able to finance buying the seed for next year's crop because the government is shut down. And so we've got to get the government open. Democrats are the ones holding us hostage, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to pressure them to open the government again.
Congressman, good conversation. Glad you were here today. I hope you have a terrific rest of your Wednesday. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, up after the break, the Commerce Department looking to impose tariffs on healthcare products. And with the cost of healthcare already high, some are saying this isn't the right move. Others say it's the best way for leverage for a better deal. We'll debate that straight ahead here on America's Voice Live.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
Well, a new study by Britain's PricewaterhouseCoopers warns that President Trump's new tariff on medical products could add $63 billion in annual cost to U.S. health care, driving up hospital expenses, insurance premiums, and out-of-pocket costs for Americans, not China. With premiums slated to increase next year anyway, as they've done for every year in the last several, the tariffs threaten to further disrupt a global industry that has sustained the American healthcare system, so say critics. President Trump's tariff policy is bringing more manufacturing and production back to the states, though, and leveraging better deals, as we've seen all this week. However, some say there's a better way of doing this. Here to discuss, Tommy Aiello, Senior Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union. Tommy, welcome back. You don't like the tariffs, but I just saw, before we went on the air today, 180,000 metric tons of soybeans just got sold to China. The tariffs work sometimes. It's called leverage. You still don't like these. Tell me why.
Well, that's great news that we're selling more soybeans to China. I know they weren't buying any because of some issues with the trade deals, so I'm very glad that that's hopefully happening. Now, when it comes to medical devices, the Commerce Department, they're looking at imposing new tariffs on, PPE, those are your masks, your gloves, your hospital gowns, and then also medical equipment that Americans rely on. Those are your pacemakers, your heart monitors, the transplant equipment. All of those things are going, if we tariff them, are going to cost a little bit more. Sure, China and other countries will pay some of those tariffs, but at the end of the day, the importer is going to pay it. They're going to pass it along to the hospitals. Hospitals are going to pass it along to insurance companies, and ultimately, consumers are going to be the ones that have to pay the final bill when it comes to higher premiums.
Look, there's a debate, and I understand both sides of this conversation, but really, the problem we've created since the late 90s is all this manufacturing went to China, all these different things, the PPE, all that personal protection gear, that China, remember, during COVID said, yeah, we're not shipping anymore. We can't be in that position. We can't, Tommy.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So we got to fix that.
we shouldn't be dependent or reliant on any single one country. I think we need to have an all of the above approach. President Trump is exactly right that we can and we should produce more American goods in the United States. But how do we get there? From our perspective, a better way to accomplish that goal than tariffs is three things. One, tax certainty. He passed the largest tax cut in American history. That's great for businesses to deploy their capital right here. American energy dominance. One of the largest input costs for factories are electricity. If he continues, more oil and gas production will bring costs down. And three, permitting reform. The quicker that we can cut red tape and allow factories to open, the better it will be, and the sooner that we can actually have a lot of these goods roll off the assembly lines and get to the hospitals where they're needed.
Yeah, there's no question about that. We need to be able to, look, antibiotics aren't even made in this country anymore. They're all made in China. I mean, and that's just another easy example of how they take control of different plants around the world, regardless of what the industry is, and then they sink the price. And as a result, we become beholden to China. There's going to be some pain along the way. There is. And tariffs seem to work from where I'm sitting. So what do we do going forward? What's the best approach from the National Taxpayers Union perspective? I'll give you the last word.
I think it's those three things that we just laid out. Tariffs are a short-term solution. They ultimately raise costs, and unfortunately, that's what we're seeing right now. Inflation's down, but it's still a little bit sticky, and we think it's because of the tariffs. There's no way that we would be able to move all of these supply chains to the United States overnight. It's going to take time. We can bring some of those jobs back here, but for things like rubber gloves, those will be affordable even if we import them. We don't need to produce everything under the sun in the United States. Global trade is global trade. We sell things to other countries. In some cases, they sell things to us, and we're all better off for it.
Fair point. Here's good news for the farmers. 52-week high, $10.92 a bushel just hit today. So looks like things are on the mend, at least as far as that sector goes. Tommy, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, up after the break, the Harvard Division of Continuing Education is offering a DEI and Belonging Leadership Graduate Certificate for a tidy sum of $14,000. Yeah, critics say it's more about profit than anything else. Continues to put ideology over merit. We'll have details straight ahead on AVL.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
All right, Harvard's Division of Continuing Education is rolling out a new Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging Leadership Certificate. It's a graduate certificate. It comes with a bargain basement price of just $13,700 plus shipping. The program combines courses from history, government, psychology, management, and African American studies. Harvard promotes the certificate as a way to prepare inclusive leaders and praises its online flexibility. But critics say this is just another example of the university's profiting off the DEI industry, an industry that has grown quickly but has shown little evidence of improving workplace culture, academic outcomes, or much of anything for that matter. Programs like this continue to emphasize division over merit and excellence. That's the way it is. Here to discuss from Campus Reform, Alicia DeGrave. Alicia, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so for just $14,000 plus travel time and the time you spend, you can have a DEI graduate certificate. I have no idea what it's worth. What are your thoughts?
Well, Steve, this is indoctrination marketed as professional development. Harvard is promising students that DEI is the thing that's going to boost their careers, get them promoted. It's even saying that it'll help them have productive conversations in the workplace. But we know that's just not true. I mean, DEI doesn't help students gain practical skills. I'll put it to you simply, Steve. If you were going to go under open heart surgery, for example, would you feel more comfortable going into surgery knowing that your doctor had this Harvard DEI certificate on his wall?
No, I'd like him to have, or her, very steady hands. That's what I'd like them to have. Steady hands, great eyesight, and superior grades. That's what I'd like them to have. Is that too much to ask?
Apparently so. I mean, and I think we should focus on what Harvard is actually teaching students in this course. So Harvard professors will actually teach students in courses like white rage and motivating a diverse workforce. I mean, if you think of just the titles of these classes, these don't provide students with ways to, come closer together. They actually divide students by stereotyping. White students become oppressors and minority students become oppressed victims that for some reason need more motivation than other students. I mean, that's just not true. It's not real. It's definitely not what inclusion looks like.
So what would the conversation be, Alicia? Hey, I just went through my white rage class at Harvard. Man, I'm feeling more calm now because I'm not raging here in the workplace. I mean, seriously, what do you get out of that?
I mean, you're exactly right. I think the main problem here is that we can't solve racism with more racism. And, DEI initiatives don't reduce racial bias. They actually inflame it. At the Leadership Institute's Campus Reform, we've reported that even some universities are starting to scrutinize the efficacy of DEI. Rutgers University recently did a study, and it shows that DEI initiatives actually make people more racist. So basically, they told people to read a couple of DEI so-called anti-racist materials. Then they gave them a neutral situation. And after the neutral situation, they read racist intentions into it. So basically, this is what DEI does. It trains everybody to see everything through the lens of race. That's just not helpful.
What happened to the content of their character, and things of that nature? Well, what happened to the content of their character? That's what it's supposed to be about. We're supposed to not be involved with race, and yet those on the left want to inject race in everything. Of course, you're going to see everything through a race prism if that's what you're taught to look at everything through. I mean, it just stands to reason, doesn't it?
Exactly. And I think this is an example of why the American public distrusts the higher education system. DEI distracts us from merit. And you know what? I think we need to extend our scrutiny of DEI in these extension schools because programs in extension schools are often overlooked. And the worst part is that people who take extension schools are non-traditional students. It's often working class American people who have jobs. Sometimes it's even high school students. So these kids, they just want to get a taste of that Harvard rigorous education, and yet they're being sold empty credentials.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Alicia, thank you for being here today and bringing common sense to the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Truly appreciate it. All right, buy gold, get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased, you'll get a free silver round this month in advance of Veterans Day. They'll send you this free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year. Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold. Plus, they'll send you the free silver round honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. Good news, right? They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Tens of thousands of satisfied customers already, many of which are watching this program right now. I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver just like this one. Does it shine? Oh, yes, it does. Do that before the end of the month. Again, America to 989898. Do it today. You'll get this beautiful silver round and more. Birch Gold. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a brief commercial break where I'll discuss the importance of health and well-being. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen. Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
You know, having celebrated my birthday this week, I know this next fact is true. We all have two ages. Our actual age and how old we really are. Our biological age, which is how quickly we're aging based on our cells and vital organs. All right. The bad news, most Americans' biological age is 8 to 16 years older than their actual age. That means we're more likely to have serious health issues and a shorter lifespan. The good news is an Auburn University study showed you can lower your body's biological age simply by adding one thing: Field of Greens. I've been taking this now for a while. I know why Field of Greens makes me feel healthier and more energy. Here with me to discuss, the founder and CEO of Brick House Nutrition and the makers of Field of Greens, Miles Grimmard. Miles, nice to have you back on the program. Tell me about this product. Tell us about the Auburn University study.
Yeah, Steve, it's amazing to be back. And kind of like you said, it was under studies for a long time. We were really excited about it. And finally, everything was done. Legal looked at it. The university looked at it, and they said it came back with amazing results. So, I mean, there's so many fruit and vegetable products on the market today, but they're just common products with no real science behind them. And Field of Greens is different. And so we wanted to prove that with a university study, because each fruit and vegetable inside Field of Greens was medically selected for their study health benefits. I mean, there's heart health groups, cell health groups, liver, kidney, lungs, skin, even some for metabolism and healthy weight management. So we partnered with Auburn University to do a health and biological age study, because the health of those vital organs and your cells is what determines your biological age. And so we put it to the test. And in the Auburn University study, the participants changed nothing. They kept their same diet. They kept eating fast food. They didn't exercise more or stop drinking. The only difference they made was adding Field of Greens daily. And after substantial medical testing and studies, the results, they were eye-opening. The Auburn study showed that Field of Greens does lower your age or slow your aging. It reduces your biological age. And so that it means that just by taking Field of Greens, the participants' cells were younger, which is really exciting because, there's, everyone wants to live longer, but the main thing you want is to live, you want to have active age. You don't want to be old and just sitting in the chair your whole life. You want to have young, you want to be able to walk around and do the things that you love as you age. And so Field of Greens with this Auburn study was proven to do that and allow people to do that, which is extremely exciting. And so that's why we put it to the test and proved that there's a difference between just a common fruit and vegetable product versus what Field of Greens made with all our doctors working on it.
Now, I saw on your website, you guys just launched a brand new whey protein. Give the audience a sneak peek into what that is and why it's something that you think is a good idea.
Yeah, the whey protein we launched, again, so Brickhouse we have been a nutrition company in business for almost 10 years now, and we never had a whey protein, which is crazy, a nutrition company without a protein. But there were so many other whey proteins that were amazing on the market. And so we told our customers, different companies to go to buy it. And it wasn't until recently we found a way to make our product different, like we always do with our products. And the difference is ours was created in a way that the same way insulin or beer is made. It was it's biologically similar, but it doesn't actually come from a cow. So it's there's no lactose in it, but it has the biological similarities of a whey. So it's easy on your stomach, tastes great. It's amazing. And the reviews have been great.
All right. Now, so here's the question. People always want to get a discount. They always want a bargain and a deal. What do you have for folks getting started on Field of Greens today?
Oh, please use promo code RAV, R-A-V, you get 20% off. Also, just yesterday, we launched a new flavor. It's our staff favorite. It's cucumber lime. Tastes delicious. It's refreshing. Please, and we have a bunch of flavors. Mix and match. Try them out. Keep yourself young and keep yourself healthy.
There you go. Miles, greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Great to be back, Steve. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, if you want to know more, go to fieldofgreens.com. You can use the promo code RAV for a 20% discount on this product by Brickhouse Nutrition. Again, that's fieldofgreens.com, and the promo code, as you would expect, is RAV. Now, coming up after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is, kind of a special one today. Plus, your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. We put a twist on this one. What is the worst, not the best, what is the worst Halloween candy, and why? Oh, I'm looking forward to these answers. I'll be right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day, hoping to put a smile on your face. Today, I want to share something special, something that touches close to the heart for all of us here at Real America's Voice. That, of course, is Charlie Kirk's legacy. Turning Point USA has had a huge impact on young Americans around this nation, and it's all thanks to Charlie and his vision, his efforts, his push for truth, and to advocate for open debate. Tonight, TPUSA will be back at Ole Miss, where Erica Kirk, his widow, and Vice President J.D. Vance are set to hold a Q&A. And the lines, I saw them earlier, just before I came on, long lines. You can catch live coverage, by the way. You don't have to stand in line. Catch live coverage right here on Real America's Voice. I want to bring in a good friend of mine, Amanda Head, who is currently in Oxford, Mississippi, preparing for the event. Amanda, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, we were driving in and I could tell that the crowd was going to be big because we sat at one intersection for how long, Brandon? About 8 minutes for someone in front of us to finally get the you-know-what to turn left in front of traffic. But a lot of people pouring into this little town of Oxford, Mississippi. So, you know, I mean, this is the legacy of Charlie Kirk. You've got, of course, his widow, Erica Kirk, and as you said, Vice President J.D. Vance coming. But this is, you know, this is the camaraderie of folks who, you know, whenever you hear Charlie Kirk talk about why he started Turning Point, he wanted there to be an organization that existed for people who felt like the folks who were on the edge of the lunchroom, the folks who were conservative, who on a liberal campus felt like they didn't have a group to belong to. And so this is bringing together people not just from Ole Miss, but people from all over the Southeast region who are coming here tonight. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I can't help but ask. Is it cold there today? Is it cold in Mississippi?
It is. It is very cold. And look, maybe I'm doing a little overkill, but it is like, I think 48 degrees, which for this Southern California gal, that ain't hot. So, it's a little chilly, but I think that the event tonight, we're going to be indoors for the most part. So that's good.
That's good. No, but before I leave this whole thing, look, Charlie Kirk had an impact on all of us. You saw him daily in the D.C. studios. I saw him many times, considered him among one of my friends. You did as well. This is indicative, these long lines, of the impact that he made, that Turning Point USA is making and still making. I give you the last word on this.
Yeah, and it really is beautiful because what we have seen in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination is not only a coalescing of this group, but because of his assassination, his videos became even more ubiquitous than they were before. And you know what that did, Steve? That forced people who had a preconceived notion about Charlie Kirk to actually have to watch those videos. And maybe they learned that Charlie Kirk wasn't exactly what they thought he was. And they realized that his entire organization and the institution of what he stood for was based on open dialogue. That's what it's about. And whether you're on the left side of the aisle or the right side of the aisle, or you feel like you are politically homeless, that dialogue is what Charlie fought for and ultimately died for.
Absolutely true. Free speech and standing up for what you believe in, that's what makes America wonderful. Amanda, stay warm. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. I will. Thanks, Steve.
There you go. All right, here's the question of the day. Everybody asks, what's your favorite? What is the worst Halloween candy and why? Sale to me, it's those orange marshmallow peanut things. God, I hate those. I agree. They stick in your teeth, too much sugar. I can't stand them. Good answer, yuck. All right, Zeus, gummy bears, they stick in your mouth. I never get them out. For a couple of years, I would give out $1, cheaper than a bag of candy. Then my daughter said they don't want $1, so I've been giving candy. Very nice. Way to up your game. Slushy 15, candy corn. But I like candy corn slushy. I love it. I do. It's like one of my favorite things. Free Girl Tootsie Rolls. All right, I'm medium on Tootsie Rolls. I'll be honest. I'm just medium on it. And I get why. I mean, candy corn. Again, candy corn. Getting some hate here today. Might as well be eating sugar-coated earwax. Well, that's kind of what it is, but at least you get red number 5 and yellow number 6. You get a little bonus poisoning out of it. Come on. Where's your sense of adventure? America Granny 57 writes this, black licorice. Amen to that, Granny. I wouldn't feed black licorice to anyone. It's like licking a box of cat litter. Black licorice, definitely on my list of worst. Sarcasm writes, candy corn is disgusting. Its texture, its flavor, the way it looks, nothing about candy corn that is in any way appealing. It ranks right up there with Peeps. I hate Peeps, but I like candy corn. Sugar-covered chemicals, maybe. Boom writes this, anything not chocolate. Okay, that might be the answer we go with here today. Anything that's not chocolate. Remember, to be involved with the question of the day, you just have to follow me on all the normal social media platforms, Truth, X, Facebook, wherever. And your question could be featured right here, and I will toss your name out there with glee and happiness. Like I'm going to do right now with Eric Bowling, who's standing by. Bowling, how are you today?
I'm not good, Steve. I'm not good. How can you disrespect candy corn this way?
I'm with
you. Candy corn,
I love
you bite
candy
the white
corn.
off the top. You're left with orange and yellow. And then I don't know, maybe you bite the longer piece of the orange, and you're stuck with the yellow, and you save all your yellows and eat them all at once. I mean, how much fun is that?
And who hasn't taken them?
No, it's not
put them
chocolate.
up?
I'm not eating it.
Yeah, and who hasn't putting them up candy corn in your teeth to make it look like you got orange fangs? Who hasn't done that?
Of course, exactly. To put on your fangs, you upside down.
Exactly.
It's Halloween. More importantly,
it's Halloween.
Was it last year or the year before when at the White House, when President Trump, or it was like the first time around, I guess it was third or fourth year of his first presidency, when they're at the White House and the little kids are coming by and they're handing out candy bars, and the little minion comes by, and the minion has a flat top, and Trump being Trump puts the candy bar on top of the minion's head at the top there, and then Melania puts another one on top, and then they both fall off. It's so classic Trump. I think they're doing that this afternoon as well, or something. They're handing out candy today, I think, at the White House. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Halloween's the best.
I'm not sure when that is.
It's literally the best holiday. Sorry. Love it.
I like Halloween. It's fun. I know a lot of people, it's this, it's that. Look, it's just a day to be something different, to blow off some steam. I can see how people have a bad feeling about it, but I love
Gruber, did you just say, did I really hear you just say if it's not chocolate, you don't want any part of it? Is that
No. That's what one of the answer to a question.
Smarties?
Answer to a question. But no, I like Smarties. No. I like Smarties. I like Heath bars. I like Almond Joy. I don't think kids should even be allowed to have Butterfingers. They should give them all to me. To be honest with you,
I would agree with that.
Maybe,
but
I don't
Baby
Ruths.
I mean, who eats a Baby Ruth anymore? They can get rid of that one. No one eats Baby Ruth. Does anyone even?
Nobody eats those anymore. What about old school candy? You ever eat bun? Like bun candies? Those are.
Well, your birthday was a couple of days. You're much older than I am, so I don't have that frame of reference.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Happy birthday! You're almost a Halloween birthday.
Appreciate that.
All right, Mr. Gruber. Always good talking to you, friend.
You too. I'm
going to send you a big old bag of Brock's candy corn for your next birthday, or maybe I owe you dinner anyway. All right, folks, big day in the markets is all over the board because, as we talked about, they were waiting for the Fed decision on interest rates. They got the decision as expected, quarter point lower. Most of the day, the market was substantially higher. Fed came out and said, well, we're not sure going forward. We're at a 3% inflation rate. The Fed likes a 2% inflation rate. They're worried about oil prices being the catalyst for higher inflation, so you may not get another quarter point, maybe not the rest of this year. Trump wants it down more. probably should be down another quarter to another half point by the end of the year. Doesn't look like we're going to get another quarter point in December, the next Fed meeting. So the market tended to sell off. The Dow Jones came off. NASDAQ is very strong. Jensen Huang from NVIDIA met with Trump. Jensen Huang just turned NVIDIA into the most valuable company in the history of companies in the world. $5 trillion. That was on the heels of the meeting with Trump. So things are going. Crypto, guys, I have no idea what's going on in the crypto world. Just don't know what's happening. Well, very quickly, gold down a touch, not a lot. This is all interest rate plays. Oil up a little bit, not a lot. But the crypto market, it just cannot get out of its own way. I'll tell you about where we are. Bitcoin just made 117,000 high a couple of days ago, 110,800. Can't figure it out. I'm not sure what's going on in crypto. It's not following any logical plans, but we're here to tell you what's happening. Can't figure out why. I'm going to be honest with you. All righty, folks. First guest. This is a good one. We enjoy this guy a lot. Congressman from Arizona, now running for governor of Arizona. He's been endorsed by the late Charlie Kirk and by President Trump. Congressman says President Biden personally signed Hunter Biden's pardon, while all the other pardons that he signed, some 8,000 plus, were signed by AutoPen. Let's bring on Congressman Andy Biggs to join us today. Congressman, really good to have you on, my friend. We'll get to the governorship race soon, but let's talk a little bit about this AutoPen. It's mind-boggling, isn't it, that the only signature that Joe Biden actually used his hand to sign in pardons or whatever commutations was for his own son, and the rest were AutoPen. He has no idea who sold what for a pardon. Am I right?
You're 100% right. I mean, and when you think about it, it's indicative of the chaos and lack of leadership we had in the White House. I mean, so you get a chief of staff saying, I didn't send that email that was under my name. So-and-so did. And then that lady says, well, I did send it under his name, but I wasn't at the meeting where this stuff was discussed. You've got, it's just amazing. People saying that we didn't want his cognitive capacity to be tested because it would politically be unsavory. Good grief. In fact, the Hunter Biden literally sat in the meeting where they were discussing the pardons for the entire Biden family. General Milley, who, by the way, is the guy who called the Chinese communist leaders and said, don't worry about Donald Trump. If he's going to take action against you, I will warn you first. Isn't that treason? And then you have Dr. Fauci. Joe Biden was there, basically, but not there. Hunter Biden basically, where it indicates to us, he might have been leading that discussion. And this is crazy. This is just absolutely insanity.
And I'm looking up the number as we speak. He pardoned literally thousands of people. If he only signed one, let's just say he pardoned somewhere around 8,000 folks. Yeah. Who the heck was making this decisions on the pardons? And do you think some of these pardons were? I do. I'll call it out right now. I'll bet you they sold some pardons. Sold them. People were taking money in exchange or quid pro quo for a pardon that Joe Biden didn't even know he was signing.
Well, I mean, it's obvious and clear that Joe Biden was not personally approving every one of those AutoPen signatures, right? And there's a congeries of people around him that seem to have access to the AutoPen and access to these pardons. And where was the individual? You know, when Trump, you watch Donald Trump, when he signs a pardon, commutation, executive order, legislation, whatever it is, there's a person standing there, usually a dude, and he is literally telling the president what he is signing every time. And you get the feeling that that was not happening at all in the Biden administration, which leads to the potential threat. And some people have suggested that maybe there was some purchases of these pardons. And we didn't see any of that because we had so many people taking the fifth as we were doing some of these depositions, and others just flat out saying that, oh, I never saw Joe Biden when he was deteriorating. That's just simply not true. That's just simply not true.
Congressman, you suggested Joe Biden may have been running the White House, and I think you're probably very, very right. The way she acted, the way she was so disappointed when he was kind of pushed out of the White House. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at it, Dr. Jill is the one, I believe that she committed elderly abuse. I mean, Joe Biden was not cognitively capable the first time he ran in 2020 when he won that, but he kept deteriorating and she kept protecting him. And when they made decisions, and I believe the testimony indicated pretty clearly that she was involved in these decisions not to have him cognitively tested. And the reason they didn't have him cognitively tested is because they thought that would be a political liability if that had happened. And then you have the doctor who was a partner in business with some of the Biden family, had been there for years. He refused to answer our questions on that. So I just look at it as Dr. Jill was trying to take the place of Woodrow Wilson's wife. Remember when she was kind of running the White House? And neither you and I were alive, but history is pretty clear that Woodrow Wilson was out of it for the last year and a half, and his wife was running the country. I believe Dr. Jill enjoyed that position. I think she enjoyed the authority that came with it, and I believe that she was basically kind of running that White House.
Back to the
if anybody was.
Yeah. If anybody was. We both know, sir, that it's with the exception of Donald Trump, because he runs every single little minute detail of everything that is going on in the country. We know that presidents generally aren't necessarily the ones making decisions on most of the matters. It's a group of sometimes dozens, if not hundreds, of high-level advisors and aides and a lot of inputs. Trump, it seems to be the exception. But back to the signatures, if we do find out that some of these pardons or commutations were sold, will we, again, we're going to have General Flynn on it in a little bit, but I'm still waiting to see some perp walks. We talk about how many times they violated the trust of the American people, how many things they've done illegally, constitutionally wrong, and no one ever seems to pay a price for it on either side, sir.
Yeah, and here's the part, and I'm with you, man. I just did a teletown hall last night. People are frustrated. People are frustrated about that because you look at it and you say, okay, what did Clapper do? Well, Clapper basically set up with Brennan a complete ostensible coup of a de facto coup trying to limit President Trump's authority, power, and ability to govern. That, to me, is there's got to be some criminality there. You got General Milley calling the Chinese Communist government and assuring them that he's going to warn them. Those types of things are crimes. Those are crimes. And then if you have somebody selling these pardons or commutations, that's a crime. If you have people who are basically running the country willy-nilly, I suggest that you might have crimes there. The point is, I know that we've had under Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, you've actually had some people arrested. You don't hear a lot about them, and they're being prosecuted. But you're not seeing any of the high profiles. You're not seeing the kingpins, as we used to call them, where the kingpin, who is the organizer and the one that's actually driving that. You're not seeing any of those people. They're being protected, I think, somehow.
So now you've decided you're not going to run for re-election in Congress. You're going to run for governor of Arizona. We talked to Sheriff Lamb, who's running for your seat, your vacated seat in 26. And we talk about how Arizona, growing up, Arizona was just a solid red state. It seems like over the last couple of cycles, it's gone purple. How do you get Arizona back to solidly red?
Well, it's actually moving back there organically in some ways. And the other part is, Republicans are actually more active and excited than they've been in a long time. They like what President Trump's doing, generically speaking. They gave him the biggest win in battleground states by 160,000 votes, turned out more than 300,000 low propensity Republican voters. And quite frankly, the Republican margin of registrations over Democrats used to be 4% during when President Trump won in 2024. It is now 8%, and it's growing. Eric, Arizona. You're thinking of like I do, the Barry Goldwaters of the world, who even John McCain, and just always Republican. Well, we fell and stumbled, and we got three lousy leaders at the top, and we're paying the price of it. And Arizonans are saying no more. And I just think that we're going to see massive turnout again, and we're moving red. We're going to take this back out to bottom.
You mentioned Barry Goldwater. Very coincidentally, last night I was on a Libertarian Party podcast last night, and we're talking about what's it going to take to bring folks back to, younger people back to caring about the country and caring about, for me, libertarian politics, conservatarian politics, where it's kind of libertarian, kind of Republican. And what I said was, in a very, very odd, strange way, God bless his soul, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I think, opened the door for young people to realize that all the stuff that they're being taught in the universities, in the school systems, has been a load of BS, and that it's okay to speak your mind. It's okay to be conservative. And somehow in the wake of the death or assassination of Charlie Kirk, this may be the turning point, so to speak, for states like Arizona, 11 electoral votes, to turn back to solidly red. Final thought on that?
Yeah, I think you're right. Charlie was a friend, and I will say he was a martyr. And that martyrdom almost always brings back and invigorates a movement. And that movement, I see it all over the place. People are coming to me, they're wearing the T-shirts all over Arizona. They're wearing Charlie Kirk T-shirts. This is really happening. And the other thing that it did, Eric, is it exposed how wickedly crazy, and when I emphasize wickedly crazy, the left is, where they applauded the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Here's a guy who's out there he's literally going to have a free speech event, and he is assassinated, and the left is thrilled by it.
In a T-shirt that says freedom on his chest, and there's, Charlie has prophesied about his imminent assassination, which is wild to me. Congressman, really good. And by the way, Charlie Kirk endorsed that man right there, Andy Biggs, for the next governor of the state of Arizona. Congressman, really good to have you on. I'm sure we will have you on a bunch more times leading up to that election. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks, Eric. Take care, man.
All righty, folks. What are we doing here, Mad Dog? Are we doing this? We'll do this. All right, let's do this. Yeah, we've been talking about this all week. The Edge is exploding. It's exploding with viewership. It's exploding with subscribers. Top 0.1% of all new YouTube shows. Tomorrow we're dropping new episodes. See that guy right there? His name is Tristan Ham. He's a professional boxer. He's also an influencer. He's also an outdoorsman. You will not believe this guy. He's dropped some of the biggest fighters around. He's waiting for his chance. He's undefeated heavyweight. He's going after Jake Paul. He's like, Jake, you're next. You got to see this interview. This guy is absolutely amazing. Tomorrow morning it drops. Please subscribe. Go to that QR code that we're going to show you right there. Hit your phone, put your camera to that phone. A little yellow thing comes up. Press that yellow. You've subscribed. It will never be a charge. I just want to get you guys into the group of the fastest growing show on YouTube. Appreciate your time. Love you. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your subscription. I really appreciate you. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
You know, friends, every choice we make is an opportunity to stand for freedom. Even something as simple as your cell phone service. Here's the truth. Most cell phone providers don't care about you or what you care about. They just want your money. Patriot Mobile's different. For over 12 years, they've stood with Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. Yeah, it's a little different, right? It's good to know that. Contributing millions of dollars to Christian conservative causes. The best part is with Patriot Mobile, you don't have to sacrifice quality or service. Patriot Mobile offers premium access to all 3 major U.S. networks, so you'll never have to worry about coverage. Think switching is complicated? Well, it's not. You can keep your number and keep your phone, or you know what? You can upgrade both. Patriot Mobile's 100% US-based team will get you activated in minutes. If you're stuck in a contract or still owe money on your phone, guess what? No problem. They even have a contract buyout program. So what are you waiting for? Go to patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call that number, folks, 972-PATRIOT. All righty. Our next guest is a Harvard University professor of science. He's the director of the Institute for Theory and Computation at the Center for Astrophysics and the author of Interstellar, The Search for Extraterrestrial Life and Our Future in the Stars. I'm happy to welcome back Professor Avi Loeb. Professor, you were on this show not long ago talking about the strange object hurtling towards Earth, the 3I Atlas, making its closest approach to Earth today. Now, we said we're going to bring you back on this day. It's going to pass by Earth at the closest it's ever been. What do we know? And did it change paths, and where is it headed?
Well, thank you for having me. This is really the acid test for this object called 3I Atlas. It's the third interstellar object that the astronomers spotted in the skies coming from outside the solar system. And this object was unusual. It's very big, comparable to the size of Manhattan Island. And also its path lies in the plane of the planets around the sun. And, you know, that might indicate some intelligent planning. At any event, the point where it comes closest to the sun is an opportunity for a spacecraft to take a maneuver and taking advantage of this gravitational assist from the sun. And that's why today is a very special day. We can't look at it because it's hiding behind the sun, which could, again, have been a signature of planning. But we will know in the coming month whether it changed course or maybe released some mini probes. That would indicate without a doubt that it's technological. However, it might most likely be natural, in which case there could be some fireworks because it's exposed to an immense amount of heat from the sun right now at closest approach. So that can break it apart if it's glued together by ice. And in that case, we might see that it fragments and we would see a beautiful cometary tail stretched behind it. And these are the two possible outcomes. And we just need to watch and see what happens. It's really important because if it's a black swan event, a very small probability event of it being alien technology, it would have a huge implications for humanity. However, even if it's just natural, we will learn something new about the backyards of other stars.
Professor Lowe, so many questions, but I'm fascinated with this. This is wild. So you're suggesting that it's could be one of two things. It might actually be an intelligent life form somewhere else sending this probe through the solar system, through the galaxy, with a path that may be remotely controlled. We don't have any way of knowing if there's any sort of electronics or any sort of signal marker that would tell us if it's being controlled.
No, we don't. I suggested actually monitoring it with radio observatories because it so happens that it came from the same direction as the WOW signal that was detected back in 1977, a mysterious radio signal from a source approaching us, and we didn't know where it's coming from. And now it looks as if, with a probability of 0.6%, it comes from within 9 degrees of the direction of arrival of 3I Atlas, this new object. So I suggested checking whether it has any radio transmission, and I was I was told today that they are monitoring it in the radio, so it would be interesting to see if they detect anything. Other than that, if it maneuvers, obviously it's technological because we don't expect a rock to do that. Another signature of technology would be, obviously, if we had a high-resolution image of it. And NASA took the highest resolution image on October 2nd, when this object came close to Mars. It used the HiRISE camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. And unfortunately, they haven't released the data because of the government shutdown. And I corresponded today with Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who very graciously offered the help in trying to convince NASA to release the data so we can analyze it. And that image, or several images that were taken by HiRISE, should allow us to see the object with a pixel resolution of 30 kilometers, the best that we had obtained so far.
So, a little tight answer, if you don't mind, because I have another question. So we don't have any way of bouncing radio waves off of this object to find out how it comes back and to decide the density of it, or maybe even what it's actually made of?
No, it's too far from the Earth. It's avoiding the Earth. It's on the other side of the sun relative to Earth right now. That's a very interesting question, actually. I haven't done the calculation. I should check it. That's an excellent insight, because we do see, the trace, just like in a radar system. If there is a big enough object or it comes close to Earth, you can actually trace it in the same approach that radars are using, where you shine a radio beam on it and detect the reflection of it. But in this case, it doesn't come very close to Earth. However, it's quite big. It's comparable to Manhattan Island in its size. So I need to do the calculation how easy it is to detect the reflected radio waves. That's a nice insight that you just suggested.
Well, thank you. Now, I'm not an astrophysicist, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night. Sir, on a scale of 1 to 100, you're the guy who'd know it. Is there alien life out there?
Oh, definitely. I think it's very arrogant of us to imagine that we are, the most intelligent species, that we are at the top of the food chain in the Milky Way galaxy. There are two ways by which we might be proven wrong. One is the technologies that we develop. The artificial intelligence, AI, could reach cognitive levels that are beyond us. And that will bring a sense of modesty to us, to our existence, because we won't be as smart as the AI systems are technological kids. Another possibility is that there would be alien intelligence that we will find that is represents a smarter kid on our cosmic block. And that is also AI, alien intelligence. So the question
AI,
is,
the other AI, alien intelligence. That's a whole nother ball of a yarn to spin, so to speak. So I got to go. I have a heart out, but I want to appreciate you and thank you. And we want to have you back because every time we talk to you, our chats get lit up because we want to hear more about it. And congratulations, folks. If you want to see more of this, Joe Rogan had Professor Loeb on, I believe, yesterday. Sorry, is that right?
Yes. Exactly right. Yeah. And
all right. Good to have you on. Good. And by the way, if you do discover alien life, you got to come back on Bowling to let us know first. All right.
I will definitely.
Maybe Rogan first, and then you can talk to us second.
You have great insights already. You gave me something to check right now.
Thank you. Well, let us know if there's anything you found out from that. Appreciate you, sir. Professor Avi Loeb. Thank you. All right, folks. 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back. Nice bump. Nice bump.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Howdy, Rav fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Alrighty, folks, my next guest is the former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, we call it the DIA, and the former national security advisor in President Donald Trump's first administration. His newest book is Pardon of Innocence, an inspiring story of faith and freedom. Happy to have our good friend, General Michael Flynn, back on the show. General, really, really good to talk to you. Jen, can we just jump right into what's going on with, I would call it, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, Kash Patel, the FBI Director, Tulsi Gabbard. How is this administration doing for the American people? I mean, we see them on TV, and they're doing great for Trump. But how are the American people being treated with these folks?
Yeah. So first of all, I think that where we are in the administration, and I'll be very blunt, okay, because as I typically am. I feel like there's momentum that is not in our favor right now because Donald Trump has done amazing things with, stopping wars all over the place, left and right. And I know he's working very hard on the situation in Europe right now. But here at home, I think that there's a feeling that momentum is not necessarily on our side. I mean, if you saw Congressman Comer talking about they've given now Pam Bondi a bunch of stuff on the auto pen pardon scandal under Biden, right? They just turned that over here, I think, the last 24 hours, last 48 hours maybe. But we know so much information from Russiagate, from all the different aspects of what Trump described as treason committed by Obama, and of course Tulsi Gabbard exposing it all in intelligence channels. And I think Tulsi's done an amazing job to do that for somebody who really is not part of the U.S. intelligence community, but she has figured out how to get and extract information out of the intelligence community in a way that I think that, frankly, even during Trump's first administration, people like Pompeo and even John Ratcliffe, for that matter, who's now the current CIA director, was unable to do. Tulsi's been able to do that in 6 to 9 months, which is extraordinary. Pam Bondi and Kash, I think that they're working their tails off. I think that there is an awful lot of problems that they both have seen and understand that they have to deal with in their various organizations. Of course, the FBI is a subordinate organization to the Department of Justice. I do think that there are some sort of gerbils in the wire or whatever you want to say, but I still believe that there are some challenges that they are facing with their own bureaucracies. And those challenges are people that they don't, not sure whether they can trust or whether they're blocking or whether they're just not telling them things. These are large organizations, and they're just not going to, get to what they need to get to after 8 or 9 months of being in these jobs, right? It's just that hard. It's a very, very hard thing to do. I do believe that the American people, Eric, want people to be held accountable. They want to start with Obama on down. If Trump called Obama out for committing treason, then something needs to be done, right? Is there... should we know that there's a grand jury sequestered in South Florida or in Washington, D.C. or out in Missouri or up in New York? I think that if it's a classified or sealed grand jury, no. But if there is a grand jury that is sequestered somewhere and people are looking into it, there's nothing wrong with our leaders saying, look, all of this is under investigation. We are going to get to the bottom of it. And I think that the Department of Justice needs to do a better job of informing the American people about the kinds of things that they are looking after. Because I'm telling you, I still go, around the country talking to different people about fighting for this country and standing up for what we believe in. And many people are asking me, well, when is something going to happen? We're not seeing it.
General,
I'm just telling you how people feel, not how I feel, but how. Yeah.
But I feel the same way. I'll side with the folks. General, you were treated horribly. You were treated horribly by the deep state. Steve Bannon treated horribly by the deep state. Pete Navarro treated horribly by the deep state. Roger Stone treated horribly by the deep state. We have people right now. I'm thinking James Comey. I'm thinking even Hillary Clinton for some of the things she did. John Bolton. Yeah, okay, so there's investigations. General, do you have confidence we're going to see some people behind bars? Or, listen, I would love to see them locked up. Perp walk them, lock them up. But do you think these people are going to get really prosecuted? Listen, General, I love you. I'm tired of hearing about the investigations and the accusations that they're uncovering. I want to see some actual accountability.
Yeah, so two things. Number one, I'm personally, and the way I look at this country and what I was, raised to understand about the United States of America, it's heartbreaking that we are in this place right now, Eric. And I think that you would feel the same way, if we sat down over a cold beer and just talked about the state of the play for the United States. I mean, Trump again is trying to do a lot of stuff, but the country is really in a tough spot right now. On your specific point, people want to see these people held accountable, and in some cases, if they've committed a conspiracy, like it appears that they have, they need to go to prison for a long time over this. Now, your specific question is, will this happen? I have my doubts. I really have my doubts, because I believe that the swamp of Washington, D.C. runs so deep that there's going to be a level of protection, and it's not going to just come from the left and the, in the former Biden administration or the Obama administration. I think that there's a body of people here in Washington, D.C., and I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, that will fight tooth and nail to try to, drag these things out, get through the 2026 election, maybe get through a 2028 election. So I am hesitant to say these people are going to go to prison, because as I sit here today talking with you, I don't feel like that is the momentum that we are beginning to see, or we need to see, that the American people want to see, right? I mean, look at what we know about John Bolton. Now, that case has gone quiet. Jim Comey, okay, what do we know about him? We know a lot. I mean, there's a lot. John Brennan is still out and about doing nefarious things. Why aren't these people like they did to Roger Stone? Why aren't these people like they did to all the J6ers, right? There's got to be a sort of a coming to Jesus moment of national security emergencies that I think that the president and his team need to look at, because we're in a place where the former president of the United States, a former president, former director of national intelligence, former director of the CIA, former director of the FBI, a former presidential candidate and U.S. Senator and Hillary Clinton, and then others, and we can go through a whole raft of names, that they committed a conspiracy to not only undermine eventually a duly elected president of the United States, but undermine the country or the fabric of the Constitution of the United States of America. The president has already said that. So if that's the case, what actions are we taking that the president has the full authority to, as he states, and he's the only one to state it in his oath of office, to preserve the Constitution of the United States of America? If something doesn't happen, if there is not action taken, I'm afraid that we will miss an opportunity, a historic opportunity. And instead of being, as Reagan said, one generation away from losing everything, we are one presidency away and maybe one more election away. And that would be the 2026 election. So we're holding on to a thin thread here, Eric. And if we don't, if the president doesn't apply pressure where he needs to apply pressure, and I believe he is. I mean, you can see it and you can hear it and you can see it in his face sometimes, where it needs to be right here with his own teammates and the team that he's assembled and get them to start looking at these issues that we're talking about right now.
He's got it all. He's got all the people in place. He's got all the people he put in the FBI director. He put in the attorney general. He's got the House. He's got the Senate. Now's the time. Now is the time to make strides in locking up some of the people who've done this country wrong by betrayal of the American trust. And you can call it treason, or he can call it treason. Someone, doesn't matter. I'm not necessarily saying we need to see people swinging from a rope. I think we need to see some of these folks doing some jail time. General, I only have about a minute or so with you, because I want to get to this. You're the chairman of the Gold Institute, which is a think and do tank. I love that think and do tank, which focuses on national security, strategies, global leadership, et cetera, et cetera. You have an event coming up. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this is going to be this is independent media, and and really it's our impact and influence in global political, in the sort of the global politics. And we have a great lineup from people from all over Europe, people from all over the United States. I called this last presidency the podcast presidency, because that's why I think that there was a variety of reasons, and one of which because Trump realized he needed to get into podcast. But the group of people that we have assembled tomorrow, Eric, these people represent over 75 million viewers in the various audiences that they have. So this is going to be a powerful, powerful block of people. And this is sort of step one that the Gold Institute has brought these people together. And this is about, my opportunity to talk with them and let them and hear from them on lessons learned, but to provide a little bit of leadership, a little bit of direction, and a little bit of vision going forward. Because as you know, and as you have been an example of this in your own show, the rise of alternative or independent media is skyrocketing, where the decline of the mainstream big markets that used to exist, the fake news media, is declining. And that is on, in all cases. So Very excited about this tomorrow, and we're really looking forward to it. We have about 200 people showing up, so it's a really good turnout.
General, you're the right guy for this. You're the right man to expose all of this. And like you point out, the legacy media is bleeding viewers for a reason, because they don't, the truth and transparency there just isn't. It should be called the GOAT Institute, greatest of all time, right there, General Michael Flynn. General, thank you for your time, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Eric. God bless.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Howdy, Rav fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Well, folks, the tax extension deadline may have passed a couple of weeks ago, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the October 15th deadline or you owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement against you. Believe it. Believe it every single day. You wait only makes things worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of up to 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill just because you didn't file. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, no problem. Even if your books are cooked and are a mess, they got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. With tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying massive pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. It's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is 100% free. Yep, free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call this number, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes their move on you next. Alrighty. Chucky Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and the rest of the Democrat gang of useless politicians who hate America really thought that their government shutdown was going to curry favor among Americans who clearly can't stand their politics on the left. But as polling shows, this is yet another serious backfire for the party of stupid, and it's not even over yet. Sweeter sweeter it is when it's on CNN too. Watch.
It hasn't. If anything, it's been helped a little bit. Take a look here, the shift in net popularity versus pre-shutdown. When we're looking at the Republican Party overall, that brand actually up 2 points. That's within the margin of error, but clearly it hasn't dropped. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at the net approval ratings for Republicans in Congress. It's actually up 5 points since pre-shutdown. So what we're seeing here is the Republican brand in Congress has actually improved somewhat compared to where we were pre-shutdown, despite the fact that Republicans control. And that's the math that John Thune and Mike Johnson are looking at is, well, hey, why should we give, and electorally speaking, when our brand has actually improved a little bit?
Yeah, you want further proof? Mike Johnson this morning was on all the networks saying that they have a framework in place. They're just waiting for the Democrats to come and vote on it and negotiate on it. They got all 53 Republican Senate votes ready to go. They just need 7 Democrats to say, you know what, time to open the government. But they seem to not want to do that. It's always surprising when someone like CNN's Jake Tapper has no choice but to turn on his favorite party, the Democrats. Everyone knows that they're forcing this government shutdown to continue just because it's the only leverage they think they have over Trump. We know that because, well, they've said so themselves.
Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. And although a very unpleasant tool to use.
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. They've just said it on television that they're using the government shutdown to have leverage over Republicans. What that really means is leverage over Trump. Several of the Democrats have admitted this on the air. In fact, calling Tapper, at least give him credit for calling it out.
Should the Democratic senators from New Mexico, your home state, vote to open the government so that these SNAP funds are not at risk?
Let me be clear. The administration is choosing to starve American children with money that they already have appropriated.
I'm not applauding their tactics.
By the White House. Well, this is a choice by the White House.
This is also, Congresswoman, this is also a choice by Senate Democrats to not vote to open the government. Yes, it is.
Good for you, Jake. Sometimes, the blind squirrel finds a nut, as they say. Meanwhile, Jake Tapper wasn't having it when Katie Miller, wife of, Stephen Miller, pointed out the truth about Karine Jean-Pierre, KJP, that no matter what KJP says or does, KJP always seems to feel the need to play identity politics in order to somehow justify all of her many failures.
She used to be a commentator on CNN, then she was one on MSNBC. Mm-hmm. And she was good at that. I'm without getting into the job I thought she did as press secretary. I thought it didn't seem crazy to me because she was eloquent as a commentator.
Why is she trained every 4 sentences to say she is a black, queer, LGBTQ woman? Because that's how she's been promoted her entire career.
Anyway, Katie Miller and Karen Finney, thank you so much.
He didn't have it. He didn't want to hear any of that. That, by the way, was Katie Miller, Stephen Miller, the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy of the White House, one of the most powerful human beings on the planet. That was Katie Miller. He wanted no part of it. Barack Obama just can't help himself either. He's going to make sure that opposing voices are censored in America if it's the last thing he does, since we all know that he was probably the one running the show during the Biden presidency, he or Jill. Here he's trying to get yet another time to put a system in place that silences opinions that he and his comrades don't approve of.
Part of what we're going to have to do is to start experimenting with new forms of journalism and how do we use social media in ways that reaffirm facts, separate facts from opinion. We want diversity of opinion. We don't want diversity of facts. That, I think, is one of the big tasks of social media. By the way, it will require some government, I believe, some government regulatory constraints.
Okay, former President Obama, let's ask you this. Was it fact or opinion that Joe Biden was unfit for office, certainly the last 2 years of his presidency? I know what you're going to say. You're going to say it's opinion, but we now know it's fact. If this doesn't disqualify Jon Stewart as an important media cultural figure, I don't know what will. Here is Stewart talking to the Democrat Party's new god, Zohran Mamdani, the socialist. The comparison he makes here is so appalling, But then again, it's Jon Stewart. Listen.
I wish you all the best. Honestly, I think any New Yorker who looks at someone getting an opportunity, who's representing communities that have not been as represented, a Muslim, a young person, a progressive, a democratic socialist, there are so many different communities that are looking to you, and this, I hate to put it on you, as a bit of a Jackie Robinson.
Okay, Jon Stewart. Okay, New Yorker Jon Stewart. Just wait till that guy's he's going to be mayor, folks. He's going to be the mayor of New York City. Just wait until your taxes get raised. Just wait till he says, you know what, we're going to start talking about Sharia law because, we got to take care of the Muslim community here. Like, just wait and watch the exodus out of New York to places like my home state of Florida now. Please just keep your New Yorkers there, please. In case anyone was wondering what's going on in the New Jersey race for governor, the Democrat candidate, Mikey Sherrill, Mikey, not even sure, wants to make absolutely sure that schools in New Jersey have a mandatory LGBTQ curriculum, also known as grooming our kids.
I believe that parents have the right to oversee their children's education. I would push in LGBTQ education into our schools. Parents have a right to opt out of a lot of things, but this is not an area where they should be opting out, because this is an area of understanding the background of people throughout our nation. And right now we see, for example, at the Naval Academy, an erasure of history.
Steve Sweeney.
Here's the point. I mean, vote blue no matter who. That's what they do. No matter if they almost just wrecked the country over the last 4 years, grooming our kids to force feeding them on gay pride parades, trans agendas, allowing kids to go across state lines against their parents' consent to go get life-altering surgeries and taking life-altering drugs for the rest of their life. It's insane. These people, this is what I'm saying. When Trump's gone, the pendulum is going to swing right back to them. They're just going to take it back. They've learned absolutely nothing, folks. All right, before we go, I'm going to say it one more time. Thank you. Why? Because this guy right here that we're going to show that picture, that guy's on the edge tomorrow. This show is blowing the doors off of YouTube right now. That guy's on the edge. His name is Tristan Ham. He's one of the biggest influencers of the world. He's an outdoorsman. He's riding a horse, shirt off. He's shooting with a bow and arrow. He's killing game. He's hanging out with bears in the water. And he's a professional boxer, undefeated heavyweight. He wants Jake Paul. He's calling out Jake Paul. He says he decked Kobe Covington. He says, Jake Paul, you're next. I got to tell you, hit that screen right here. Take the next one. Hit the screen right there with your camera, QR code. A camera will put up a little yellow thing on your screen. Hit that. You will subscribe. Thank you. Never be charged. It's always going to be free. You'll never be charged. And I appreciate you, your subscription, your viewership, and your support. Always appreciate you. All right, folks, we'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks. I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Not my favorite time of the show, voicemails or Bannon. I like them both, but we have voicemails today. So Benny's on the horn right now. Ben, what do we got?
We have a viewer explaining why she voted for Trump.
Got it.
I'm Dixie from Northern California, and you know what? I love your show. I get lost when I'm sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. God bless your day. I love your show. It was really good. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you. My father always told me he was a Democrat. Him and my mom both. You know what? My father always said, no matter what, if a businessman runs for president, vote for him, because he'll know what to do. And that's why I voted for Trump, and I'll vote for him again if he runs. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you later. God bless.
Well, thank you, Dixie. And that's exactly why in 2015, when Trump was talking about running, I just had a hunch. We needed something like that. We needed a businessman to run the country for a while, just to show the politicians how to do it. And he certainly has done that. Thank you for the call. And I'm glad you remembered the question. It was a good one. All right, Ben, what else?
We have a viewer who has some comments about Charlie Kirk's shooter.
Hey, Bowling. Just a thought. The guy that killed Charlie Kirk doesn't want cameras showing his trial, but he had cameras show Charlie's murder. So I think that solves that little problem. Thank you. Bye.
So this is a really interesting comment. I'm pretty sure it's not up to the perp, the assassin. I think it's by state by state, whether they allow cameras in the courtroom or not. I agree. I mean, I don't. By the way, I don't think we're talking about Charlie Kirk's murder enough. I think we need to keep that front and center. I don't want it to go away. I want everyone to remember what they did to that young man. All right, what do you got, Ben?
We have a viewer from Michigan who said her state needs help.
Hi, Eric. This is Sandy, and I'm from Michigan. Unfortunately, it's getting pretty bad. It's getting pretty bad on the east side, near Dearborn and in Detroit, Michigan. I just wondered if Trump will send the Guard in, the National Guard in, because we really need it. Look, this is a Democrat state. I am Republican. My whole family's Republican. And it's just ridiculous what they're doing. The police in Dearborn, Michigan have to wear the Muslim patch on their uniforms, but they don't have to learn the language. It's getting bad. We need some help. Give us a shout. Thanks, Eric. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.
So yeah, you're right. Michigan, there's a very high Muslim population in Michigan, very, very high. In fact, Dearborn, Michigan is one of the largest in the country. Maybe only by the way, Rashida Tlaib is the congresswoman there, Muslim, who defends all things Muslim. The other big Muslim population, Somali population, is just out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and that's Ilhan Omar. And I agree with you. Do you imagine that police have to wear a patch just to keep the peace? It's insane. And I believe in that Minneapolis district, they do the prayer bells ringing a couple times a day. Look, you're in America. Assimilate or get out. I mean, that's not bigoted. There are people who died for this country. There are people who died protecting that flag. And if you don't like it, then leave. You can go back to Somalia or wherever the hell it is you come from and, complain about what's going on there. But it's a great country. And if you're here, I think one of the things you owe it to us, the people who've been here, who pay taxes, who are citizens, is to at least respect who we are, what we are, and our culture and our language. All right. I didn't mean to be, hope it's not misconstrued. Ben, thank you, my friend. Always good having you on. I'm be back in West Palm Beach tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. Bannon and War Room is up next. Always keep it right here on Real America's Voice from the minute you wake up in the morning all the way till you go to sleep. There's nothing better on TV than this network. See you tomorrow, folks.
Quarter point cut just confirmed. So, Justin, I'm going to get you on that to start.
Yeah, I've got that right in front of me. So pretty much what everyone expected would happen, happened. Don't read too much into this. This is not the Fed putting its foot on the gas. It's really the Fed taking its foot off the brake. It had put the brakes on to deal with the post-pandemic inflation. Now it's all the way back to neutral. What do you do when you're in a world where there's no more data? It can be really hard to figure out the next steps, but you do know being neutral is a safe place to be. There's two other things that have struck me straight away. First of all, Stephen Moran, the new Fed member, former Trump CEA chair, beclowns himself for a second meeting in a row calling for a 50 basis point cut. He's tried to explain his logic in the past, and frankly, it's illogical. And you've actually got another Fed board member who's gone the other way and said there should have been no change whatsoever. So you've got a split board there.
So he wants a 50% cut. Is that what you said?
50 basis point,
50
half
basis
a percentage point. Schmidt wants 0. The rest of the committee was at a quarter. And that really tells you that, yes, there is a debate, but there are two sides to this debate.
President Trump, meantime, is launching a new attack on former special counsel Jack Smith. MSNBC's Ken Delanian is following that story for us. What's the latest, Ken?
Chris, in a Truth Social post, the president has denounced Jack Smith as a deranged thug and a criminal who should be investigated and put in prison. This is not a surprise, but the reason it's significant is that there are investigations swirling around Jack Smith. There's congressional investigations, and there may well be a Justice Department investigation of his conduct as special counsel. Trump in particular is referring to the investigation into his efforts to overturn the election. The irony of that, Chris, is that we're out with an exclusive story today about a book by our colleague Carol Leonnig, which reveals that, in fact, the Justice Department essentially moved much more slowly in that investigation than it had to, and can fairly be criticized for slow-walking that investigation, for being overly deferential to Donald Trump as the past and possibly future president, and made some decisions that really slowed that thing down. It may never have gotten to trial because of the Supreme Court in any event, but it certainly didn't go as quickly as it could have. And in fact, there's no evidence that Jack Smith did anything wrong or that Democrats weaponized the Justice Department to go after Donald Trump. Politicians who've been investigated by the federal government have forever been denouncing their prosecutors. I've seen this my whole career, Chris, but what we've never seen is a person who is then investigated federally and then becomes president and has the authority to actually bring the weight of the Justice Department against the prosecutor who investigated him, Chris.
So much that we have never seen before. There's no doubt about that.
Well, extremely difficult, particularly since in the release they also note, Katie, that inflation remains elevated and above the Fed's target. And so we are a little bit off the highs, as you can see. And so this split, too, that Justin just referred to shows that there are still warring camps within the Federal Reserve, some of whom are worried about inflation remain elevated, some who are worried about, as you pointed out at the top of the show, a deteriorating labor market. And yet at the very same time, with this AI boom and with wealthier people spending a lot of money, gross domestic product or economic growth is actually stronger than anticipated. So this is the type of conundrum the Fed has not faced in the past, particularly when you've got stocks making new all-time highs. It's a very rare environment in which the Federal Reserve actually cuts rates when you have this combination of economic factors all taking place at one time. So my guess is they might, or Jay Powell in his commentary coming up, might indicate a pause, given that we may not get any inflation or jobs data for another month and a half, maybe even 2 months.
As much of a gut punch as it was at the time, it is all the more chilling and haunting now. The new official acts immunity lies about like a loaded weapon, she wrote, for any president that wishes to place his own interests, his own political survival, or his own financial gains ahead of the interests of the nation. What do you think about this moment?
I think that decision was written, and I remember we talked about it at the time, as this entirely academic thought experiment about executive power. Imagine a normal president in a normal presidency, and imagine sort of the maximalist read of what kind of power we would want him to have, so that we didn't chill him. We want him to make, fast, good decisions. And in some sense, it was presented that way. And we all looked at each other and we said, but this isn't an ordinary president, and this isn't an academic exercise. This is a person who has time and time and time again led with the proposition that he could shoot someone and get away with it. And so for the court to say, yeah, his lawyers went into court and said he could send someone from SEAL Team 6 in to assassinate a political rival, and that's plausible. And now we are living with it. And you're quite right about two things. One is this immunity decision keeps popping up time and time and time again, right? It's being invoked now as the basis for dismissing the criminal charges against Trump in New York. It was invoked as some basis for why Trump wanted to go after the Justice Department and shake them down for investigating him. I mean, we are going to see immunity, as Justice Sotomayor said, pulled out time and time again. And let's recall, a part of that decision really bubble wrapped him in consultation with his attorney general, right? That becomes also something that the courts can't look at or second guess. And so when President Trump says to Pam Bondi, inadvertently tells the whole world, thinking he's communicating with her privately, that she needs to do a better job going after his political rivals, all of that is because he's emboldened, because the court handed him that on a silver platter. And I think the other piece of it that is so important, and this just goes to where Glenn started, is it's not just Justice Department lawyers who don't know what to do about this. It's judges themselves around the country who have to grapple with the fact that Donald Trump was handed a loaded gun by the Supreme Court, and he's waving it around all over the country in case after case. And judges now have to figure out, what do I do? Because my hands are tied by this broad maximalist decision that was presented as a fait accompli.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 29 October, year of the Lord 2025. Did she say, I think I'd give her a hug. Did she say maximalist 3 separate times? Come on, baby. You're getting it now. You see, if you repeat it, if you wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat, over and over and over again, even the not particularly, the dim bulbs of the progressive left, including contributors to MSNBC day parts, will finally get it. They're melting. One of the things I think they're also becoming aware of is the Supreme Court under Roberts has had a pretty profound sea change in that they have essentially signaled, because of their rulings and the way they've written the opinions about the rulings, that they are very different than the Warren Court. They're not going to be activists. They're not going to intercede in every aspect of American life. They're just not. They've bifurcated a lot of this by saying that's a political decision. That's a political decision. We're going to stay with it. This is why President Trump's had such a run at the Supreme Court. And I think even this lower level federal judges, realizing they're either going to be overturned at appellate court and or overturned at the Supreme Court, understands that our interpretation during those years in the wilderness of the inherent powers and stated powers of the presidency under Article 2, remember we call it the unitary theory of the executive, or as the War Room Posse corrects me all the time, no, Steve, that's just it's just called Article 2. You don't have a fancy title for it. That he's the chief executive officer of the United States. Therefore, he can hire who he wants and he can fire who he wants. He's also that the appropriations bill, which is a law, is a ceiling, not a floor. And so, therefore, he can impound money. He can do pocket rescissions. He can take it back to the Hill for rescissions package and a vote. He can do all that. But as the chief executive officer of the United States government, it is his decision to make. The vesting clause and the people overall have made their decision about him as chief executive. Number two, he's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And therefore, he has the inherent powers of the commander-in-chief, and particularly in times when he thinks the nation is threatened. As you know, President Lincoln, who was dealing with an insurrection, I might add, at the time Lincoln was dealing with it, up until the time of the shots at Fort Sumter, it was much less radical than it is now. You didn't have whole major cities declaring sanctuary cities and that they were above anything to deal with federal power. What he's dealing with is, first of all, he's dealing with an invasion of 10 to 15, 20 million people. Think of the scale of that. They continue to try to downplay it, and it was organized. It was organized by them, and we now know what lawbreakers they are, how lawless they are. Given the issue about the auto pen, and particularly it's not the pardons. The pardons are one element of it. Of course, they're terrible. It's the executive orders. Mainstream media doesn't want to talk about that. Then you got the Arctic frost, where they're coming after people over and above January 6th, just to destroy the MAGA movement. What, 55 people identified? They were moving on all kind of potential charges. Didn't find anything. But another 111 on deck. They're lawless. They're completely lawless. And yes, it is a maximalist strategy, and seize the institutions and do it with urgency. Urgency. Do it today. We're burning daylight. So you've got the chief executive power, you have the commander-in-chief power, and that's to repel an invasion and to repel the invaders. That's what President Trump's doing. And calling out, and I think there ought to be more National Guard called out. And they ought to go to places like Portland until they clean out the mess. And they should stay there until they clean out the mess. And they should go to Chicago. They should stay there until they clean out the mess. And ICE, and it's great. Ben Bergquam got footage. I think we'll try to play if we can grab Ben. Ben's got amazing footage today of, guess what, a raid that scales up. I think it's over to Home Depot. Last but not least, and the one that drives them crazy, is because they've controlled this for so long since Richard Nixon was driven from office. Think about that. Over Watergate? Are you kidding me? President Trump is the chief magistrate and the chief law enforcement officer of the United States government. Main justice for all you Biden holdovers in the permanent part of the administrative state that Pam Bondi can't get rid of. Suck on that. He's the man in charge. This is why we're calling for a special counsel that will report to the chief magistrate and the chief law enforcement officer directly into the Oval Office, into the office of the presidency. They're whining nonstop. As my mother would say, I'm going to give you something to whine about. Before you got the old what for. No whining in the war room. No crying in the war room. No tears. And no pity. We need a maximalist strategy right now. Julie Kelly's going to join us. She's got some breaking news. She's actually going to be in the house. Julie Kelly's going to be in the house. On a Tuesday, we're getting ready, 10 p.m. tonight. Join us here in Real America's Voice, The War Room, as we're going to do live coverage of the historic meeting between President Xi and President Trump. Should say dictator Xi, because that's what he is, a dictator, or the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party. Pick him. Historic. Geostrategic. If you'd like that a little late in the evening, put on a pot of Warpath coffee late. Join us at 10. Natalie Winters, Jack Posobiec, Alex Jones.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, interest rate cut today. Big pop of the market. I think it backed off. Find out what gold is doing vis-a-vis all of this. Cuts in interest rates, geopolitics. This huge event tonight with the president. Take your phone out. Text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Most importantly, talk to Philip Patrick and the team about owning physical gold. They've got all the methodologies, 401ks, IRAs, all of it. The most sophisticated company out there, but you want to talk to Philip Patrick. He's got a great analysis about where gold is and where gold is going. So make sure you check it out today. I want to put in perspective. First thing we're going to do here is get John Gardner, and John is the leader in this country of kind of this small manufacturing. He's saying we can have a renaissance, and we don't need to be doing $1 trillion investments with foreign capital to build these mega plants. We can do it differently, and he's the advocate and the spokesman for the little guy that has these great manufacturing shops that have, 25 or 50 people in it, or the backbone of the country. John, we've been talking offline, and you've been making this point that President Trump is doing something here that's historic, not just geopolitically, but also economically, in his quest to get peace throughout the world, whether it's in the Ukraine or the Middle East or around Taiwan. Walk me through your theory of the case, sir.
Well, the post-World War II rules-based international order really created dependency for America. That's proven now. We've done the experiment. America can't make its own goods for its military. We're severely dependent on China for rare earth processing and minerals. What President Trump's trying to do with tariffs is to make America independent, and one of the things that I see that he's doing that I don't think enough people are talking about, and I really want it's unique, it's novel, creating peace by using tariff diplomacy. President Trump said, I'd rather fight with tariffs than tanks. He's using tariffs as a non-kinetic warfare tool with his Trumponomics plan. And I think that's so interesting because historically tariffs has been used to create revenue, external revenue, to protect the domestic manufacturing and to reach reciprocity agreements. But what President Trump's doing is he's taking our golden market, America's consumer goods, and saying, if you want access to our market, if you want to be able to sell your goods here and make money, you will do as we say and stop these wars. And here's some specific examples. I had to write them down because it just went on and on. I don't think he's getting enough credit for this. And I wanted to live in his legacy and really hopefully change the minds of some of these libertarians like Rand Paul and Thomas Massie who stand against tariffs. But, in Trump term one, he told China, hey, keep your pimp hand strong with your proxy North Korea and have them stop doing missile tests over Japan, or else, we're going to ratchet up the tariffs. They did. He's told the EU, pay your fair share of NATO or we're going to tariff you higher. He had Mexico put troops on their border to stop illegal immigrants or they get tariffed. In Trump term two, we had Thailand and Cambodia. He said, hey, if you guys don't stop the fighting, I'm going to hammer you guys with tariffs. Peace then followed up. India and Pakistan, according to President Trump, he said, I'm going to hit you both with 200% tariffs if you don't figure this out within 24 hours. And magically the peace happened. And that is really a unique and novel tool, way to use these. And I want to see the legacy media talking about this. One of the things that affected me personally was the Rwanda-Congo peace deal. Is a lot of minerals, a lot of rare earths in Rwanda and Congo, and they signed a peace deal in June of this year with President Trump promising to buy their rare earths and have other deals. But one of the minerals that's a critical mineral that America stopped mining in 2015 was tungsten carbide. You can see a piece of tungsten carbide here, and you do not have subtractive manufacturing if you do not have tungsten carbide. It's used to cut things. It's also used in the defense industry for armor-piercing shells, and it's used in the medical to shield radiation. It's used in welding for the electrodes in welding. It's broadly used, and we don't mine it. So President Trump said, hey, you want to sell your raw tungsten carbide dust to us? Make peace, and we'll do that. I also see him in Australia getting rare earth deals, and Korea, having them help us build up our shipbuilding industry. And I see him out there. I don't think he's getting enough credit. I saw on a segment yesterday, we talked about him traveling around the world as possibly angering some America First people. And I really think we need to look at what he's doing, how he's making these deals that will help us. Having Korea, an ally, help us build our shipbuilding industry buys us time and geographic space. In warfare, as we are in economic warfare with communist China, time and space are very valuable. Like in June 1941, after Operation Barbarossa launched, the Soviet Union moved 2,500 of their factories to the eastern side of Russia by the end of the year, by the end of 1941. They used that time and geographic space to reorganize to be able to produce the Russian military to fight back against Nazi Germany. I think right now President Trump is on this massive international geographic strategic tour to get the puzzle pieces in place for America, shipbuilding, rare earths, and creating peace while he's doing it. And I think he's not getting enough credit. And, you mentioned, Steve, that, the entrenched Washington and maybe even international leaders view President Trump as a passing storm. And I believe his novel, unique approach to using tariffs and deploying them for peace, I want that to live in his legacy because it was impressive to me, and I don't think he's getting enough credit for it.
By the way, the brilliance I love about this is that they're throwing tariffs back on the populist nationalist movement as really driving wars, and John Gardner is absolutely correct. I do want to go back and get some clarification of one point. You said the post-war international rules-based order tied America into a cycle of dependence. And President Trump's economic order with redoing the world's commercial relationships with trade arrangements around those commercial relationships that benefit American companies, the country of the United States of America, plus American citizens. What did you mean by the first part, that the post-war international rules-based order led to dependency of the United States that was not healthy, sir?
I'm so glad you asked that. Post-World War II, Milton Friedman, free to choose, capitalism and freedom became the dogma of that if you have no tariffs, unilateral free trade, that is somehow better for your nation. That is more freedom for your nation. But what they didn't calculate is that when your manufacturing is done overseas in communist China or in other nations, that you are then dependent on these nations for goods. And I don't think those academics knew anything about manufacturing. In fact, I'll prove it. In page 46 of Free to Choose, Milton Friedman said, "It is inconceivable that complete free trade in steel would destroy the U.S. steel industry. However, look at the UK, the nation that the Industrial Revolution started in. They almost closed their very last steel mill, and the whole nation this year had to be saved by the government. So it is conceivable." Also, I don't think they understood manufacturing because he mentions that it would be better and easier to stockpile steel and maintain steel plants in mothballs. Direct quote. Now, stockpiling steel, we use 85 million tons of steel a year. What about copper, aluminum? And to mothball plants, you can't have people coming out of Walmart and Starbucks working where molten lava is being poured. So I just don't think Milton Friedman would have liked getting surgery from a surgeon who had maintained his skills in mothballs. They didn't understand that manufacturing is something that must be kept in constant practice. It is a practice. It is an experiential, experience-based thing, and you have to do it to be good at it and proficient at it. And that mindset is something I wrote my book for. The number one reason I wrote my book was to be used as a tool to change the Rand Pauls, to change the minds of the Thomas Masseys and these libertarians who are just no tariffs, no tariffs, no tariffs. I wrote my book to be a tool to have them start to question, what has unilateral free trade done to us, and how has it made it dependent on us, a dependent nation? And I think, if we can start to question that in the universities, and the academics can start to look at it. And it's on the conservative side. I talked to a guy from Hillsdale, and big Trump fan. Hillsdale's a great conservative college. And he's like, "I love President Trump, but I just will never do tariffs." And I was like, "Why? Why won't you ever?" He's like, "Well, I learned in business class 101 that Milton Friedman said they're bad." and I think that I would like to start for Trump, President Trump's legacy, and for America first. I believe in free trade within America's borders. Here's how we don't have free trade. If I sell to say a company within California puts a $1,000 purchase order in with me, well, they have to pay $1,100. They have to pay $100 sales tax, 10%. But they buy that same good from communist China, they don't have that sales tax. I believe in free trade within our borders. But if you want access to our golden market, you have to pay. And how the post-World War II rules-based international order basically crippled us is they did not understand manufacturing what it takes to keep it here within a nation, and how it is the backbone of importance for nation and national security and the middle class, and how we keep our consumer market that people want to get into is to rebuild our middle class through manufacturing. And that's a big concern I see coming on is the shrinking of our middle class.
Yeah. John, just hang on for a second. I'm going to hold you over. Julie Kelly's going to join us. We're going to get into all this fight with the deep state. She may actually have a scoop or two to break here. Gardner's right. They did not appreciate the power of manufacturing. You know who did? The Chinese Communist Party. That's where they took it, with Wall Street and the corporatists helping them. We're still dealing with that, and we'll deal with it tonight at 10 p.m.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. John Gardner is going to join us tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Special presentation by Real America's Voice and the War Room. We're going to have Natalie Winters, Alex Jones, Jack Posobiec, Brian Kennedy, John Gardner, and more. We'll announce more as we get up tonight, but it's going to be a historic meeting between Xi and President Trump with geopolitical implications. Gardner, we're going to keep. You want to hear more of John Gardner's brilliance because you guys already texted me during the break. Who is this guy? He's brilliant. Of course he's brilliant. We only have brilliant on the War Room. Gardner, what are your coordinates? People can get your social media, particularly your brilliant book that is always promoting. Yeah, always promoting manufacturing of the little guy.
Manufacture local, how to make America the manufacturing superpower of the world is the name of my book. I'm on X at John Gardner VOH. My website's johngardnerauthor.com, and it's about to get a major upgrade. And I'm on Getter at MFG Gear Official. And I have a lot more to say about that post-World War II rules-based international order when you have time, Steve.
We'll talk about it tonight. John Gardner is going to join us 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to 1 a.m. This historic meeting in South Korea between the President of the United States and the dictator that runs the Chinese Communist Party. It ought to be, this is important because of chips, Taiwan, trade, geopolitics, all of it. John Gardner, thank you so much. See you tonight.
Thanks for having me. See you tonight.
Pretty powerhouse. Natalie Winters, Alex Jones, Jack Posobiec. Fantastic. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Special alert in the war room. Coming out of hair and makeup.
For real.
Nice tan. Not too shabby. You've been down in Florida?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Just too much makeup.
No, you look like $1 million.
High blood pressure? I don't know.
Last time I saw you, you and I were walking into Main Justice.
Yes, we were.
And they tripped the alarm and said you were this. Okay, you've got, I think I know where you're back here. You're like a dog with a bone. Julie Kelly gets on something, you're going to take it to the bitter end. Tell me what you've been working on.
So, Steve, I just posted, and I'm breaking here on my Substack, Declassified with Julie Kelly, our latest installment with my crack researcher, Haley McLean, our next piece on the suspicious circumstances surrounding the RNC pipe bomb. Now, we posted a piece on Monday. You and I talked about that. Talks about all the inconsistencies in Carlin Younger's story. But, Steve, the biggest inconsistency that we discovered, and this has been a key part of her story all along, is that when she discovered the device at 12:40 on January 6th, that a hand on the timer was set for 20 minutes, meaning it was going to detonate 20 minutes later at 1 p.m., which just happened to be the start of the joint session of Congress.
Wow.
Here's a bigger wow.
Okay.
There was no hand on the timer. Right. So in my piece, what we go through is, and I had a timer. I even got it on Amazon. I was going to bring it for my stunt prop.
That's okay. We have static display, right?
So anyone who's familiar with using a kitchen timer, so it has the turn knob, 0 through 60. This is the timer that was used in the two devices.
It's like an egg timer, like you said.
Right, it's a kitchen timer.
Yes.
Right. But it's housed in a separate main unit where all the components are. But there's a red arrow. That's where you set the time. And then it ticks away from there. The dial that has a 0 through 60 hash marks on it is a fixed dial. It's fixed between 0 and 30. And I have this in our piece if people want to see that. You could see right there.
Okay.
Only the front dial of this timer and some of the components underneath were attached to the device. There was no way for Carlin Younger to determine in any way, shape, or form that there were 20 minutes left on that device, because the only thing on the front of the device was this dial.
Wow.
The casing, the frame of the timer that has the red mark, which actually counts down all the time, had been removed. So there was no way for her to determine that any time was left on this timer. It was only the face of the timer that acted as the grip.
I realize you're out and you're doing this investigation because the pipe bomb thing. Darren Beatty, yourself, you guys have been on from the beginning because something didn't feel right, especially. Right. However, didn't she already tell this information to people who are professional investigators? And shouldn't they have put 2 and 2 together before, I don't know, 5 years? Is it 5 years, 4 years later?
5 years.
5 years later, Julie Kelly coming back, and 5 years later, before she comes to the war room and writes her piece, finds it. Isn't that suspicious?
It is highly suspicious. And furthermore, Steve, the documents that were released by the News Select Committee on January 6th, that's headed by Barry Loudermilk, he obtained the records related to Carlin Younger's 2 contacts with the FBI. That's what we wrote about on Monday on my Substack, Declassified with Julie Kelly. She sent in an online tip saying that she was the one who discovered it, and then sat down with agents on January 11th, where she repeated the 20-minute timer story. So not only did she tell FBI investigators this, she also told the news media in subsequent interviews. The problem for the FBI, and for everyone involved in, especially the current FBI, is that the assessment that we based our conclusions on, the report was conducted, investigative report into the device at Quantico, and was finished on January 13th of 2021.
48 hours later.
After she talked with, yes. So the FBI has known all along that her story about a 20-minute timer on the RNC device indicating, or what she suggested, is that bomb was set to detonate at 1 o'clock. She found it at 12:40. It was set to detonate at 1 o'clock, just as the joint session of Congress convened a few blocks away. So her story now has completely unraveled, collapsed under all the evidence of her FBI contacts and also her news media interviews.
Is it strained credulity to think that a sophisticated FBI investigator, particularly at Quantico, where they have, I guess, all those labs and stuff, could have not seen what you saw?
No.
Okay.
They are the ones who said, as they pieced together this device, and they even purchased the timer that they believe it was this Mainstays kitchen timer. They even purchased one and disassembled it and tried to reconfigure the devices both at the DNC and the RNC. So they knew that because that grip twist, and you could see it again right there, that is the device that was allegedly found at the RNC when she was going to do her laundry in the middle of the day, et cetera, et cetera. So, but they have known that grip twist, which only turns, the plastic it's a plastic dial, it doesn't move. So the only thing that would have indicated a time would be that mainframe unit that was non-existent. So why did she say that there was a 20-minute timer when it didn't exist, to perpetuate this narrative that bombs were going to explode as the joint session convened?
And why did the FBI not publicize that at the time and make a big deal about it?
I have no idea.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and far be it from War Room to point the finger to anybody that shouldn't have the finger pointed to them, but Ms. Younger's testimony is problematic. I guess in litigation they say we have some bad facts here about her.
We have some inconsistencies here.
So tell me about that. Now I understand. You kind of subtly said something the other day I kind of picked up on, because I guess she's messaging us somehow. This is pretty glaring, is it not?
It is extremely glaring. Start with kind of this suspicious story of a woman who's working from home on January 6th. She is working for FirstNet, so she is already tied to law enforcement. FirstNet is the kind of public-private partnership. She was working for the Department of Commerce, and what FirstNet does is oversees broadband, and this will be a follow-up story, oversees broadband for first responders for emergencies and disasters. All of a sudden at noon, as the president starts his speech at the Ellipse, Carlin Younger decides she's going to go do her laundry.
Because why not?
Because who doesn't do their laundry on a momentous day in freezing temperatures, 20-mile-an-hour winds, and just happen to walk first in front of the Capitol Hill Club? There's that alleyway. You're very familiar with it, right next to the RNC. Just walks through that alleyway at noon to do her first load of laundry. And then it's a communal room. It's just this room for where her building is. So she goes into the basement, starts her laundry, walks back. 12:35, 36, Now, this is someone really paying attention to their laundry. I mean, I do laundry, but I don't like time it 36 minutes between rinse, wash cycle to dryer. She is a pretty fastidious person. Maybe she really had to get it done before she had to, log back in for teleworking. That's when she allegedly discovers the device, as you could see there, sitting next to a garbage can and a rat trap. How appropriate is that? She alerts authorities, finally gets someone at RNC, a guard there. He alerts Capitol Police, and the whole thing unraveled. Then the whole thing is initiated from there. And that's why, Steve, and this goes back to Arctic frost, and I know we'll talk about that as well. Because January 6th was and has been the predicate for this abusive, unconstitutional, unaccountable, sprawling investigation into the president and everyone around him in the entire MAGA movement, it's imperative that we get the truth about everything on January 6th, starting with this pipe bomb, because that launched everything that day.
Well, and as Darren Beatty and you guys said 5 years ago, you think a half a decade.
I know.
It was the dramatic nature of the pipe bombs at DNC and RNC that kind of kicked off the insurrection, right?
Well, think about the timeline of the discovery of this RNC device, and we have this in our piece. She finds it at 12:40, alerts authorities. They then divert Capitol Police to the RNC. 12:53, the first exterior breach of the Capitol, with Ray Epps right there. The first exterior breach happens. 1:05, the device is found outside the DNC, prompted by the discovery at the RNC. Just so happens Kamala Harris is there. Still don't know why.
Random.
So random. Lied about that for a year in court documents. The DOJ. Right.
Totally random.
So this really was lit the match of January 6th. And now that her story has completely collapsed, and I think this lie about the hand on 20 minutes is the most suspicious part of her involvement and her account that involves other inconsistencies as well.
It's quite suspicious. We're going to hold you through. We got another segment. I want to get all your thoughts on, because you've been all over this, I want to get all your thoughts on Arctic frost and other things that are going on. It's been pretty intense. Birch Gold, now more than ever, you need Philip Patrick in the team. You've got End of the Dollar Empire is a good starter to kind of get you up to speed on, I don't know, we talked about earlier the post-war international rules-based order. How about the underpinnings of that was the U.S. dollar as the prime reserve currency? It's under onslaught right now on a de-dollarization move led by, wait for it, the Chinese Communist Party, who we're going to have a special on at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tonight. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. Get to Philip Patrick and the team and do it today. Short break. Julie Kelly is in the house.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
That happened, but all right, I'm going to send this to you.
Okay, here we go. Julie Kelly, we got 6 minutes. I want to take a couple of minutes on Arctic frost. Your thoughts?
So there was just released more 2,000 more pages released today by Senator Grassley. There was a press conference on the Hill today. Senator Grassley, Senator Blackburn, Ted Cruz, others senators who are blasting, Jack Smith's really unconstitutional pursuit of records by sitting lawmakers that, as anyone knows, is covered by speech or debate clause, but that was of no concern to the DOJ and especially Jack Smith. So more documents being released as to, I believe Chuck Grassley said today, close to 200 subpoenas that Jack Smith issued. Around 45 individuals, and then about 145, 150 organizations, and then by extension, close to 500 individuals who were then subjected to these subpoenas, communications companies, financial institutions, et cetera, who they were seeking all of these records and communications with these groups and individuals and major companies, which Steve raises the question, and we talked about this in the J6er prosecution, is why these companies voluntarily worked hand in glove with the DOJ and FBI. Those companies also need Bank of America, cell phone companies who worked hand in glove with this DOJ to run roughshod over not just privacy rights, but the Constitution, to let this lawless thug and his goons, Jack Smith, Jay Bratt, David Harbuck, J.P. Cooney, Molly Gaston, who are now representing Jack Smith, by the way, and others responsible for just. And can we stop comparing this to Watergate? This has nothing to do with Watergate.
Well, it's 100 times bigger.
A million.
A million times.
There's no comparison. So it's just like, stop saying that. There's no comparison to this in the history of this country anyway. Happens all the time in other countries. Has never happened here.
You also see the lawlessness it's not the auto pen, it's just a lawless government where you don't know who's in charge, people making decisions, and the signing of the executive orders. The pardons are bad enough, but the pardons are pardons. The executive orders, they would sign executive orders by an auto pen. To me, the unlimited liability of what these guys did and how they can be sued is outrageous. Your thoughts on that?
Yes. I mean, look, you just go back to the fact they never thought that Donald Trump was going to win. They never thought they would get busted.
If you look at the Arctic frost and the way the companies work with them, they thought that this was it, and this is how they're going to kill our movement and drive us into the ground.
That's exactly right, and that's what I wrote about in my book, published now 4 years ago, January 2022, that they used it to launch a war of domestic terror against American citizens on the right, and we're learning more and more about. I mean, I was even off base saying that. Who would have envisioned this?
No, it's so incredible. To Grassley, such a steady bare hands, to shock him, you got pretty deep. But still the key of this is when they got him wiretapping the Senate. When it got to the the Vestal virgins in the Senate.
Exactly right.
That's what changed everything.
And it is frustrating to see U.S. senators who said nothing while their own constituents were had battering rams used against their front doors and being awakened at 5:30 in the morning, having armed agents point guns at children and elderly women. And to hear John Cornyn today say, if they did this to U.S. senators, us, imagine what they could do to you. Well, John Cornyn, we tried to get your attention for years because Texas is second only to Florida in the number of J6 defendants. And you know how many times he went to his own constituents' defense?
It'd be zero.
None.
Zero. He's a terrible guy. Quickly, Loudermilk, you're spending a lot of time with this. He just got authorization to do this. Mm-hmm. Do you anticipate some, because, I mean, if you're going to go redo J6, you should be at that committee. You should be able to see everything, right?
Yes, exactly. So I spoke with him a few weeks ago. He is putting together, they just got authorization for the new committee, staffing up. He's got a full agenda. The pipe bombs is towards the top of that list. So I really believe that he will be digging into that as well.
Are you going to go to are you going to be a special advisor to that committee or to main justice, ma'am?
No.
Okay, I may recommend.
Why would I do that?
Because you're the person that knows more about this than anybody.
They can subscribe to my Substack.
Okay,
$8 a month.
Hold it.
That's my payment.
Where do people go to get your content?
Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack. X Julie_Kelly 2, and then I also have some work on Real Clear Politics, Real Clear Investigations.
Your last name is Kelly, but that's not your maiden name. What's your maiden name?
Copeland.
Okay, different. Okay, now that's the English. I got.
Yes, it is.
No, because
full on wasp.
Full on wasps. I knew something because she comes in here and what she's saying, the University of Florida is giving her a smack, my producer, and she goes,
sorry,
I am convinced that the University of Florida is more obnoxious even than Notre Dame. And coming from Chicago, I realized you had to be a wasp.
Yes, well, let's not talk about Notre Dame. But I know enough Domers, and now I know enough Gators because my daughter's works now in Florida that I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kim. I'm so sorry.
Mike Lindell. You've had the boot on your neck from these guys, Arctic Frost, the committee, sir, because you're an insurrectionist. What do you got for us?
Well, and by the way, Allison Steinbeck, my great reporter, got her question in today about Arctic Frost. And yes, we were debanked, you name it. They called our vendors. They attacked us, took my cell phone. Arctic Frost, I mentioned them there so many times, and it was such a big attack. And by the way, Steve, she also got a question in with Bernie Sanders. It's a lot like the other day when she asked her question and upset Pelosi. So that should maybe go viral today. But everybody, we've made it through. And in spite of the machine company and lawfare and in spite of Arctic Frost, and we're still here. You guys get the USA made specials, you guys. We're putting all of our made in USA stuff on sale up to 80% off. That's the MyPillows. Go to mypillow.com/war room. You guys are going to get the pillows, the mattresses, the bed frames, all of this. The body pillow, free body pillow case with that. The blowout sale on the MyPillows, $14.98. The mattress toppers on sale with free shipping. Use that promo code WARROOM. Made in America socks. You guys, we have all these different products made in the USA. We put them all on sale with promo code WARROOM. Call 800-873-1062, and you guys will get a USA worker, a USA person speaking in English, taking your order using promo code WARROOM.
Brother, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the 10 or 11 o'clock hour. Haven't decided. Mike Lindell, the most powerful promo code in the business. MyPillow.com. Promo code WARROOM. Go check it out today. Brother, thank you so much. Julie Kelly, one more time quickly. Where do people go to your Substack?
Declassified with Julie Kelly. X Julie_Kelly 2. I'm going to be looking at those documents tonight and tomorrow, posting some of the more interesting ones, and then Real Clear Politics Investigation.
Perfect. Stick around for the 6 o'clock hour.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity.
Folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com.
Good evening, America. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital. If you can believe it, the evidence keeps mounting around the Biden-era DOJ's Arctic Frost investigation to some new bombshell revelations we're going to get to in a second. Then we're going to bring Jim Jordan, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. He's going to tell you even more. Now, remember, let's go through the numbers. A few weeks ago, it was 8 senators and 1 House member. Then it was 92 Republican groups. Yesterday, we had 160 Republicans that were targeted. Today, compliments of Senator Chuck Grassley, the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. We now know there were more than 400 Republican personalities and groups that were targeted by subpoenas from Jack Smith. So the FBI starts, they get their own MAGA dragnet going, and then Jack Smith comes and widens it out. 430 Republican groups and people that were targeted by 197 subpoenas. Now, our country was founded at a time when our founding fathers thought the general warrants, basically taking evidence from everybody and then looking for a crime, was the wrong way to go to protect freedom. They created a targeted system. That targeted system has been obliterated in the last 10 years. Basically, you search for anything and everything, and then you look for a crime. Sometimes you just search for a political affiliation of a person related to Trump, and you investigate them until you find something. That's not what our constitutional system and our judiciary system was designed to do. And one of the most amazing things we've seen, folks, is the predication for opening a scaled investigation like this at the FBI has been blown away. The law and the records and the rules say the FBI only opens an investigation when they can find credible evidence that a crime has been committed. But when you take a look, and tomorrow you'll get to read this memo. We're going to put it up on Just the News tomorrow. The predicated electronic communication opening up Arctic Frost. You're going to see they had no evidence except a few CNN clips, literally CNN clips. They were using words like suggesting maybe Donald Trump was involved in criminality. And they decided, the FBI did on its own, that the idea that someone would submit alternate electors on January 6, 2021 to be considered during the certification is a crime, without ever addressing the fact that twice before in American history, alternate electors were given to the United States Senate. And in both cases, Democrats were doing it. And in both cases, no one ever got prosecuted. None of that got addressed in the opening memo. Instead, they relied on CNN and some conjecture. I've had this document looked at by a half dozen professional FBI agents and prosecutors, all of them to the person saying this wasn't a legitimate opening of an investigation. It was deficient. It didn't have the evidence. As one said, where's the beef in the hamburger? There was none. That is just some of the things that we're going to address throughout the day, including with Chairman Jordan and in our first guest in a second, Congressman Ralph Norman. But first, a quick programming note. My amazing co-host, Amanda Head, well, she's in Mississippi on assignment. She'll be back tomorrow on the show. Meanwhile, in a little bit, we're going to break away from our normal coverage here and go out to a historic TPUSA event out at Ole Miss University, where Erica Kirk and J.D. Vance are set to speak. We're going to go live when that happens. Until then, we're going to try to squeeze in as much news as we have. And by the way, that incredible coverage tonight at TPUSA brought to you by our good friends at Patriot Mobile, AMAC, and Birch Gold. So 3 great partners here at Just News. We're going to get to all that in a little bit. But first, let's get to one of the great guests that we have opening up our show tonight. He represents the great state of South Carolina in Congress. He played a big role in helping us understand weaponization in government and also unnecessary spending in government. He's now running for governor of South Carolina, too. He's our good friend, Congressman Ralph Norman. Sir, good to have you on the show.
Always great to be with you, John. Thank you.
All right. I know you've done a lot of thinking about this big, monstrous government and how weaponized it's become politically. When you see 400 Republicans are caught in a MAGA dragnet, subpoenas are handed out like Halloween candy, phone records are rifled through, even for members of the Senate. What do you think has happened? How do we rein? First, how did the FBI and the Jack Smiths of the world get to this level of thinking, and how do we rein them back?
Couple of things. You know what happened to President Trump when they raided his house, when they blocked out the cameras so they couldn't see what they were doing, when they had the CNN cameras there. It's unfathomable that this would happen in America. And Hillary Clinton led the way with her dossier that wasn't backed up by anything other than just innuendos, made up things. And I will never forget I had the conservative opportunist in Congress, and we had Kash Patel on to speak with us, and it's to a group of conservatives each Wednesday. And I turned to him before he spoke. I said, Kash, how have you handled all this? They've weaponized things against you, and people forget he had to hire a legal team, and it costs money. The same things they did to Mark Meadows, same things they've continually done to Donald Trump. Bottom line, it's a wayward group that are intent on destroying America, and it's not what the Constitution is based on. And they had no consequences up until now. And just to think, if Donald Trump had not won the election, which he won it anyway after his first term, but we would have been a totally Marxist socialist country led by a few corrupt politicians, is the best way I know to describe it.
Yeah, it's head scratching, and it is a miracle how much the dialogue has changed quickly in America, including even on government shutdowns. The Republicans have played a strong hand. They did exactly what the American people want. They tried to keep the government open. Democrats did. We're now seeing polling that shows that the Democrats are paying a dear price. We see it because unions are barking at them. We know that the people who are on food stamps are soon going to be without food on their kitchen table. But the polling shows that Republicans have won this debate because they did the people's work while the Democrats did their liberal backers' work. How has that played out, and what is the strength that Republicans can leverage from this in the next round to maybe address things like Obamacare?
Well, we've got to take the offensive against them, John. The Republican Party, and I have to say Mike Johnson has done a tremendous job. He gets us, he has conference calls every week, particularly with the shutdown, and where he goes through why we're sticking tight behind him, because he's leading the way. To think that a party would demand a ransom of $1.5 trillion of money we don't have to hold the country hostage, hold women and children who will get no food, to hold them hostage. Look what he's doing to our military. And quite frankly, our national security is at risk as long as this goes on. And this is day 28, 28 days, 17 hours and counting. The Democrats have misplayed this. We're united, and we're not giving in to a hostage-taking situation, which they will do again if they get by with this. And it's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, they may have lost one of their great weapons, which was the shutdown, which they've used for 20 years, but they may have lost that as a strategic advantage. You are running for South Carolina governor. One of the first ideas you had is to create a Doge in your own state. I want you to help me for a second. I know you've been concerned about Obamacare from the moment it was passed. You saw it as a businessman, what it did. We are subsidizing to hide the fact that Obamacare just drove up premiums beyond the world. We give a lot of money to insurance companies. I think Americans got to learn that during this shutdown. When the shutdown's over, do House Republicans do a major surgery on Obamacare and finally fix it?
Absolutely. It's not a subject that we can't tackle, particularly with what the Democrats have tried to do with putting illegals on the rolls of the government and having them continue to get a paycheck. We're going to stop that. What they've done on giving money by raising the income levels. You had families making $400,000 a year getting subsidies under Obamacare, and it's got to stop. We will take a scalpel to every one of those, the subsidies. Much of it goes to the insurance companies. And we've got to come up with a health care system that's based on the patient, not anything else. And freedom of choice and getting the best medical care is I think, is going to be the mantra of our party. And I think we'll have to explain it in a way that the American people will buy into. We all have constituents who are paying extremely high payments now, insurance premiums, some doubling and tripling. I have a lady that works with me that's single. She's in poor health. Her premium will jump to over $800 a month, and she can't afford it. So it'll be a major plan that I think we will lead. And I think with what President Trump's doing, bringing the cost of drugs down, in some cases 60, 80, 90%, is going to play a big part of that. But the plan will be laid out, and it'll be ready for the American people to take advantage of, and we'll make it right at one last time.
One of the places that have been low-hanging fruit for a long time, but Congress hasn't gotten it done, is getting in the middle and getting rid of these middlemen, the pharmacy benefit managers who get in the middle and jack up prices. Is that something that possibly could come out of this as a fix to not only Obamacare, but the insurance system at large?
Absolutely. The PBMs have been able to hide the premiums that they're getting, and they created a monopoly. If you look at it, there are mainly three main PBM companies that just drive up the cost, and they offer no benefits. As example, insulin has been around since the 1930s. To cost what it does, it makes no sense. And you combine that with a lot of other drugs that overseas, they're a fraction of what Americans are paying. That's not what it's about. And the PBMs are going to have to be held accountable, and I think they will. And it's always, John, as you found in your investigation, follow the money. And that's one thing we will do with them. And PBMs have been active supporting, trying to get their candidates in office that support them. It's a new day in Congress now, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, it's amazing how much the tide has turned in such a short period of time. Earlier this week, Chairman James Comer, in fact, he was on the show last night, released this extraordinary report on the end of the Biden presidency, the cover-up of the president's mental demise, the fact that his own staffers, like the staff secretary who's usually in contact with the president 10 times a day, not seeing the president for 6 to 8 weeks at a time, and making a really strong case that the auto-pen pardons and auto-pen executive orders that were signed by Joe Biden in absentia may be legally invalid. As you look back, how big a scandal is this, and what do we do to make sure no future president ends up like Joe Biden?
Going to have to replace the people that supported Joe Biden. I mean, the American people saw it, John. He could not read a thank you note from a teleprompter. And the fact that he put this country at risk, who was in charge if we'd had if Iran, as an example, had attacked America as they would have since Joe Biden was the one that paid ransom money to a rogue country. But all that to say is it's going to have to hold those accountable who have supported Joe Biden and put the country at risk. And that's one of the reasons with Jim Clyburn's district, he has supported Biden hook, line, and sinker. It's not fair to the American people. It's definitely not fair for South Carolina. But those who continued to support him knowingly that he was undermining the country ought to be held accountable as well.
Yeah. That's an important moment, accountability ahead, hopefully for a lot of the people that have hurt this country in the last decade. Before we let you go, you're having a really good success as a candidate for governor. You're out, you're doing teletown halls and regular visits. You're talking to voters. What's top of mind with the great voters of South Carolina that you're talking with every day?
What we're bringing to light is the corruption, and I thought the corruption in Washington, D.C. was bad. In South Carolina, we have it just as bad. We've got to get back to our basics. We've got to get back to our infrastructure, which is crumbling, our education system, which we ranked 40 and 41st, our judicial system, the way we elect judges. We've got to change the way that happens. We're only one or two states that do it. We're politicians that they appear before, the judges appear before, are selected by them. We're going to change all that. And again, the American people, the South Carolinians are ready for change and they're ready to clean it up like we're beginning to do in Washington, D.C.
It's pretty amazing. So many extraordinary Freedom Caucus members are all running for governor this year. Andy Biggs, yourself, so many great ones. The Freedom Caucus has become a national and state brand. It's really a remarkable resonance of the message that you all brought to Washington. Sir, it's great to have you on the show, as always.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I always appreciate when you're on, sir. All right, folks, we got a good one next. House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan's going to join us. He's going to explain how it turned out that the FBI was looking at 400 Republicans' records trying to find a crime. That sounds a little fishy, right? Well, that's what Arctic Frost is all about. We'll have that next after these messages. In America, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called home title theft, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, then file it with the county, and just like that, boom, they're on record as owning your home. Using your ownership, they then take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you're not going to know about it until you get a foreclosure or collection notice in the mail, and that's not going to be a good moment. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free child. Their $1 million triple lock protection. That's a great deal. $1 million to protect your home. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes. And if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use that promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal.
Welcome back, America. I know a lot of us are so deeply concerned about what we've learned about the Arctic Frost investigation. We would not know most of it if it weren't for our next guest. He has relentlessly pursued the truth, worked with the FBI director and the attorney general to get Americans some pretty darn shocking documents. The latest being in the last few days, hundreds of Republicans were targeted. Not a few, hundreds, bank records, phone records, everything taken. We know this because of the great work of the House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan, who joins us now. Mr. Chairman, great to have you on the show.
John, good to be with you. And look, I appreciate the work you've done on this for years now, uncovering how just I think we've talked before. I always say the only thing we get wrong when we start these investigations is it's the fact that it's always worse than we thought. And that is the case here. I mean, it wasn't just 8 United States senators that they spied on. It was much broader. It was hundreds of people that they're doing subpoenas where they're getting bank records. They got the bank records of Dan Scavino. Dan Scavino, in President Trump's first term, ran the social media operation. Why do they need his bank records, for goodness sake? And there's countless other examples that are just so ridiculous. Just shows how weaponized Jack Smith and Arctic Frost, which was before Jack Smith and then became the Jack Smith special counsel, how bad it was.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they were looking for crime. It looks like they were looking for people where they hope to find a crime. There's all these weird things, like they're going to look at a gambling debt for one guy. I mean, they just seem to be on a fishing expedition, exactly the sort of thing our founding fathers, when they created the country, wanted to get rid of because they hated the general warrants of the great British era. Have we returned to an era where at least some people think we have general warrants now?
It sure seems like that. They didn't go to a judge and get probable cause and say there's probable cause to think Dan Scavino committed some crime, so we want his bank records. He was the guy who ran President Trump's Twitter account. I mean, what are you talking about? Like that makes where was the probable cause to say we want Mark Meadows, information on Mark Meadows, saying there's one email that says Mark Meadows was engaged, some source is saying to some agent that Mark Meadows was engaged in treasonous activity. Are you kidding me? This is the craziest stuff I've ever seen. And then, John, this is why we want to talk to Jack Smith, why we've sent him a letter. We want him to come in for a deposition. We want to get answers because we've already deposed 2 of his deputies, Mr. Bratt and Mr. Wyndham. And they took the fifth 71 and 73 times respectively, took the fifth to questions like, was this a political operation that you guys were running, trying to get President Trump, harm him politically? I take the fifth. How about anyone else you surveilled in addition to these 8 U.S. senators? I took the fifth. Well, now we know why they took the fifth, because there's hundreds of other people that they were checking in on. So this is just bad. And never forget, this is the same Jack Smith who put the gag order on President Trump, asked for the gag order and got it. This is the same Jack Smith who raided President Trump's home. This is the same Jack Smith special counsel where one of their deputies said to Stanley Woodward, a lawyer for one of the defendants, we didn't know you were a Trump guy. We thought you were interested in this judge position. And this is the Jack Smith whose deputies wouldn't answer our questions. This is the Jack Smith who is now with 190 subpoenas to get communications and documents and bank records and people. I mean, okay, this is how bad it is. So, yeah, we want to talk to Jack Smith and see what kind of answers he's going to give us to our questions.
Yeah, and if he doesn't come voluntarily, I think I know the answer to this question, given your long track record as a chairman, but does a subpoena follow?
Well, yeah, we want to talk to him. We will use everything we have to get this guy. And we want to get all this information and talk to him in a deposition format, and then we'll decide if we're going to do some public hearing. But we want the same documents that they're now starting to come forward. We want to take a chance to look at all this and ask him in a deposition format about this stuff.
Last night, you and I were together on Sean Hannity, and I started to talk about a document. I'd only read it for about 10 minutes before. Today, I read it a lot. I shared it with lots of FBI agents. It's the predicate memo, the electronic communication that opens up this Arctic Frost. And it is shocking to me because when you get to a full investigation like this, there's a requirement for evidence of criminality. And you see things like suggest are the words they use, or the evidence is just a CNN interview, which, 15 months in, you think the FBI would have something more than a suggestion in a CNN interview. You made a big deal and did a great job on Russia collusion, showing us how flawed that opening of the case was. Is this another case that didn't have the proper predication?
Sure looks that way. I mean, it sure does. And it looks like this was just the same old weaponization, same old political focus, focus on politics, going after your political enemies, same mindset that said, we're going to put the dossier in the intelligence community assessment, even though we know the dossier is garbage, we know there's no underlying intelligence to support it. That same mindset was there in 2016 is the mindset we see now in 2022 with Arctic Frost, and then as it transformed into Jack Smith special counsel and later in 2022, same exact mindset. So yeah, that's what it sure looks like.
You not only investigate, you create solutions. You spend a lot of time, I know, talking to your colleagues, trying to find the solutions that will solve some of the things that have been abused now repeatedly over the last decade. It seems to me the gathering of phone records and geolocation data using phones and other tools have been widely misused. Basically, they're used as phishing tools, not as targeted intrusions on our privacy warranted by a criminal probe. Are you ready to come forward with some reforms in the next year to try to rein in this government? Because it clearly doesn't want to rein in itself.
Yeah, we're definitely always looking at that to protect Americans' liberties. It's the main responsibility of the Judiciary Committee. We're supposed to protect your bill, the rights you have under the Bill of Rights, the rights you have under the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Second Amendment, all those key liberties we have in this greatest country ever. So yeah, that's supposed to be our focus. One of the things that's coming up is the reauthorization of FISA. And we know the FISA process was abused in numerous ways over the years in this weaponization and this politics effort we saw from the Garland and Obama Justice Departments. So we're looking at that. We think actually if you're going to go search the 702 database as an example, you got to go to a separate and equal branch of government and get a probable cause warrant. You can't just go looking through there. And the same kind of thinking that may apply to how this investigation unfolded, where they were just throwing subpoenas out there for anybody and everybody to get their bank records and communications and everything else. I still fail to see why you needed, and I use Dan Scavino because Dan's a good man who's done great work, why you need his bank records. What is going on? What was the probable cause that said somehow Dan Scavino's engaged in criminal activity and we need to see his bank records? That makes no sense.
He was posting memes, for God's sake. That's what he was doing. He was posting the president's tweets every day. It's crazy to think about. You've looked at a lot of the evidence. When you look at some of the major players, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, James Comey now indicted, John Brennan, do you think other people have committed crimes that need to be prosecuted by this Justice Department?
We referred John Brennan last week. Right. And we don't do these very often. You know, you've been around and followed all this. The facts got to be there. John Brennan told us in a deposition that he wasn't involved with the dossier, didn't want the dossier included in the intelligence community assessment, the report the IC puts together. That's all well and good until Tulsi Gabbard declassified a House Intelligence Committee report, which says exactly the opposite. It says that John Brennan actually wanted it included in the intelligence community assessment, and then they relate a story in there where a CIA official goes up to Mr. Brennan and says, you know, we shouldn't include this report, this dossier in the report. It just doesn't stand up. There's no underlying intelligence to support it. And Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? I think fully displaying his motive, his willingness and wanting to go after President Trump. So you know this, John, you're not supposed to lie, but you're definitely not supposed to lie when you're under oath talking to Congress. And it looks like that's exactly what John Brennan did, and that's why we referred him. And we'll see now what the Attorney General and the Justice Department decide to do.
Yeah, so important. And by the way, there's written evidence. I mean, his own emails contradict his testimony. It's pretty powerful. Yeah, pretty powerful stuff. Mr. Chairman, we wouldn't know half of this if it weren't for the great work you and your team are doing. Thanks for joining us. We're going to keep close in touch because I think a lot of big history is ahead of us. But thanks for being with us tonight.
You bet. Thank you for all you do.
All right. How about that for an interview? A lot of news here. Jack Smith, you might be getting a subpoena if you don't volunteer. And FISA reform, we might get it at the end of this year. Two big revelations from Jim Jordan. I want to turn to my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. Bring her in. She's in Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. She's covering the TPUSA event tonight. Amanda, while that interview was going on, we just got some really big news. President Trump announcing a $950 billion trade deal with South Korea. The latest victory on this Asia tour, $300 billion to reduce tariffs in America and $600 billion in investment, including some nuclear technology to give South Korea some nuclear-powered submarines for the first time. Another notch in the Asia trip's winning belt.
Yeah, absolutely. And hello to you, John. I'm sorry. I know Halloween's a few days away, but I'm trying out the wet rat look. We were standing outside waiting for Secret Service to swat us all, and it was pouring down rain. But this is a huge accomplishment for President Trump. And I think we had a feeling that this was coming down the pike with his Southeast Asia blitz to all of these countries and, ramping up to the culmination of what this is with all of the critical mineral deals across the other 5 countries already. And this, is going to contribute to that tariff revenue for this country. The added investments into this country. What are we up to now? $6 trillion or something? It's just incredible what he has done in just 9 short months. So that's fantastic breaking news. And other news tonight, yes, as you said, here at Ole Miss, University of Mississippi, of course, for those who are outside of the South. Tonight is a very special event. This is going to be Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk. She is going to be here, and it's pretty incredible to see her out and about. You can tell that that she is still absolutely brokenhearted, but that she cares and loved Charlie so deeply that she wants to carry on his legacy. So she is here tonight, along with, of course, the Vice President J.D. Vance. So we are here covering this. This is kicking off a whole lot of other Southern state tours. They're going to be in Auburn, my alma mater, next week, and a lot of other universities. But this is, John, this is all about dialogue. And you, as a lifelong gumshoe journalist, I know that you believe in all of the things that Charlie Kirk believed regarding free speech, regarding, civil discourse. And that's what this is all about. I can see right there the American Comeback Tour, and it says along the edge of this tent, prove me wrong, prove me wrong. That's what all of this is about. And by the way, it's what Charlie Kirk was all about. It was about discussing ideas and having conversations. And prove me wrong if you think that I'm wrong. I'll prove you wrong if I think that you're wrong. But we can do it on a civil level. We can see the humanity in each other. And then maybe we can find the, not to overuse the hashtag Me Too thing, but the Me Too moments where we find common ground in the things that we believe. So tonight's going to be incredible. I think it's going to kick off, I guess, in about 30 minutes. They've already had music blasting, and this place is packed. I mean, from the rafters to the floor, not a single seat is open right now.
Yeah, it looks like an NCAA championship basketball game arena filled to the hilt. Everywhere I go now, I see someone wearing. We're all Charlie Kirk now, and whether it's a hippie from the '60s to a young person at the age of 5 or 6 that I saw wearing the shirt, it seems as though that assassin, rather than silencing Charlie Kirk, unleashed an even larger Charlie Kirk moment. What is it like in the background when you're seeing these students? You're standing outside with them. What's the energy? What's the discussion like?
Well, let me tell you, considering they are all about half my age, they were scooting up the stairs to this third floor mezzanine a lot faster than I was. But they are so excited and so invigorated. And I'm not sure how many of them are Ole Miss students, because I've seen some other universities represented here as well. And obviously on this tour, they want to hit the major universities, but there are plenty of other schools around here, maybe not Division I schools, but they, have a love for conservative values and biblical values like Charlie Kirk did. So they are here. But John, the energy is just absolutely electric. And, there obviously is still this dark cloud of Charlie Kirk not being here. That goes without saying. But they are channeling that, it certainly seems, into getting the message out to more people. And I was discussing this with Steve Gruber earlier today. The amazing thing in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination is that all of these people who rushed to cast aspersions on Charlie Kirk, to besmirch his legacy, and to criticize him and what he believed. Charlie Kirk's videos, his content was always ubiquitous, but it was ubiquitous to such an incredible degree that even people who hated and maybe still hate Charlie Kirk, they were forced to actually watch his videos. And when you're forced to watch his videos and you're forced to see the way that Charlie Kirk had conversations with people, then you see a different side of Charlie Kirk. And I know that everyone here would much rather have Charlie here alive and still doing what he loves to do. But in the wake of what happened, his word is still getting out there.
Tonight, we're going to get a good dose of that from his amazing widow and the vice president himself. I can't wait to watch that. We are in good hands. You'll be anchoring our coverage there. I miss you here in Washington, but you're doing a really great job out there, Amanda. Great to have you. I want to turn back now to some of the foreign trip that President Trump has had. A little earlier today, I spoke to former Deputy National Security Advisor to former president, or to current President Donald Trump, Victoria Coates. She had a lot to say about what to expect in the next 24 hours. Watch. All right. We're just hours away from an epic meeting between President Xi, President Trump, things like the TikTok deal, a trade deal, all on the line. What do you expect the outcome to be, and where are we in our relationship with China compared to 8 months ago?
Right. I think that President Trump goes into this meeting in a very strong position, not just because of this extraordinary trip, as you say, and we can talk about the details some more, but this has been a huge economic and security success for the United States, for the American people, but also because of his track record over the now 9+ months of his second term. We've had the strike on Iran. We've had the summit in Alaska. We've had the diplomatic outreach at the United Nations last month that resulted in the Middle East peace deal. And we've had the strongest economic sanctions on Russia since the beginning of the Ukraine war. And what we've seen from China are responses to all these things. Chairman Xi isn't acting on the world stage the way President Trump is. I mean, he had a parade, as far as I can tell, in September. That was his big deal. But President Trump has these concrete achievements. So I think he goes in from a position of strength. I think his bottom line issue is going to be fentanyl, that's a horrible drug that is killing tens of thousands of Americans. That has to stop. And rather than being an afterthought the way it was in President Biden's engagement with Chairman Xi, I think that's going to be the top priority.
Yeah, so remarkable. I think when you look at what happened, about a year ago, I had the president, when he was still a candidate, on the show, and he said, you know, I'm thinking about creating PATO, the NATO alternative for the Pacific. With what he's created, it seems like he's built on the Quad, which is our traditional security agreements in the Pacific, to something a little bit more substantial, whether it's the rare earths that are coming out of Asia or some of the new security alliances. Are we moving to an era where we may have a PATO in the Pacific?
I think it's a great idea, and he's had similar concepts before. In his 2017 Riyadh speech, for example, on his first trip abroad during the first term, he proposed a Middle East kind of NATO, that it would be, they got nicknamed the Arab NATO, but the fact of the matter is we always wanted Israel in it. That now with Israel and CENTCOM is a real possibility, and this is the president's vision for NATO, that these regional alliances, yes, depend on American leadership, they buy American arms, but they are funded and manned by the countries in the region. So I think obviously we've seen that in Europe. You could see it in the Middle East, and I think it's a great idea for the Pacific as well, where we can band together allies, great allies, good allies like Japan and South Korea and Australia, and then newer ones, India, Cambodia, Vietnam could potentially be part of this as well. So it's very much the president's vision to both protect partners and allies, but to share those burdens with them equitably.
As you look out, obviously China has often committed to do a lot of things and then doesn't always deliver. How do we get to a trust but verify relationship on whatever's going to come out of this meeting?
Well, I mean, we're going to have to see some results here, and you're absolutely right. Chairman Xi will smile for the cameras, he'll say nice things, and then go back and do exactly what he was doing before. So the question is, in response to the president's sanctions on the Russian oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil, China's official oil companies came out and said they're scaling back purchases from Russia. That is a concrete result of a policy. On the fentanyl, we're going to have to see fewer drug boats coming up from South America, both through the Pacific and through the Caribbean, to the United States. We're going to have to see those precursors, those chemicals coming out of China. We're going to have to see that stop. And then on the trade issues, you know, we're concerned about potentially lifting some restrictions on our most sophisticated chips for China. We want our chip makers to do well. We want them to be able to sell, you know, basic chips to China all day long. But the more sophisticated ones retain our technological edge over China. So hopefully that will be an agreement, but one that really benefits the United States.
So fascinating to watch. All right, I want to shift all the way around the world from Asia to Latin America. Javier Milei's election victory earlier this week. Perhaps some lessons even for American politicians that doubling down can help you win an election, but it seems as though Milei is in a very strong hand, and that maybe the power, balance of power in Latin America may be shifting back towards his great country.
Oh, I hope so. Argentina is such an incredible country and has so much to offer the United States when it's in a decent fiscal shape. And all credit to President Milei, who came in on a very strict reform policy and a platform. And that is what he has carried out. And I think what we saw on Sunday night was a resounding vote of confidence from the people of Argentina, that they understand there's going to be pain here, that this is going to be a process to get to fiscal health for that beautiful country, but that they trust him to continue on as he has begun. And that was also the vote of confidence from President Trump, first and foremost, also Secretary Bessent, when President Milei visited the White House earlier this month, that they were going to put the fiscal might of the United States behind Argentina. This is not something we do lightly. I know for a fact the Treasury Secretary wouldn't do it if he thought it was a bad bet for the American people, but that they do think this is a place where we can deploy that might. But it's also a lesson for us here at home, John, that we have to get our fiscal house in order so we can continue to provide this kind of assistance to an important partner. So if and when the Congress pulls itself together and the Senate Democrats agree to reopen our government, I think we have to pay a lot of attention to fiscal responsibility, reducing our sort of catastrophic spending hung over from COVID expenditures under the Biden administration, so we retain that power.
Yeah. Real quickly, before we let you go, in the Middle East, obviously violence picked up a little bit. Israel struck against the Hamas units in Gaza after some violations. Does this ratchet back, or is there some danger to the deal?
There's always danger to the deal. Today is actually 1 month since Prime Minister Netanyahu was at the White House with President Trump announcing the 20-point plan. I'm kind of amazed it's still holding now. The hostages are out, the living hostages. We're still getting the dead hostages, the deceased hostages out. We'll get through that process. But it's Hamas, so you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I assume Qatar is probably our most important advocate on the ground trying to make things happen. Is that right? Qatar's sort of the main intermediary right now?
Qatar and Egypt, yes. I mean, and they have been for the last couple of years.
Yeah, really important stuff. Well, a lot of history to be written in the next few weeks, including in the next 24 hours between President Trump and President Xi. Victoria Coates, as always, a great honor to have you on the show. Thanks for helping us understand all this great stuff.
Of course. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I really enjoy you so much. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Back in a few seconds with more right after these messages. Hey, folks, as an investigative journalist, I've spent my career digging into the facts, cutting through noise, asking hard questions, and getting to the truth. And when it comes to who I recommend to my audience, I hold everyone to the same standard. That's why I want to tell you I've done the homework, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the real deal. AMAC is a conservative alternative to AARP. They're focused on faith, family, and freedom, and they offer real benefits to their members, myself included, including discounts on travel insurance, in prescriptions, so much more, exclusive resources, and their excellent AMAC magazine. And right now, when you sign up for a 5-year membership, you'll save up to 33%. That's just over $1 a month. A smart investment to stay informed, get real value, and support a cause that matters. Visit amac.us/justnews today. I've done the vetting. Now you can take the next step.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock. 3, 2, 1, more time.
am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Welcome back, America. We'll be heading back out to the TPUSA event a little bit when it starts with Vice President J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk. But now I want to turn to one of my favorite partners here at Just the News. It made a big difference in my personal life, on my personal journey to get healthy, lose weight, get my blood pressure down, get my blood sugars down, get my metabolism up. I turned to the good friends at Brickhouse Nutrition and their great product, Field of Greens, and it had a profound effect on my life. Joining me now, the founder and CEO of Brickhouse Nutrition, the makers of that great Field of Greens. He's our good friend, Miles Grimard. Miles, great to have you on the show.
Great to be back, John. Amanda, great to see you as well. It's been too long.
It's been too long. It goes by fast, doesn't it? All right.
It does.
I'm super excited because you've got a little news, and it happens to tie into the alma mater of my amazing co-host, Auburn University. The study that we've been talking about is done. Tell us what you found out.
Yes. So the Auburn, I've been teasing it for so long, and finally we're allowed to talk about it and give the full results. The Auburn, there's so many fruit and vegetable products on the market these days. And, they may sound healthy, but they're just common products and they're not really backed by science. And Field of Greens is different. And so we wanted to prove it with a university study because each fruit and vegetable inside Field of Greens, it was medically selected for their studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, a liver health group, a cell health group, kidney, lungs. There's even groups for metabolism and healthy weight management. So we partner with Auburn University to do a health and biological age study because your biological age is determined by the health of your vital organs, like I just mentioned, as well as your cells. And so in this study that, took a long time, we're excited to talk about, the participants, they changed nothing. They kept the same diet. They would eat fast food. They didn't exercise more or stop drinking. The only difference they made was adding Field of Greens daily. And after a lot of studies and medical testing, Auburn University was able to show that Field of Greens, it does slow your body's aging. It reduces or lowers the biological age or ages of the participants involved. So that means that just by taking Field of Greens, the participants' cells were younger. Which is, you can read the whole study at fieldofgreens.com, but it's extremely exciting because, everyone, they want to live longer, but they don't just want to live longer. They want to have better active lives longer. They want to be able to have fun and do the things that they love later in life. And Field of Greens was shown that it's going to give you that extra life. And so we're extremely excited that Auburn backs up Field of Greens now and shows that it does, there's a reason that we always make the claims we do, that it is, we believe, the best fruit and vegetable product on the market and that our doctors are the best. And so we're super excited to have their name attached to Field of Greens.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I give you guys an A++ for the university selection of who to conduct this test. But what's amazing about your product is that it's not chemicals, it's not medicine, it's just good old-fashioned fruits and vegetables, which is what, if you're a believer, that's what the good Lord prescribes for us to keep us healthy. Yeah. That's what's so amazing about it, because it's not, it's not chemicals.
Right. No, it's literally fruits and vegetables. And there's some rare ones and stuff maybe you won't just find at your normal grocery store. But it's, our doctors, Dr. Mike Kim, I know he's been on here, they chose each one specifically for how they affect your body. And that's what makes Field of Greens different. We didn't go to find, put a bunch of fruits and vegetables in there and say it's whatever. We can legally, we could say there's two full servings of fruits and vegetables in each one. But it's not just about the 2 full servings, which most of our competitors can't even say say that. It's about the type of fruit and vegetables that was added into it and how they affect your body in different ways. And so because, just like that biological study shows, it affects everything in your body in a positive way. Like before, I'd come on here and talk about the Dr. Health Promise, because we always wanted to show like we're different, we're better. But it's finally great to show that like there's scientific evidence that ours actually is better. It's actually different. So we're really excited about that.
That is exciting. All right. Other exciting things, you got new flavors, new things going on. Did I see correctly on your website you got a new whey protein product?
Yeah, we did. We finally launched a whey protein product. We're a nutrition company that's been around for 10 years and never launched a whey product. Because at Brickhouse, if we can't find a way to do something better or different than our competition, we just don't launch it. Like we would literally email all of our customers 3 different companies to buy a whey protein from. And, they're still great products. The difference of ours now is we found a way, we partnered with someone, it's a fermented protein. So it's biologically identical to whey protein, but it's fermented. So it's the same way beer is fermented. It doesn't actually come from a cow though. So there's not the lactose problem. And it's easy on the stomach. Same as whey protein, just easy on the stomach, much lighter, and you get the full benefits. Also, you don't have to worry about what was put into the cow. And it's kind of this exciting new protein. And we had Mike and the other doctors look into it a lot, and it's like, yeah, this is actually pretty amazing. So we're excited about it. And the reviews are amazing. We're hope that everyone keeps trying that out as well.
I like it.
And you guys also just launched a new flavor, right?
Cucumber lime. It's our staff favorite. It was strawberry lemonade, but cucumber lime is now our new staff. It literally launched yesterday. So please go use Just News for 20% off and try out cucumber lime. I'm sure you'll love that. It's quite amazing.
That is amazing. And the fact that you mentioned cucumber lime, I didn't know that was a new flavor, but I had a neighbor come over. She uses Field of Greens like I do. And so I was having my regular cheese shake, and she said, wait a second, I want to do something. And she ground up some cucumbers and she squirted some lime and she put it in the traditional green Field of Greens. And it changed the taste. I'm like, hey, that's really impressive. Little did I know that you guys already were inventing it. It was pretty wild. We had literally a Field of Greens party in my kitchen. It was pretty wild. All right, before we let you go, Miles, what are some of the other exciting products that you're doing every day? Because you've got an incredible entourage now of great products.
Yeah, let's say a month or two, I'd say 2 months ago, we launched a creatine for women product. A lot of people don't know that women can actually benefit from creatine even more than men. So Mike and the team put together a creatine product. It's not just creatine. They put some things that really benefit women into it and help them get the most effect out of it. We, like you said, the protein, we have the lean, the weight loss product. There's always so much going on at Brickhouse Nutrition, and so much R&D going into it. Actually, thanks to Trump and his bill and everything he does, it allows us to do a lot more R&D and invest into it more than ever before. So we're excited about everything coming out.
Well, the other thing we get excited about every time you come on, you always make an incredibly gracious offer, Miles, to our audience, and you got another one on the table for us this month. To all our viewers, you're going to get 20% off right now by going to fieldofgreens.com and using that promo code JustNews at checkout. You know how to do that. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code JustNews. Go buy some of these amazing products. They've really helped me to get healthier. It's a personal testimony. All right, we got one last break to get to, and we'll be back in a minute to wrap things up with Amanda right after these messages.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a few more minutes before the TPUSA event honoring Charlie Kirk in Mississippi at Ole Miss today. Amanda's out there right now. Amanda, the Democrats have a big problem on messaging on the shutdown. They're losing that messaging in a big way. But they've got another problem that's seeping up increasingly every day, and that is a culture of corruption and crime. In the last 24 hours, a congressional Democratic candidate from Illinois indicted on charges related to an attack on ICE or interactions with ICE. And then a top advisor to the Boston mayor gets rung up in a drug scheme, legal drug scheme. Democrats have a growing number of indictees on their roster right now.
Yeah, John, you know, the unfortunate thing, if you're a Democrat voter out there, I think that you have to look at your party's platform, their behavior, the things that we are finding out. And you have, you know, I think that they probably have a little bit of cognitive dissonance, which is they're straddling the line between vote blue no matter who. I saw this firsthand last week in California, that, you know, despite all of the corruption, despite all of the issues in California, they are ready for, you know, they do not want to get rid of Gavin Newsom. They want another Democrat governor, and you're seeing the same thing in New York with Zohran Mamdani. They double down on what they have seen, but you have to ask yourself, if as a Democrat voter, you're not seeing this and thinking, gosh, do these Democrats do anything with integrity? Because it seems like everything they do, all of the attacks on Donald Trump, you know, they weren't, as far as we know, they weren't warranted, and they had to drum up these investigations. And like you've talked about, like you were talking about at the top of the show with Arctic Frost, you know, drumming up investigations because, you know, and using the news as predicate. That is not what our country stands for. It's not what our intelligence community stands for. So for Democrat voters out there, I think that there's a conscience crisis where they say, all right, am I still going to vote Democrat because I do still believe in some of their policies or some of their policies from 10 years ago? Or am I going to have a come to Jesus moment politically where I say to myself, I don't know if I can support this anymore? But John, I want to throw up a picture that I just took a little while ago, and I sent it to the control room, because this entire arena is packed, as I said earlier. Right. I guess it's getting even more packed. I don't know if they've got folks standing in the sides. I'm sure they are complying with fire code. But I sent that picture. The point at which this arena was full, those were all people who were still standing outside. So I know that they did have a secondary area set up. I'm not sure if it's a completely separate facility or if it's just another part of this pavilion. But so many people, I'm still looking down at crowds in the lobby. So it's still filling in. You know, they were supposed to start in 5 minutes, but I imagine they're going to have to make it a little later because they do want all of these people to have a chance to come in and experience it.
Now, look, from that picture, it's pretty clear that Taylor Swift's got nothing on TPUSA. I mean, look at that excess crowd. That's just insane. It's huge. What a remarkable thing. Yeah. What do you think we'll hear tonight from the vice president, Amanda?
You know, the vice president has such an incredible story, John. It is not necessarily a rags to riches, but rags to prominence. And I think that he is going to use that story, as he should, to inspire these young people. No matter how ostracized they feel on their own college campuses, they are not alone. They can achieve greatness. Going the Charlie Kirk way. I mean, Charlie Kirk, not a college graduate, a guy who was able to start this incredibly influential and successful organization. I think that'll be a central theme of what he has to tell these folks, and also just sticking up for what you believe in.
Yeah, I hope he gets to address the issue of the American dream and homes. It's a big issue that a lot of young people are worried about. Absolutely. The Trump administration behind the scenes doing some big things to try to get housing more affordable quicker. Interest rates came down a little bit in the last 24 hours. That's a big get. But it'll be interesting to see if that issue comes up, because when I talk to young people, that's the most common thing I get asked about. When will a house become more affordable for me? It'll be interesting to see if that comes up in any of the conversation today.
Absolutely. I mean, when you finish college, or if you don't go to college, if you are, go to a trade school or something like that, which is becoming more and more prominent, then the next step is buying a home. And they're looking at these property prices and saying, no way, Jose.
Yeah, that's a big thing. And I have a funny feeling the Trump-Vance administration's got something working behind the scenes. I've been doing some reporting on this. Pretty exciting. All right, folks, it's hard to believe. That's all the time we got for you tonight. You're going to be very lucky. For the next hour, we're going to take you live to the TPUSA event. You're going to see it exactly as it happens with J.D. Vance, with Erica Kirk. And then we'll return tomorrow night back here at 6 o'clock Eastern. Got some big interviews and another scoop for tomorrow night. We'll have that. Be sure to tune in. We'll show you the documents. We got the goods. See you tomorrow night.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Hi there, folks. Welcome to Stinchfield. So we were expecting to have Turning Point USA's coverage tonight of their very special event with J.D. Vance and, of course, Erica Kirk, the now CEO of Turning Point USA, and widow of Charlie Kirk, our colleague here at Real America's Voice. They're going to be at Ole Miss. It should be a great event. They're running a little bit behind, but it's fabulous for us because we get to talk to our own Amanda Head, who is out at Ole Miss, where this event is about to take place. Amanda, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant, thanks so much for having me. We've got a video playing behind me. I see a timer. They've got 4 minutes on the timer, so maybe that's how long I have to talk, so I'll try to pack it in. They have, I think, for the most part, gotten everyone in the arena, which I think is why they were running late. There was a huge crowd outside at the point at which we were setting up our stand-up camera, but the arena already looked packed at that point, so I'm not sure where they squeezed all those people in. I'm sure that they are complying with fire code, but it's going to be an incredible night. Vice President J.D. Vance, as you said, and Charlie Charlie Kirk, and Erica Kirk. For Erica, this is an emotional experience for her. This is a project that she's very passionate about. She loves this organization because she loved what Charlie stood for, and of course she loved her husband. So she is here supporting that cause and carrying the flame for him. And Vice President J.D. Vance also had a very close relationship with Charlie as well, and I can't think of anyone better. As you know, the Vice President filled in for Charlie Kirk in the wake of his assassination. So I think the Vice President is going to have some really inspiring words for this crowd of teens and 20-somethings. It's incredible to see.
Has Erica done any of these events since the murder of her husband? Has she done anything like this other than her statements, following the murder and the memorials, etc.?
Yeah, following the memorial, she's not done anything on this scale. I don't know what the seating capacity is at this arena. If you can imagine a Division I basketball arena, it's a good size. It's not necessarily NBA, but maybe actually I've seen the Lakers, and it actually is about that size as the Forum. But I don't think she has done anything on this scale, and it is a huge production. Grant, you've seen anytime Turning Point puts on an event, and the production value is absolutely through the roof. So these folks are in for a treat tonight.
One of the things, I broadcast in Dallas, so Texas are my ties. My son is looking at colleges. Ole Miss is on his list. There's a lot of Texas kids, a lot of kids in the South that go to Ole Miss. It's a pretty conservative university as far as universities go. You're still going to have your problems, but it's more than most universities leaning towards the Turning Point USA, the Real America's Voice viewpoint on the world. I'm curious about protesters, rabble-rousers, anybody there like that, Amanda?
So when we walked in, there was a guy with a microphone or a bullhorn, I suppose, but he was saying just because you're on the right doesn't mean you are saved. Unless you are washed with the blood of Jesus, you are not saved. So it was actually on the same side as all of us, but just spreading the gospel. And to what you were saying, Grant, where I have noticed, I've observed this amazing thing with SEC schools, and obviously I'm biased as an Auburn grad, but I saw this specifically on Auburn's campus when they had some of these, they had a flash in the pan of Antifa and pro-Palestine protesters, and I watched a video of them shutting it down unbelievably fast. And so you see universities like Ole Miss, like Auburn, like University of Georgia, University of Tennessee, these universities that are actually becoming what people used to say Berkeley was. They are becoming campuses that promote the First Amendment, that promote the values of free speech, which is exactly what this night is about and what this organization is about. So kudos to your son. Tell him to add Auburn to the list of prospects.
No, Auburn is. It's a little tougher school to get into than Ole Miss. But you are right about these SEC schools. I've got a niece who goes to University of Tennessee. She says the woke liberalism craziness is not as prevalent as it is as some of her friends who go to either Ivy League schools or certainly where you're from out in California. You mentioned Berkeley now. Forget about it. USC, UCLA. Yeah. Rough stuff when it comes to all of this. Amanda, are they starting soon? Is that what we're seeing?
I think so. I think that they've blacked out the stage.
All right. Well, Amanda, I'll take it back here, and we'll make sure once they go, we'll throw out to it. Amanda Head, thank you so much. Guys back in the control room, you tell me, do you want to take this video or do you want to keep going? We're happy to do either one. Guys,
I think very highly why Refi.
Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to make the executive decision and say let's take the video out at Turning Point USA and start this party off. All right, let's throw it out at Ole Miss.
Please welcome the Chief Investment Officer and Managing Partner of Y Refi, Lane Schoenberger.
Thank you. Is this thing on? There it is. Okay. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. I didn't hear any chanting when I came out. Usually I hear something like, Charlie, Charlie. Can I hear it, please? Gives me chills every time. It just gets to me. I love it. Thank you. My name is Lane Schoenberger. I'm the Chief Investment Officer and founding partner of Y Refi. And before I get started, I'd like to say thank you very much to Turning Point, my friends there, to Charlie, to Erica, to everyone at Turning Point, frankly, for allowing us the opportunity to sponsor this amazing tour. It's been an incredible tour, and what a historic time to be a part of this. So I'd like to take a moment and honor, you see the chair over here, my friend Charlie. We are all here tonight because this is a turning point. And I'm going to go as far as saying it is the turning point. Okay, it's time for us to take back this country and do things differently. So as I stand before you tonight, I'm going to talk about what we do at YRefi and what it is I'm talking about. Okay, you saw in the video, $1.8 trillion. That is how much debt our students in this country have. Okay, it's out of control. Most of that's government loans. 1.6 trillion of that is federal loans. The other portion of that is private loans. It's just too much. You came to school with a dream, with a desire to do something better for yourself, to better your life, to better your family. And what you got was an education, or at least what you're trying to get is an education. And at the end, those dreams, because you're dreaming big, right? You should be dreaming big. And if you're not, I encourage you to start. But those dreams come with a price tag. Sometimes those price tags are very large and they can follow you for decades, okay? That debt does not define you. Do not let it define you. It is not here forever. When you get out of school and all of a sudden you're handed that little coupon book and it's time to start paying back your student loans, some of you may have a problem. The payment might be too high. Well, what YRefi does is we work with folks like that who have a student loan, they're in trouble, they get behind in their payments, and now they're looking for a solution. Until YRefi, there was no solution. The solution was very simple. You go into collections, you get those collection calls, and they ruin your credit, and they chase you around for the rest of your life. That's not fun. What we're here to do is to fix it. We have heard the stories. We have heard the cries for help. And I got to tell you, talking to our borrowers, I've had the pleasure and luxury of talking to some of our borrowers and hearing what they have to say. And the stories, some of them are horrific. First time I heard a student talk about suicide, I thought, no, this is not the way it's supposed to be. That's why I say, do not let it be you. Do not let it define you. So when a borrower calls in, I'm going to tell you something really cool about YRefi. When you call in, what you're going to get is a live person, not a phone tree. How many people call places right now and beg for a phone tree? Yeah, no hands. Okay, and then the next thing you're going to get is some dignity. What does that mean? Well, that means we're going to listen to your story. We want to understand who you are, what you're going through, and how you're doing it so we can help you create a custom-tailored plan built around your ability to pay and get you out of debt quickly, get that debt paid back so you can move on with your life and gain some financial security. That's who YRefi is. So I encourage you, if you're in that situation, you need some help, please take a moment, look us up. It's YRefi.com. Now, the other side of the story, capitalism, innovation, entrepreneurship. I think we can all agree that that's a good thing, in this country anyway. The only way we're going to get out of this problem, by the way, is by getting the government out of the lending business. Anybody agree with that? If we get the government out of the lending business and put it back into the capital markets where entrepreneurs and people who believe in that, in innovation and so forth, have the ability to fix the problem, if history's taught us anything, the problem will get solved. That's YRefi. That's my partner and I. That's why we did what we did. Now, what that means is, in order to do this, we did not want to take on any institutional capital. No Wall Street capital, no big dark money garbage, none of that. We raise all of our capital through independent individual investors, accredited investors, people looking to do well by doing good. What does that mean? Well, that means on the investment side, we pay a fixed interest rate from 6.5 to 10.25, depending on how long you want to be invested. Give you an opportunity to make some real returns while investing in a mission you can believe in. That is YRefi. So we invite you to take a moment, check us out at YRefi.com if you're a borrower. If you are a potential investor and you'd like to learn more about the YRefi mission, who we are, what we do, and all the fun stuff, look us up over there at investYRefi.com. Now, in closing, I'm going to say a couple of quick things here. Tonight, you guys have a great speaker lineup. I'm sure that's why you're here, not to see me. You're here to see these amazing speakers. So I'd just like to honor those folks. In a minute, I'm going to have you're going to have Alexis come out. She's going to sing you the national anthem like you've never heard before, which is amazing. So I'm going to end by saying this. May God bless America. May God bless you. May God bless YRefi. And at the end of the day, God bless Charlie Kirk. I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. I'm going to step down and hand the microphone over to a dear friend, Alexis. So get ready. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem and join me in welcoming Alexis Wilkins to the stage.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave. Thank y'all so much. Well, I'm Alexis Wilkins. I'm so happy to be here with y'all. Truly, what an honor. I know that a lot of y'all had to wait out in the rain, had to work really hard to get in here, so I'm so happy to be here with you. I have a long history with Turning Point, and I want to tell you kind of how I got here in my story, because it's really full circle for me. I mean, I always got emotional at Turning Point events. I always have. And then now, of course, there's this new layer that makes us all very emotional at Turning Point events. But for me, my story with Turning Point started when I was 17. So I was in college at Belmont University in Nashville, which is a private Christian college. And I was really going through it politically. I was in business and political science, and I was already in the country music industry, which you would think would be a little bit friendlier patriotically. It's not. It's a little better, but it still has that kind of Hollywood entertainment industry thing. So I was going through that, dealing with college in the political sense. It was 2016, height of that election. And I was in a comparative politics class. And the professor, I could tell, just, did not like me politically. I wasn't really jousting with him a lot, but he knew that he wasn't indoctrinating me. So he ended up giving me an F in that class. And I loved school. I got A's. It was never an issue. And that professor decided that he would essentially ignore all of the work that I had turned in, pretend that he didn't get it, and then give me an F. And I said, you know what, I'm not going to take that just because I love America. That's not fair. We're not going to do that. So I went to the dean of the department, dean of the school, ended up all the way to the president of the school. And though him and I actually didn't agree politically, he completely agreed that this was discrimination from this professor based on a political merit. And so we ended up getting the grade changed into a passing grade because I fought it, sent a lot of emails, had a lot of meetings, and went through the process and ended up coming out the other side with a decent result. Another example is I was in Religion 101, and the professor decided that it was a good idea to tell us that Genesis was just a bedtime story. That's not really how God created the universe. It was just, and this is a Bible class. If that's what we're learning in Bible class, oh my goodness. And so he also said we had to go to this assembly, one of the convocations, mandatory in order to pass the class. We had to go to a class called Religion on the Left. And I said, you know what? I love school. I try to respect authority, but I'm just not going to go. And I didn't go. And this mandatory convocation that was completely partisan, not good for anyone's virtues. And I talked to people who did go. It, in fact, was awful. Didn't end up hurting me or my grade at all. And I tried to have good conversation about it. I tried to do the right thing. I went to the head of the religion department. I talked about it. I said, hey, this is what your professor is doing. I'm just wanting to tell you because this didn't feel really in line with what I think that you want to accomplish here. And he was more concerned about who I was and the fact that I was complaining than this professor and what he was teaching students in their classes. So I had a lot of experiences like this. My experience in college was very storied with things like this. I wrote papers that I watermarked and said, I do not agree with this, and then wrote additional addendums onto those papers just to restate my opinion. And the funny part is a lot of the times that happened, it was something tangible that I could prove or disprove. One of them, for instance, was on the steel tariffs that President Trump enacted in his last administration. Our econ professor said that they were going to ruin the economy, ruin the steel industry. I said, I don't think they are. And that was one of the addendums I wrote. And she ended up saying, you know what, Alexis, you were right. So through that whole process, I ended up coming to the conclusion that, I'm not the only one. I know that there are other students that are going through exactly what I'm going through. And, I have the support, and I, won't really take no for an answer, but I know colleagues of mine or fellow students of mine that may not be sticking up for themselves or maybe forcing themselves to write papers that they don't agree with in order to get a certain grade. And so I was looking for a community. I felt like I, couldn't solve this problem by myself. And I go home and, of course, I'm talking to my mom, and she says, honey, I saw this organization that was starting, that was really just coming up, called Turning Point. You should talk to them. I'm like, okay, I'll talk to this organization. How do I get in touch with this organization? We figure it out. And we end up just calling. And this wonderful man named Bill Montgomery answers the phone. And he says, yeah, I've got this awesome guy, this kid, he's fantastic. He debates like a champion. He's so virtuous. He's incredible. And you know what? He's going to change the world. Do you guys know who that was? He was talking about Charlie Kirk. And you know what? Charlie did change the world. And so following that conversation, I felt like, okay, maybe I do have a community. Maybe there are people who will understand what I'm going through and help me to combat it. And so I was invited to the first meeting that they had. I think it was West Palm. I was on tour with country music, so I could not go. But that led to my involvement with Turning Point USA and becoming an ambassador, going to events, representing, social media, all the things that you see us do. That was the whole genesis. I found Turning Point USA because I needed Turning Point USA. I was sitting in your exact seats, watching people speak, thinking, man, what can I do more? What can I be doing to make this world a better place? And even when it wasn't tied to a specific election, when it wasn't tied to a specific candidate, it's just you look around and I can empathize with how you feel, because you look around and you go, do I not fit in with kind of how this world is or what I see on social media. You know, I'm so happy that I feel like in the last year it's become cool to be virtuous. Do you guys notice that? That it's we're kind of starting to see the revolution. And I credit a lot of that to Turning Point, the work they've done with the faith divisions, with the Young Women Leadership Summit, with the groups that they find to speak to and the students that they inspire. I think that that's a huge part of it. And so for me to be here speaking to you all, I'm so honored. And that's why it's so full circle for me. And so I guess I just wanted to tell you all that if you ever feel when I was sitting in your seat, I remember thinking, man, I'm just one person. I felt, small. Like what can I do as one person? And I think my answer for you guys and everything that the Army, that Turning Point tells you is that you are not just one person. You are a huge, pivotal piece of the culture of change that we are trying to enact. You can go into your community. You can inspire other people to live differently, to stand up differently, to speak differently. Courage is contagious. It really is. And the fact that you can go into your spaces. You might say, hey, it sounds as simple, but you might say, yeah, I'm going to the Turning Point chapter meeting tonight. And someone comes with you. People are just nervous to take this first step. And I think that if they have someone to guide them, it helps so much. And you really, we talk about, I love the conversation that's going on that's starting about faith right now. And you really do need to go into your communities and become the salt and become the light and change the environment around you, because you are fully capable of doing that just by being exactly who you are and telling people the things that you believe in. So I am so honored to be with you here. Turning Point USA is fantastic. I am so happy to have been on this whole tour with them. Truly one of the honors of my life. And I'm honored to be here with you today. So thank you so much. Go forth. We have so much to do. We have a mission to carry out. There is so much work to do. And we need everyone in here to do it. So let me hear you guys. It really takes all of us. And as I've traveled between these campuses, just the outpouring of support and the people that have shown up, I look out. And like I said, Turning Point events have always made me emotional, but this is just next level. So thank you guys for showing up. Now I was wondering, y'all, and I promise you know it, will you sing one more song with me? Yeah? Don't be scared. You know it, I promise. If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. y'all so much. God bless y'all. God bless America. God bless Charlie Kirk. Thank you guys for showing up.
Please welcome to the stage Ole Miss Turning Point USA Chapter President Leslie Lockman.
Good evening, Ole Miss. I am Leslie Lockman, president of your Ole Miss chapter of Turning Point USA. It is with mixed emotions that I'm standing here at this moment, yet profoundly proud of the event that is happening. Thank you for coming this evening, and we are moved and motivated by the response from the Ole Miss students and community. In support of this event, the outpouring of kindness and encouragement has been fueled the planning of tonight. Let's also take a moment to express gratitude to the security and law enforcement, not only for their extraordinary assistance today, working to help keep us safe, but for the diligent and hard work every day, putting their lives on the line. A big thank you also goes out to our Turning Point USA field representative, Jacob Lawrence, and our regional manager, Noah Durham, Dickinson, Davidson, the Turning Point team, plus the entire Declaration of Independence Center here on campus by Dr. Scoltetti. It is their support of this chapter that has helped us grow and develop ambitious goals. Most of all, thank you for Turning Point USA for supporting our chapter and giving us the resources and training to pull off an event of this size. If you are at another university and are interested in starting a chapter, please go to turningpointusa.com/get involved today. We will quickly help you get plugged in to find a chapter. Finally, attend our biggest event of the year, America Fest, this December in Phoenix, Arizona. It is an event you won't want to miss. In July, fellow student and Turning Point treasurer Symphony Greer and I traveled to Dallas for the Turning Point Women's Conference, where we were moved by many speakers like Riley Gaines, Erica Kirk, and Charlie Kirk. It was there from that stage that Charlie called out to Ole Miss as an example in response to a question. In the following weeks, I did everything I could to get our university to invite him as a speaker, figure out how to fund it, and make Oxford, Mississippi a stop on his tour. And guys, we're here. I was so excited when it came to fruition, and our first promotional poster was printed with today's date on it. It has felt the opposite every day since the tragedy of September 10th, 2025. Let's share this moment to appreciate all of the many coincidences in our lives that bring us together, good and terrible. Charlie Kirk was hope for me, young people who want to find America to evolve a positive path. If you share these values, come to our next Turning Point meeting. Be a part of this group November 11th, 5 p.m. in the Union Ballroom. Stand up for your beliefs and remember, elections matter. Finally, elections matter. Finally, to my sisters at Pi Beta Phi, Chancellor Boyce of this elite University of Ole Miss, my family, thank you for providing an environment that enriches and supports me to unabashedly and passionately represent the principles of freedom, free market, limited government, and conservative values to the swaths to the most important college students in the United States of America. Now, on three, please join me in honoring Charlie Kirk by holding up a rally sign that is on your chair. For a quick photo moment, if you can reach underneath, it's on your seat. If you don't have a sign, cheer loudly. Whenever you guys are ready, you look ready. Okay, are we ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Thank you, guys. There you go. Hotty toddy, a very Ole Miss tradition style. Now, join me in welcoming the 50th Vice President of our great country, the United States of America, J.D. Vance, and up next, Turning Point CEO and Charlie's wife, Erica Kirk.
When you make that covenant with the Lord on that altar, don't let that fire burn out from the altar. That love is so special and so powerful. You married your soulmate. You married the person who God made for you.
He was the perfect father. He was the perfect husband. Charlie always believed that God's design for marriage and the family was absolutely amazing, and it is. And over, he would tell all these young people to come and find their future spouse, become wives and husbands and parents. And the reason why is because he wanted you all to experience what he had. He wanted everyone to bring heaven into this earth through love and joy that comes from raising a family. It's beautiful.
And to the Turning Point USA chapters that are watching all across America right now, you are the heartbeat of this future and of this movement. Everything that Charlie built, you guys are the legacy holders of that. You are living proof that his mission did not die with him. It lives through you. And Charlie always said the next generation will decide whether freedom endures. And because of you, I know that freedom will endure.
The next speaker is a very, very special speaker, and she has had a heroic last year, and I believe she's the best mom in the world, truly the best mom in the world. She is my hero and the love of my life. Join me in welcoming Erica Kirk.
Good evening, Ole Miss. Oh, man. Love you guys, too. Oh, it's hard not to cry after watching that. I haven't seen that portion of him saying that video since that day happened. But Charlie, when he came onto campus, he loved to immerse himself in the culture of the campus that he was in. And so, from word on the street, you guys have a chant out there. I hear it's a good one. It's Hotty Toddy. But it's a tremendous honor and blessing to be on stage today. And this is what Turning Point USA is all about. This is what the future of our country is all about. And I want to thank you all also on a personal level for all of your prayers and all of your support, not only for our family, but for the Turning Point USA family, which includes all of you, especially those that are students, a part of the Turning Point USA chapter at Ole Miss. So I love you guys, truly. This whole, you guys have no idea how helpful it is to have all of you in my life, because you help me feel even more deeply connected to my husband. And I thank you for that. I thank all of you for that. And I say that also because you guys are the heartbeat of Turning Point USA. You're the heartbeat of this organization, and every time we were at an event, especially one that Charlie was speaking at, he would always ask beforehand, he would always ask Mikey or the team, he'd say, who in the audience is a Turning Point USA chapter leader or chapter member? And whenever there was a student there, he would stop everything before the event and he would sit down with them. He would ask you what your name is, what you're studying, what is the issues that are going on campus. He would take the time to make sure that you guys knew he was investing into you, into your chapter, into your school, because that was a pulse point for him. And being on campus right now for me is a spiritual reclaiming of territory. And let me explain that, because there is a lot of symbolism in today. It's Wednesday, 7 weeks. And the more that I am coming to grips with the permanency of this nightmare, the more that I'm starting to realize and witness that the enemy, he doesn't want you. He wants your territory. He wants your influence. And when our team asked my dear friend, Vice President J.D. Vance, to speak today, I really prayed on it, because obviously it's a very emotional day. But I could just hear Charlie in my heart. I could just hear him say, go reclaim that territory, babe. Go. The battle's already won. God's love conquers. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here because this moment, it can either be your breaking point or your wake-up call, essentially your turning point, if you will. And at this moment, every single one of us has a choice to make, whether we stand for freedom or we're just gonna fall for everything else. But I want to encourage you, especially the students here, find your voice. You are the courageous generation. That's what you are. All of you. Gen Z, you are the courageous generation. Hear me when I say that. My husband believed that to his core. That's why he went on campuses. That's why he was trying to reach you. You are the courageous generation. Own it. Make him proud. And students beyond Ole Miss, if you are pursuing a chapter on your campus, harness this amazing opportunity to advocate for something that you truly believe in, and express it in the most articulate way of what exactly you're advocating for. You're advocating for America. You're advocating for freedom of speech. Because our chapters on high school campuses, I love it. Charlie was so excited when he named the programs for high schools. He said, we're going to name it Club America. Because he goes, who could hate that name? It's the perfect name, Club America. And he loved it. Who could be against it? And I want you to know that if you are trying to start a chapter, I'm with you, we're with you, Charlie's with you. You have an arsenal of Turning Point USA staff members that are with you. But I also, what I've been able to sit back and witness is the leaders that have stepped up to ensure that chapters can happen. For example, I don't know if you guys saw what happened earlier this week with Governor Ron DeSantis, which is amazing. I want to give him a massive shout out, because He said, we're announcing a partnership with Turning Point USA. We want to make sure that all high schools in Florida, anybody in a high school that wants to start a Club America chapter will be able to do that. There will be no impediments to that, and certainly no discrimination. That's amazing. And then also, Governor Youngkin. I want to thank him as well. He donated generously to Turning Point USA to support new Turning Point USA chapters all over the Commonwealth of Virginia. How powerful is that? It's amazing. I'm so thankful. So when I heard that, I just looked up and I was like, all right, Charlie, 2 down, 48 to go. I see you. But Club America and Turning Point USA chapters, if you're wondering what those values are, it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that's what our country was founded on. And when you succeed in establishing that chapter, I want to commend you, because that experience will leave a mark on you that will influence every choice that you make for the rest of your life and generations to come. Earn your voice. Charlie loved the word earn. Earn your voice. This is about your legacy. Each one of you in this room, everyone watching, when you earn your voice and you stand up for what is right, that is a part of your legacy, your family's legacy, just as much as it is a part of Charlie's legacy. Don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. Because if there's one thing I've learned, especially being with Charlie for the past 7 years, it's that the hope we're looking for is not found in Washington. It's not found in media. It's right here. All of you. This is the hope. And he saw that. He saw that. It's in stadiums like this. Charlie had a visual in his head. He loved the on-campus events, but for the night events, he would send Tyler pictures and the team pictures of, I want our chapter events to look like this. And he sent a picture of one of the largest college football stadiums in the country, packed. That was his vision. And that's what makes all of this so powerful, because your generation is living at a crossroads. And you are living in one of the most defining moments in American history. And we are all witnessing in real time the battle that is raging for the soul of your generation. Again, your generation. This is far more than political. And you will hear the world and the culture, for that matter, pressure you and say, go with the flow, don't ruffle feathers, don't say that, you might offend someone, you might lose some friends if you wear a red hat, if you go to a Turning Point USA chapter event. But when I hear that, I need to be so blunt and honest with you now, because before, when I heard it, I said, okay. Now when I hear that, if you're worried about losing a friend, you might. I lost my friend. I lost my best friend. And if you're nervous about standing up for the truth, the assassination of my husband puts into perspective all those fears. It really does. Because my husband never went with the flow. He swam in the streams of significance. And Charlie knew so deeply to his core that comfort doesn't change the world. And you cannot influence the world when you look like it. The enemy of truth doesn't need to destroy a nation overnight. He just needs to convince people that truth no longer matters. And the enemy thrives when Christians don't speak up, when citizens don't vote, when students don't think for themselves. But in Ephesians chapter 5, verse 11, it says, "Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them." That's what it means to live as salt and light. To bring flavor to a world gone bland, and clarity to a world that lost its way and it's lost in confusion, because Christians are called to go into the public space to correct error with truth, and that's what my husband did. When he would sit there with his microphone, I got to watch this evolve over the years. At first, he would hold the microphone the whole time. He would listen. Then as the years went on, he would put the microphone down, and he wasn't listening, he was hearing. He was absorbing what the students were saying and what they were asking. He was engaging. He was calm. He wasn't combative. He never insulted. He just wanted you to think. Again, like I said, he never told you what to say. He just wanted to challenge you so that what your convictions were, you actually understood why you had them, rather than they being talking points because your professor told you so or your friend told you so. He wanted the best of you because he demanded the best of himself. And Charlie would say this all the time: your rights don't come from the government, they come from God. And he knew what every founding father knew, and nearly almost every university has forgotten, that you cannot have freedom without virtue, and you cannot have virtue without God. And that's what makes this nation so different. That's what makes it worth defending as a courageous generation. And another thing that Charlie used to say all the time is that it does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice to be courageous. And now's the time to make that choice. Either you sit on the sidelines. I mean, I don't know what else can wake you up. I really don't know what else could stir that fire within you to get involved or to use your voice or to make a difference. If you're looking for another sign, I have no idea what to tell you. I just want to encourage you, though, that yes, this is about America, and yes, my husband would say saving Western civilization. That's true on both fronts. But deeper than that, this is about your soul, because the fight for freedom starts within, inside of each and every one of you. So again, please stand firm against the wickedness of the devil and the schemes of man. Be alert, because his tactics are so clever. What he'll do is he will find one thing. He will find fear, he'll find disappointment, he will find one thing, and he will wedge it in between you and the Lord, and he will make it grow. He will make it grow so much that you lose sight. It becomes this, almost like an eclipse, where the truth is hidden behind it. And yes, the light's still there, but you can't see it anymore. That's the enemy's tactic. And the bottom line is that the enemy doesn't need to change your theology. He just needs to change your vision. And if he can get in your head and blur your vision and distort your vision, he'll do it. He'll do whatever he can. But what the enemy forgets, though, is that the presence of a shadow is proof that there is light. He forgets that. And Charlie's murder might seem like we're standing in a shadow, as if death was the victory meant for the enemy, but looking around in this arena,
You are proof that this light of truth burns so brightly. So brightly. The Lord is calling you to rise. Please hear me when I say that courageously. He is. Do not be afraid. It is so easy to be afraid, but we are commanded to not be afraid. And when you take that stand, it will encourage and inspire someone else to do the same. Whether that is someone in your circle, whether that's a family member, whether that's someone you never even met before because they saw you posting something on social media. You can't change a nation if you're enslaved to fear. And you can't call out corruption if you're still chained to comfort. And you can't stand for truth if you first do not kneel before the Lord. And I know I keep saying it, but I'm trying to drive home a point with you all being labeled as the courageous generation, because this generation will decide if America remembers who she is or if she'll forget. And I believe with all my heart that God placed you here now in Ole Miss, not by accident, but by assignment. There is no mistake that you are here in this stadium and arena today. No mistake. God doesn't make mistakes. Doesn't make mistakes. And when being on this campus, I think of 18-year-old Charlie, who would always say, you know, when I started this, I had no money, no connections, and I had no idea what I was doing. But what he did know what he was doing was that he was obeying the Lord. He was obeying what the Lord had placed inside of his heart to fight for. He did. And he persevered. He persevered, and look what he left us. Look what he left us with. He didn't leave us empty-handed. He built a machine, and all of you are a part of that. Again, the heartbeat of Turning Point USA. That's what happens when you obey the Lord. A movement like this, it becomes unstoppable. It becomes the revival that it is. And I just want this to be the generation that says, we will not apologize for loving our country first. We will not be silent about our faith. We will not back down when the world tells us to kneel, because we bow only to the King of Kings. And it's from him that we rise. I personally still believe in America. I still believe in her founding. I still believe in her future. I don't care if people think it sounds crazy, but I still believe that our nation can heal. But we can't save a country that we're too afraid to defend. We can't. On a more personal note, when we first moved into our home, inside of our bedroom, I had on the side wall, when you walk in, it was above the bookshelves, it says, on two framed pieces of paper, it says,
they will be known by the boldness of their faith. And when I hung that, as many women can attest to this, when you hang things, you see them all the time, you just kind of go about your life. And so, being in the position that I am now, it took me a while to even just make it back into our bedroom. I used to sprint from the opening door into the bathroom and sprint out. I was not ready to walk into our bedroom yet. And when I was finally able to sleep in our bed for the first time, I slept on his side of the bed. And I noticed, because he had to sleep a certain way on his side, facing the outside of the bed, because he had a bad back. I'm sure most of you didn't know that, but he had a really bad back. Anyways, so it's also why he wore compression socks too. I know a lot of people are like, why do you wear compression socks? Circulation. Anyways, so he would sleep that direction, and so I found myself sleeping that direction as well. And when I woke up for the past several nights that I've been able to be in there, I saw that the first thing I'd see is that on the wall, they will be known by the boldness of their faith. And I thought to myself, he saw that every single morning he woke up. I didn't, because I'm on the other side of the bed, so I'm facing the window. But he saw that every single morning. And then I thought to myself, because when I go to the office, I will never sit in his office chair. So I sit, there's like a couch on the side when you walk in, and I sit on the couch. And on his desk, flanked between the Bible verse of Micah chapter 6, verse 3, it all kind of came together for me. So he sees us on the wall, and then he sees on his desk these 3 questions that he would ask himself every single day. And it would be, what is something I can do for someone today? The second one was, what is something I can do to add value to the world today? And the third was, how can I honor God today? Those were the 3 questions combined with the words he saw every single morning. So to me, seeing on his desk, that was him suited up with the armor of the Lord every day. That was his combination. And what I'm realizing with that is those were the action points of how to have courage. Because you can ask me, well, how do I become courageous? Ask yourself those 3 questions every single day. And I promise you, you will get courage. You will. Because what death amplifies even more is that you only get one life. Just one. That's it. It's an eternal life. So that's why you have to live like it matters. But I want to remind you that God has created you for greatness, not for something that's lifeless, just greatness. And the question isn't how long you're going to live. It's what are you going to do with your life and the time that the Lord has blessed you with? What are you going to do with that? That's the question. And when you get to the end of your life, will the Lord be proud of what you stood for? Will you be able to say that you ran the race, that you fought the good fight? Or will you realize that you wasted your time that the Lord has blessed you with chasing after things that didn't even matter? Hold that into perspective. And remember, being the courageous generation that you are, stand up for the truth, defend life, Love your family fearlessly. Love your spouse fearlessly. Love this country. Defend her. Defend her. And serve our God. And don't think that it's someone else's role to do it. You do it. You do it. Do it for Charlie. Do it for Charlie. And I am tremendously blessed and honored tonight to be able to introduce to you a very, very dear friend and his wife. They are incredible. And I see no one will ever replace my husband. No. But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight, because he understands the fight that we're up against. And he can articulate that in a way that transcends race, that transcends demographic backgrounds. He's an amazing man. So please help me welcome to the stage Vice President JD Vance.
I am honored to introduce a friend of mine, somebody that I have just been so thrilled to see ascend in American politics. His story is uniquely American. Growing up in poverty, difficult circumstances, serving his country honorably and heroically in the United States Marine Corps, being an America First champion in Congress, and somebody who I know will bring this vision to make America great again. Join me in welcoming JD Vance, everybody.
Miss, I got a question. Are you ready? Wow, that was impressive. They told me that would be impressive, and they were exactly right. So let me say a few words of thank you first to my dear friend and the widow of my dear friend Charlie Kirk. Erica, you have been such an amazing inspiration to the entire country. How much do we love Erica Kirk? She's done a hell of a job. I want to thank, we have a couple of Mississippi senators here. We have both Senator Roger Wicker and Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith. Thank you guys for being here. We have the governor of Mississippi with us. We got an all-star crowd here. Governor, thank you for being here. And most importantly, we have got over 10,000 students from across Mississippi. We are proud to have you, and we know that you are the future of Charlie Kirk's legacy. So thank you for being here. You know, I got this whole speech written, and I'm not going to deliver any of what I had written. I'm just going to speak from the heart, because that's what Charlie would so often do. And you know, when I think about what we lost 6 weeks ago, it feels like forever ago when I was in a meeting in the West Wing, and one of my staff members came in and said that Charlie had been shot. And then I looked at my phone and I saw all the text messages and realized that my dear friend had been very seriously injured. Now, in the West Wing at that time, we actually thought that Charlie had a chance. We didn't know that he was eventually going to pass away. There were initial reports from the medical team that maybe things were going okay. And of course, eventually Charlie took his last breath and went home to be with his Lord and Savior. I remember thinking at that moment, first, of course, about Erica and the children. They've got their oldest, their daughter, is very similar in age to our youngest child. And I remember thinking, what a terrible tragedy for that family. And the second thing that I thought was, what a terrible tragedy for the United States of America. Because Charlie wasn't just a political figure. He wasn't just a guy who went around campus and said very interesting things and hosted all of these debates. He was a person who, particularly to the young people of this country, to all of you, he had the very best advice. And I think that's the most important way for me to honor Charlie, which is to repeat that advice, something I found true in my own life. Charlie wanted all of you, whatever life path you chose, whatever career you chose, whatever you ultimately did for a living, Charlie wanted you more than anything to invest in the things that were worth having, to build a life that was worth building. And that started, the most important advice he ever gave you was fall in love, get married, and start a family. And I can't honor Charlie without repeating that most important advice. Now, most of you are probably too young to have found the person you're going to spend the rest of your life with. Some of you are lucky enough to have found that person already. But I will tell you, if you're as lucky and blessed as I have been, it hits you like a ton of bricks. And I found that person in my lovely wife, Usha, our second lady, who is here with us today. She's sitting in the audience somewhere. I don't know where. But I love you, honey. And have children. That's something Charlie also always told. I grew up in a generation. I'm 41 years old. I'm a millennial. And if you're being uncharitable, you would call me a geriatric millennial, which I really hate. I really hate being called a geriatric millennial. But here I am at 41 talking to all of you like I've got great wisdom. Here's the thing. The one regret, the only regret that I really have in my entire life, and I've made plenty of mistakes, but the one regret that I have is that, frankly, I wish we had started having kids sooner. Because when you're a young father, you realize what an incredible blessing they are, but they're also very exhausting. And I know here at Ole Miss, we like to party a lot. And I know at Ole Miss, occasionally some of you will have a few drinks on a Friday or Saturday, or hopefully not a Tuesday night, but I'm sure that happens from time to time here in SEC country. But here's the thing, when you go out until 3 in the morning and wake up at 6 a.m. for class, the thing that I have learned in my old age is that incredible energy, God actually meant it for another purpose, and that purpose was to help take care of a family. So while you're young, have those babies if you're able to. That's something Charlie said all the time. But if you think of that advice, Charlie wanted you to get married. He wanted you to fall in love. He wanted you to build a family. He wanted you to find a vocation. That was the advice that he gave on campuses. But that's not just about you. That's also about our country and about our government. Because while you have the freedom to live life as you so choose, I have got a responsibility as your vice president to make the American dream as accessible as possible. And this is why, my friends, this is why why we care about all the things that we care about. Why do I care so much about having a secure border in the United States of America? It's because I believe that when you let in a flood of illegal immigration, what it does is it drives down the wages of young people and makes housing unaffordable for the entire American population. That's why we closed down the border. The left will say our immigration policy is about hating immigration, hating immigrants. We don't hate anybody. We love our fellow citizens, and because we want them to have the American dream, we shut that border down the very first day that Donald J. Trump was the President of the United States. I care about you being able to afford a home, which is why we fought so hard to fix the broken policies of the Biden administration. I want a lot of you, I'm sure there are military veterans in this room right now. I'm sure there are a lot of people who will join the military in the future, and we're proud of you. But part of America First is ensuring that we never ask you to go and do the American people's business unless it is in the interest of the United States of America, and that's how we honor the sacrifice of our troops. And that's why, my friends, that's why we care so much about free speech. As Charlie lived and died for the basic principle that we ought to be able to talk about our differences, we ought to be able to debate them, and we ought to have faith that the best way to make sure that the best idea wins is to actually just have a discussion. And that is what this event is all about. That is what Turning Points USA is all about. And I'm so proud. And most of all, I'm so grateful to each and every person, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, for coming out and honoring one of the most important parts of Charlie's legacy, because we're going to have a discussion tonight, and that's what Charlie would want us to do. Now, I want to get to questions, and I want to leave plenty of time for questions, but I want to make just a couple of final points about Charlie's legacy in politics. The most important thing about Charlie is that he was a great husband and a great father. Erica told me probably 12 hours after Charlie had been pronounced dead, she was just absolutely devastated. She was unable, you know, if you've ever known anybody who's grieving, sometimes it's they're unable to even hold a single thought for more than a few seconds. And what Erica told me, and I'm going to get a little emotional, is that she said that Charlie never yelled at her, he never cussed at her, and that to me is a great legacy to leave as a husband and a father, for your wife to be able to say that my husband was always good to me, and Charlie was a good man. But he also had the legacy of believing in political debate, and he was the most effective person in politics that I have ever seen. And by the way, that's not because Charlie always agreed with me and the president's policies. I remember one time in particular where Charlie Kirk called me, and guys, he was mad. It was one, you know, I wouldn't say the last conversation that I had with him, but it was in the last few months of his life. And he called me and he said, JD, I'm really worried. I'm really worried that what's going on in the Middle East right now is going to lead the United States into a protracted military conflict. I've never told anybody that Charlie was really worried about that in the final months of his life. Now, here's the thing. Charlie was so effective, and he was so trusted by both me and the President of the United States that when Charlie made that phone call, I didn't say, screw you, you don't know what you're talking about. I listened to him. And I really believe that one of the reasons why the President of the United States knocked out the Iranian nuclear facilities, but never got the United States into a protracted military conflict and never lost a single American in a Middle Eastern conflict is because we had the wisdom and the good sense to recognize that the American people are done with American troops dying in unnecessary foreign conflicts. But Charlie Kirk reminded me of that. Charlie Kirk. So that was a great moment for our country. It was a great moment for my friendship with Charlie Kirk, because friendship is not just about telling everybody what they want to hear. It's not just about agreeing with everybody all the time. It's about having the trust in another human being that you can tell them they're wrong and actually encourage them to change their mind. Or in that case, not necessarily even tell us that we were wrong, but make sure that we were thinking about all the options. And of course, under the president's leadership, we were doing exactly that. But Charlie was so good at that. And I think that's one of the ways in which I want all of you to honor your legacy. Obviously, you care about our great nation or you wouldn't be here. A lot of you will go on to become future leaders in business or in politics. A lot of you will run campaigns. A lot of you will work on campaigns. A lot of you will be future leaders. There might even be a lowly future vice president of the United States in this very room. But here's the thing that I want all of you to remember. Charlie wasn't effective just because he had opinions. A lot of people have opinions. Charlie was effective because he was courageous, because he worked very hard, and because he made his vision a reality. And so if you care about this country, as I know all of you do, don't just complain about social media. Get up and get involved in a campaign. If you want a better policy outcome, even from an administration that you voted for, then get out and get involved and making your voice heard. If you care about this country, love it enough to get involved in the process and how we govern it. That is the only way we are going to save the United States of America, and that is perhaps the greatest contribution that you can make to Charlie Kirk's legacy, is getting involved in saving this country. I'm in the fight, and I know every single one of you are with me. God bless you, and thank you for having me. Thank you. But hey, please, I appreciate that, but we're not even halfway done. So here's I don't know what you're saying, but it sounds awesome. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. What we're going to do next is actually take some questions. And I remember one of my favorite things about Charlie, not that there aren't going to be some questioners who agree with me, but if you disagree with me, I would ask that you come to the front of the line, because we want to talk to people we agree with. We also want to hear from people we disagree with. It is hard for me to see because the spotlights are very bright, but whoever's in line, go ahead and ask your question. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can see you. How you doing?
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much for being here. My name's Lucy.
And I'm Ellie, and we're with the Turning Point chapter for this question.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. Can you tell us how your faith helps you in your role as Vice President?
Well, I appreciate that. That is a very good question. And this is another way in which Charlie has affected my life. I would say that I grew up, again, in a generation where even if people had very deep personal faith, they didn't talk about their faith a whole lot. And I grew up in a country where you just didn't hear political leaders talk about their faith. But the reason why I try to be the best husband I can be, the best father I can be, the reason why I care so much about all the issues that we're going to talk about is because I believe that I've been placed in this position for a brief period of time to do the most amount of good for God and for the country that I love so much. And that's the most important way that my faith influences me. Is we all get a limited opportunity to make a difference. And if you believe as we believe, you believe that God, you believe that Jesus Christ has a plan. And sometimes we don't understand that plan. By the way, one way I don't understand that plan is why my friend lost his life 6 weeks ago. Sometimes I get pissed off about that. But what I remind myself is that there is a deeper rhythm, that Jesus Christ is the author of the fate of human history, and we are charged to do everything that we can to effectuate that vision, to make our country a more virtuous place, a more prosperous place where people can raise a family and not be persecuted for their faith, but teach their children their faith. That recognition that all of us have a duty, and I have two very important duties as Vice President of the United States, to the American people and to God, and that's the most important influence my faith has on me. Thank you.
I understand your view on illegal immigration is it should be a top priority, strengthening our southern borders and fighting the massive drug trafficking that's taken place while securing jobs for the working class Americans. Also, deporting every single person who's invaded our country illegally, which I 100% agree on. My question to you is, what is your view on legal immigration? Personally, I have a girlfriend who's studying in America off a visa. Our hope is eventually getting a green card. So what is your view on legal immigration? Should we reduce it? Also, what is your plan for a merit-based system?
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate the question. And look, my honest view is that right now, America, thanks in part to the Biden border invasion, but also thanks in part to a lot of bad immigration policy, right now, we have let in too many immigrants into the United States of America. That is just a fundamental reality. Now, look, legal immigration is complicated because we let in about 1 million legal immigrants into the United States of America every single year. And I think the evidence is pretty clear that a lot of those immigrants are actually undercutting the wages of American workers. It's one of the reasons why the President of the United States and a lot of us in the administration have encouraged H-1B reform, because if you look at the H-1B visa, what it's supposed to be is that you have a super genius who's studying at an American university, who's working at a great company. You want that super genius to stay in the United States of America and not go somewhere else. What it's actually used to do is hire an accountant at a 50% discount to an American citizen. I don't think that we should be hiring accountants from foreign countries when we've got accountants right here in the United States that would love to work for a good wage. Now, you asked about, I think, your girlfriend, you said, and I obviously don't know the full details about your situation, but my view is, look, there are people who want to come to the United States of America, and some of them, I'm sure, can enrich the United States of America by coming here, but we have got to get our overall numbers way, way down. Too many people have come into the United States of America. I am married to the daughter of immigrants who came to the United States in the 1980s. I do believe that many immigrants do in fact enrich the United States of America. But here's the problem. We don't even know how many illegal aliens we have. We don't even know. The best guess is probably 25, 30 million people. I've heard estimates as high as 50 million. When something like that happens, you've got to allow your own society to cohere a little bit, to build a sense of common identity, for all the newcomers to assimilate, the ones who are going to stay, to assimilate into American culture. Until you do that, you've got to be careful about any additional immigration, in my view. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. I have a question about Israel and Trump's policy towards it. Do you think it's a conflict of interest for Miriam Adelson, an Israeli donor, to give millions of dollars to his campaign and then Trump have pro-Israeli policies?
Well, if you're asking, do I think the President of the United States has a conflict of interest? No, I do not, because I know how the President of the United States makes his decisions, and I see it behind the scenes. Now, as the President himself has said, Miriam Adelson, who, by the way, I know, and I have a very good relationship with her, she is very clear about the fact. She doesn't hide the fact that she really loves Israel, and that is part of what motivates her political giving. That is a reality. At the same time, the President of the United States is America first through and through. And let me give you just a couple of examples of this. Number one, we have heard from some pro-Israel voices, some people who really love the state of Israel, that they don't want us to have a relationship with certain Middle Eastern countries. Well, the president, his attitude is, we need to build relationships with any country where we have shared interests, and he's going to do it if it's in the interest of the American people, and he's done exactly that. Number two, there were people, and I remember this criticism of the President of the United States, I just raised it in the context of a conversation that I had with Charlie. I remember when people said that the President of the United States was going to get us into a multi-100,000 troop regime change war for Israel. This was 4 months ago. This was 6 months ago. Now, the people who accuse the President of the United States of wanting to get us into a regime change war for Israel, I wonder if they stepped back and said, you know what, we were wrong about that. Because the President of the United States did not want to get us into a regime change war for any other country. He wanted to knock out a nuclear facility and get everybody back home, and that's exactly what he did. So I understand there's some frustrations out there, but I think the President of the United States, more than any president of my lifetime, is willing to stand up to anybody if he thinks it puts the interests of the American people first. Thank you.
Hello, Vice President Vance.
How you doing?
Good. I have a question. Do you condone large private corporations such as Palantir hoarding data caches on U.S. citizens?
No, I don't condone it. And here's the thing. So I get asked about Palantir a lot because there's this internet meme out there that somehow I am super in bed with Palantir. And here's the thing that I'd say about this. Palantir is a private company. They sometimes do a useful service, and sometimes they're going to do things that we don't like. You should be demanding that your representatives do two things when it comes to Palantir or when it comes to any other technology company. Number one, protecting your data. What's going on with artificial intelligence is going to mean that there are massive inducements to steal your data, to harvest it, and to use it against you to sell digital advertisements. That is not what I believe in, and I've been fighting against it, whether it's Palantir or any other technology company, literally before I ran for office. When I ran for office, I was criticized by Republicans in my Republican Senate primary because I was talking then about Google and Facebook harvesting our data. It's unacceptable. I don't care who does it. I don't want them to do it. Number two, and this is also very important, what's going on with artificial intelligence, we got to be worried about large-scale surveillance, okay? Everything. When you asked about Palantir, do you know that every time you make a credit card transaction, the credit card companies are collecting data on how you spend your money? Do you know that every time you linger over a link on the internet for more than a half second, the search engines are collecting data on you so that they can sell you advertisements? One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President J.D. Vance, good evening. My question is, the Republican Party, they stand for the right to bear arms. A lot of things the founding fathers really made a priority.
Sure.
And I feel as if requiring Christianity in public schools goes against the founding fathers' wish of freedom of religion. What do you think about that?
Well, I guess, who is saying that we require Christianity in public schools?
Just from what I've seen on the media and the news, it seems like the Trump administration had wanted to make praying in schools and Christian values incorporated.
Well, look, I think Christian values are a good thing, and I'll talk to you about why I think that's a good thing. But that's separate from forcing people to pray, which I don't think that anybody, certainly no Christian that I know, would ever support or ever endorse. And let me just say something generally about all the people. I see there's a big line, and I hope I can get to everybody's question. I remember when I was a sophomore in high school, I went to an event at my church, which was a book signing with Oliver North and Sean Hannity, the Fox News host. And this was back before, this was, I guess, 25 years ago. And so neither of these guys was maybe as big as they are today. And I remember standing in line, and I'm about to say hello to Oliver North and Sean Hannity. And I remember thinking to myself, I was so nervous. All I need to do is shake my hand, or shake their hand, give them a firm handshake, and tell them my name. That's what I'm thinking. Firm handshake, tell them my name. Firm handshake, tell them my name. And I get to the front of the line, and Sean Hannity looks at me, and he says, "How are you doing?" And I totally panic, and I go, JD. Because I had rehearsed shaking and saying my name. My point is, I admire your guys' courage, and please don't be nervous. If you need to work through a question, think about it, speak it. We're all here to have a nice conversation, and we're all supportive of it. Here's the thing when you talk about forcing, I'm going to answer your question, of forcing Christianity, forcing people to pray. There's a liberal idea out there that I think is wrong, and that's that liberalism is the source of freedom of religion. And actually, if you go back to the original founding documents of the United States of America, if you go back to the Anglo legal tradition well before there was ever a United States of America, what you find is that freedom of religion is actually a Christian concept. And the reason it's a Christian concept is very simple. Because Christianity, Imago Dei, the idea that we are all made in the image of our Creator, means that we must respect the free will of every single person. Now, part of that is you have a conversation with people. Having free will doesn't mean that you're not allowed to encourage somebody, that you're not allowed to talk to somebody about your faith, that you're not allowed to talk about certain values in school. When our founders talked about freedom of religion, they didn't mean you weren't allowed to say a Christian prayer in a public school or that you weren't allowed to talk about Jesus Christ in a public forum. They just meant that nobody could force you to profess the Christian faith. That had to come from your own free will. And I believe that, and I think every Christian who I've ever spoken to believes that the source is the Christian, the source of your faith, the Christian understanding must be your own free will. But here's the thing about Christian values. There are a lot of Christian values out there that I think that we've just sort of assumed and we've in fact taken for granted. Christian values are the idea that you should respect every single person as an individual, whatever the color of their skin, created in the image of God. That's a Christian concept. And in fact, it was a Christian empire, Great Britain, that abolished slavery to begin with. The idea that we should eliminate child sacrifice. What did the Christian settlers find when they came to the New World? They found a lot of civilizations that were murdering babies in weird religious rituals. It was Christianity that said we don't kill children just because they're somehow inconvenient to people. A lot of the things, human rights, the very idea that human beings have rights, are a Christian concept. And so I'd ask you, my assumption based on the question is that you're skeptical of Christianity, or at least of certain public professions of Christianity. One of my favorite Bible verses is, "By your fruits ye shall know them." And I think that the fruits of the Christian faith are the most moral, the most just, and the most prosperous civilization in history. I make no apologies for believing that Christianity is the pathway to God. I make no apologies for thinking that Christian values are an important foundation of this country, but I'm not going to force you to believe in anything, because that's not what God wants, and that's not what I want either.
So,
go ahead.
With the school system, do you agree that there should be Christian implementation, or do you think that school system should be neutral and be focused on science, literature, reading, writing, arithmetic?
Well, I reject the idea that anything is purely neutral. Okay, there are, for example, let's take a basic scientific fact, and this is a little spicy. I'm not trying to make this too controversial, but take the basic scientific fact of, can you take a pill to change your biological gender? Okay? Now, that's something that 15 years ago, quite literally, every single scientist in the Western world would have said, absolutely not, that's crazy, and now people will. I think the premise of your question, I don't totally share it, because I don't think perfect neutrality is possible. What is it? You talk about history. Was Christopher Columbus a great explorer, or was he a guy who committed genocide against the native populations? These debates, I'm happy to have them, but I reject the idea that there are truly neutral debates. Anybody who's telling you their view is neutral likely has an agenda to sell you, and I'm at least honest about the fact that I think the Christian foundation of this country is a good thing. Next.
Okay, thank you. And for the pill you're talking about, what do you mean specifically? Are you talking about testosterone, estrogen?
Yeah, I'm talking about hormone replacement therapy. That's what I'm talking about. Just to be respectful, let's keep it going.
Yes, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to talk here today. I did not agree with many of the things that you said right ahead of this, but I don't think that's my point to discuss here. What I want to ask is, you are married to a woman who is not Christian. In her Wikipedia, I mean, I just looked it up. I wanted to know what her faith was. I didn't know this before, but she still calls herself Hindu. You are raising three kids in cultural, racial, religious household. How are you maintaining, or how are you teaching your kids not to keep your religion ahead of their mother's religion? Or how are you teaching them that your kind, that kind who got here just few years or few decades ago is different or is better than your mom's kind who got here just a generation before? How are you balancing that? And when you talk about too many immigrants here, when did you guys decide that number? Why did you sell us a dream? You made us spend our youth, our wealth in this country and gave us a dream. You don't owe us anything. We have worked hard for it. Then how can you, as a vice president, stand there and say that we have too many of them now and we are going to take them out to people who are here rightfully so by paying the money that you guys ask us? You gave us the path, and now how can you stop it and tell us we don't belong here anymore? And one more thing, I'm sorry, one more thing.
Sure.
Do you have to
There's
be...
a lot there. I don't know if I'm going to remember all this, but I will try.
I'm sorry. I had to say all of this, and please take it with due... I mean, I'm saying all of this with due
go ahead.
respect. I
Please.
have no intention of causing a scene here or anything, but...
We're not close to causing a scene, don't worry.
But we talked about Christianity, all of this. I'm not even Christian, and I'm here standing to show support. Why are we making Christianity one of the major thing that you have to have in common to be one of you guys, to show that I love America just as much as you do? Why is that still a question? Why do I have to be a Christian?
Okay, so there was a lot there, and I'm going to try to respond to as much of it as I can. So on the question of immigration, so first of all, I can believe that we should have lower immigration levels, but if the United States passed a law and made a promise to somebody, the United States, of course, has to honor that promise. Nobody's talking about that. I'm talking about people who came in violation of the laws of the United States of America, and I'm talking about in the future reducing the number of people. Sorry, what?
May I continue on that? Because when you just said you are not stopping with the people who came here legally, right? But you are pushing out policies that hurt us. And these policies are not even solving the problems. These policies are just creating chaos.
Ma'am. Okay, so again, I'm gonna finish answering the question, and then if I've answered all 9 of your questions in less than 15 minutes, then we can keep on going. We got to have a little fun, right? So here's the thing. I can believe that the United States should lower its levels of immigration in the future, while also respecting that there are people who have come here through lawful immigration pathways that have contributed to the country. But just because one person or 10 people or 100 people came in legally and contributed to the United States of America, does that mean that we're thereby committed to let in 1 million or 10 million or 100 million people a year in the future? No, that's not right. We cannot have, I'll go and finish. We cannot have an immigration policy where what was good for the country 50 or 60 years ago binds the country inevitably for the future. There's too many people who want to come to the United States of America, and my job as vice president is not to look out for the interests of the whole world. It's to look out for the people of the United States. Now, you asked a personal question about our interfaith household. And yes, my wife did not grow up Christian. I think it's fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. You know, everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we decided to raise our kids Christian. Our two oldest kids who go to school, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion about a year ago. That's the way that we have come to our arrangement. But thank you. My 8-year-old was also very proud of his first communion. Thank you, guys. I'll tell him that Ole Miss wishes him the best. But I think everybody has to have this own conversation when you're in a marriage. I mean, it's true for friends of mine who are in Protestant and Catholic marriages, friends of mine who are in, atheist and Christian marriages. You just got to talk to the only advice I can give is you just got to talk to the person that God has put you with, and you've got to make those decisions as a family unit. For us, it works out. Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her, and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way. But if she doesn't, then God says everybody has free will, and so that doesn't cause a problem for me. That's something you work out with your friends, with your family, with the person that you love. Again, one of the most important Christian principles is that you respect free will. Usha's closer to the priests who baptized me than maybe I am. They talk about this stuff. My attitude is you figure this stuff out as a family, and you trust in God to have a plan, and you try to follow it as best as you can, and that's what I try to do. I want to make a final point. So I don't want to cut you off. I want to be respectful to all the people behind you in line, but I want to make this point about immigration, okay? If you ask the question, what is the exact right number of immigrants for the United States to let in, it is just very specific on the context. If you go back to the 1920s, the United States passed an Immigration Reform Act that effectively cut down immigration to close to zero for 40 years in this country. And what happened over those 40 years? The many, many people who had come from many different foreign countries and different foreign cultures, they assimilated into American culture. And there was an expectation that they would assimilate into American culture. I think we have two problems in our immigration system today. And my guess is you're probably a slightly more leftist political persuasion, liberal political persuasion, maybe not. But here's the thing. I remember back in my establishment GOP days when I was still very early getting involved in Republican politics, I remember a conservative think tank person who told me that one of the reasons why immigration was really good is that if you had enough diversity in a country, people would mistrust each other and they wouldn't join labor unions. Okay? So when I see a lot of left-wing people who theoretically support organized labor saying we need to flood the country with a limitless number of immigrants, they're unwilling to set any limitations on it. My response to that is you are destroying the very social trust on which American freedom and prosperity was built. And that is really important to me. So the honest answer to your question, what is the exact number of immigrants America should accept in the future? Right now, the answer is far less than we've been accepting. We have got to become a common community again, and you can't do that when you have such high numbers of immigration, which is one of the reasons why we have the immigration policy we do. Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Vice President Vance. I just want to say it's an honor to actually be able to talk to you.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. One of my biggest questions is, I feel like one of the biggest problems that America is facing today is that ever-growing social political divide, and we're seeing this on the Republican and Democratic side, but we've seen that a refusal to cooperate with the other side has led to some major issues, including right now the government shutdown, and I wonder, as the party in power, what are your plans to address that issue towards, reaching that olive branch out to the other side to actually come to an agreement on how to go forward with our government?
Look, it's a very good question, and let me just say on the government shutdown in particular, The reality here is that there's a very simple bill that just reopens the government. It does it through pretty much the end of the year. That got every single Republican in the House of Representatives to support it, and then it got 52 Republicans in the Senate and 3 Democrats in the Senate to support it. But because of weird Senate procedural rules, it requires a 60-vote threshold. So on that issue in particular, when you have every single Republican with like 2 exceptions in both houses of Congress, I feel pretty confident. I know that I'm partisan. I know I have an R next to my name, but I feel pretty damn good saying the shutdown is the Democrats' fault because we voted again and again to open. Now, but there's a broader question there, and I think most Americans, whatever their political persuasion, would actually like the country's political parties to work together better to solve the problems. And look, and I agree with that. And my approach when I was in the United States Senate was to try to find some issues where we could agree with the other side on and try to work with them on it. And let me give you one example. I really worry about concentration in the corporate sector. I worry about big corporate monopolies. I worry that when you have only 1 or 2 companies dominating an entire sector, it's bad for liberty and it's bad for prosperity. So you may be shocked to hear this, but I actually worked with Elizabeth Warren on some anti-monopoly stuff when I was in the United States Senate. But here's the problem. The problem is there is actually a lot of things where we can work across the aisle. There are a lot of President Trump is in my view, you haven't seen organized labor ever get behind a Republican at least in 100 years like they have behind Donald J. Trump. There are a lot of areas of common ground on that question. The problem is, as reasonable as some of these people can be in private, in public, the current obsession of the Democratic Party in leadership, I'm not saying every Democrat in the country, but the current obsession of every Democrat in Congress is get President Trump, fight President Trump, attack President Trump. It is impossible for us to work across the aisle unless a person is willing to put down their partisan sword, shut the hell up about fake scandals related to Donald Trump, and actually work with us. That's the way you make this happen. Next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. We're trying to get through as many as possible, guys. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice President.
Hello.
Hi. I actually drove here all the way from Memphis, Tennessee. Go Tigers. So I'm sure everyone here is aware of the Memphis Safe Task Force that has been in the city for about a month now, and I checked a little earlier. As of this morning, I believe they've arrested 1,700 people and seized about 300 illegal guns. So I want to ask, how does this law enforcement objective jive with Attorney General Pam Bondi's pledge to make the Department of Justice a more pro-Second Amendment Department of Justice? Because I'm sure most people in here support the Second Amendment. So how can Republicans and this Department of Justice use the current gun laws that are on the books that a lot of pro-Second Amendment advocates disagree with, that we wanted to overturn in the big beautiful bill, but we didn't get it?
Yeah. So I understand the question. By the way, I supported some of those changes in the big beautiful bill. I know the President of the United States did too. We didn't have the votes to get them in there, and that's as simple as that. But I know exactly what you're talking about because there were a couple of issues in particular. I talked to some of my Second Amendment friends. But here's the basic issue. We don't want people who have violated the law, who have committed felonies. The Second Amendment, like every other amendment, it's about due process. It's that you don't have your rights violated unless there is due process of law. If you're a person who's committed 4 felonies and a court has lawfully ordered that you shouldn't have a gun and you're running around with a firearm, I don't have any problem with law enforcement saying you don't get to have that firearm that is illegally possessed, illegally obtained. I think that's basic law and order. Now, again, if you had, if you had somebody come in and say, well, we don't think that person should have a firearm, but they haven't violated any law, that's a totally separate question. That's not what we're focused on. What we're focused on is violent crime and people who have violated, the bodily autonomy of another human a person who has committed an act of violence against one of their fellow citizens, we're going to clean up the streets, get those people off the streets, and make America safe for the American citizens again. That is our entire law and order policy, and I think we're doing a pretty good job at it. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why that there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-hundred-billion-dollar foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Yeah, so let's say a few things about this. First of all, when the President of the United States says America first, that means that he pursues the interests of Americans first. That is our entire foreign policy. Now, that doesn't mean that you're not going to have alliances, that you're not going to work with other countries from time to time, and that is what the president believes, is that Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States and we're going to work with them in that case. Sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States. In this example, the most recent Gaza peace plan that all of us have been working on very hard for the past few weeks, the president of the United States could only get that peace deal done by actually being willing to apply leverage to the state of Israel. So when people say that Israel is somehow manipulating or controlling the president of the United States, they're not controlling this president of the United States, which is one of the reasons why we've been able to have some of the success that we've had in the Middle East. Now, you ask about, sort of Jews disagreeing with Christians on certain religious ideas. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the realities is that Jews do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Obviously, Christians do believe that. There are some significant theological disagreements between Christians and Jews. My attitude is, let's have those conversations. Let's have those disagreements when we have them. But if there are shared areas of interest, we ought to be willing to do that too. For example, one thing I really care about is the preservation of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Christians believe that that is the site where Jesus Christ was crucified, and also that his tomb is right there as well. My attitude is, if we can work with our friends in Israel to make sure that Christians have safe access to that site, that's an obvious area of common interest. I am fine with that. What I'm not okay with is any country coming before the interests of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we're American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's what we're going to do. That's what we try to do every single day, I promise you. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. I'm the president of our pro-life organization here at Ole Miss, Rebels for Life. And I myself, as a president, am 100% pro-life. And I know you've stated, you being Catholic, that in the past, you've stated that you're 100% pro-life. But since joining the presidential campaign as the VP, you've kind of wavered how you see abortion. So I'm just wondering what your stance is right now.
Sure.
And do you think that someone else's right to liberty trumps someone else's right to life?
Well, first of all, I appreciate your question, and I appreciate the work that you do. You asked the question, do I think somebody else's right to liberty trumps somebody else's right to life? No, I do not. I, in fact, do not believe that. Now, you said, and I'm going to take issue with something you said, just the premise of the question, which is that I've wavered on the pro-life issue. I really do believe that the president has been the most pro-life president in the history of the United States of America. Now, that said, there are two things that I think we have to keep in mind here. Now, one is the very, very hard question of, when we talk about our abortion policy, there are some very, very difficult edge cases. There are cases where you've got, an 11-year-old girl who was raped, who it would be unsafe for her to bring the baby to term. You've got situations where, bringing a baby to term would cause serious bodily harm, maybe death for the mother. That's one of the reasons why we believe in the exception in these cases where you have, again, they're edge cases, they're rare. I think the pro-abortion community would have you believe that's 90% of abortions. That's not true. But we got to be honest about the fact that there are some edge cases. The second thing I'd say about this is that we have to be prudential and practical in what can get accomplished. And there may be disagreements about what exactly that is, but if you look at the pro-life victories that the President of the United States has been able to achieve, he's been able to achieve them because he has worked within the system that we have. If your attitude is you are going to pursue the most aggressive pro-life option, even if it means you lose every election and every outcome means that you're going to be in a situation where the Democrats have abortion on demand up to the moment of birth to the very end. You've got to work within the political constraints that we have. Now, here let me just say something about this. And somebody asked me earlier about my Christian values. And one of the points I made is that when the settlers came to the New World, they found a very widespread child sacrifice. I imagine there are some people who don't agree with my view on the pro-life issue. Let me just make an observation. If you go to historical archaeological sites where there were brothels, and the two oldest businesses in the world are gambling and prostitution, so there were brothels even in very ancient civilizations. If you go back to ancient brothels and you dig up the bones of the women who are working in these places, you will very often find a lot of children who were buried with them. And the answer is that whenever a society decides to discard innocent babies, they also don't treat their women very well. And whenever a society mistreats its women, it is very often the babies who come right after that. There is a reason why Christian civilization ended the practice of child sacrifice all over the world, and it's one of the great accomplishments of Christian civilization. I believe that we should try to be protecting every unborn life. There's a question of exactly how we do it, but I would never say that anyone's right to life should be sacrificed. Thank you, ma'am.
First, I just have to say I'm thrilled to hear you articulate Christian values on a stage like this, and to remind us that things we take for granted and things we value so much have a Christian origin. So thank you for that. I really mean that. However,
so much of liberalism, by the way, so much of the far left is a sort of, if you really pay attention to it, it's a kind of perverted version of Christianity. Like, there's nothing wrong, of course, with focusing on people who are disenfranchised, for example. That's the focus of liberalism. But if you completely separate it from any religious duty, any civic virtue, then that can actually become, for example, an inducement to lawlessness. You can't just have compassion for the criminal, you also have to have justice too, which is why I think that a properly rooted Christian moral order is such an important part of the future of our country. But sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, amen, absolutely. Now, as much as I hope and pray that we can be a nation of Christians, the idea of a Christian nation scares me. So I'd like to hear your feedback on a pretty nuanced argument here, that perhaps there should be a wall of separation, as at least one of our founders advocated, between church and state at the national level. However, that line can and should get blurrier as we descend to the community level. And perhaps that is actually the system, the structure that our founders gave us when they said Congress shall make no law establishing a religious body. However, states did have close relationships with churches at that time.
Yeah.
Do you think that is a rationale that works? Do you think that is the way we should implement around these Christian values?
So this is a very nuanced point, and I want to just make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page here. So if you go back to the First Amendment, it doesn't say separation of church and state. It says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. But if you go back to the founding time, there were actually a number of states that had formally recognized churches. So there was the Anglican Church of Virginia. That was the official state church of Virginia. Virginia. Maryland at the time was the only majority Catholic colony, or at least had a significant Catholic representation of the original 13 colonies. There's a lot there. And yes, I do think that what happened is the Supreme Court interpreted Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion to effectively throw the church out of every public space at the federal, state, and local level. I think it was a terrible mistake, and we're still paying for the consequences of it today. But if, and I think this is your point, if you were to undo that, if you were to get back to a